What's up, Frontline? How you doing? In the building. We have an amazing episode for you here today. I am your host, Edwin, and where do all fights start? That's right. Let's go. We are less than 24 hours away from a big fight in New York City. We are ready. We are in the building. We have a lot to talk about. We have a lot to break down here at Round One Sports TV. We're gonna have a few guests here today. We're waiting for Rachel Donaire to come in, and she's gonna give us a breakdown on the fighters on this fight card, and then we're gonna be seeing if we can connect to New York City, where we have Jose Camachito Rivera, and he is down in New York City, live in the action, in the mix, and we're gonna see what we can get from him and get out of this show right here today. So lock in, tune in, hit that thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, become a Round One Sports Talk member, and like always, let's hop right into this video. What is going on today? I'm not sure if that played or anything. Like, wow. So, fight fans, we have a big one in New York City in the Barclays Center. We got Subir Matias making a title defense, his first title defense. And it is a big one. It is a big one. It is against a mandatory worthy opponent in Dalton Smith. Dalton Smith is a UK fighter that's coming in here with an undefeated record. And as we can break down these fighters right here and take a look at these fighter a deeper and dive into who is Subriel Matias. Now, Subriel Matias is a island-born Puerto Rican native fighter, right? He has 23 professional fights. He has 22 of them by knockouts. Yes, you heard that correctly. Only 23 fights, 22 by knockout. He has two losses, okay, where he had lost to Liam Paro in Puerto Rico, and then he has in a loss that he avenged from Pedro Ananez. Now, Supriya Matias is 33 years old. He is from Fajardo, Puerto Rico. He has a 95% knockout ratio, and he has a 71-inch reach advantage. Okay, his opponent, right? Dalton Smith. Okay. Now, when you talk about fighters getting opportunities in their moment, Dalton Smith is a fighter that's trying to prove to the world, I've been here the whole time. And the British have arrived. Did you hear me? The British have arrived. Yo, listen, somebody get in a whip and run down and let them know that the British are coming. Okay? Because they're in the building and they're showing Dalton Smith and this fight card a lot of love. So here they are. Now, Dalton Smith is 18. He has 18 professional fights with 13 big ways by knockout. Now, he's 5'9". Now, what I like about Dalton Smith, oh, and his knockout ratio is 72%. He has a high knockout ratio. They consider him amongst the 140s. He has decent or above average, I would say, punching power for a 140 pounder with a high percentage knockout ratio. But the question lies, who has he fought? Who has he shared the ring with? Now, Dalton Smith can say that, he did share the ring with Jose Cepeda. Jose Cepeda has been in his share fair of wars. And if any fighter is gonna push you, it would be a Jose Cepeda type ish fighter. And in that fight, Dalton Smith showed levels in that fight. He stopped Cepeda in the fifth round, and I think that he's a worthy opponent and a big threat to Subriel Matias's crown. Now, Subriel Matias did go and try to make his first title defense in Puerto Rico in his hometown. And Liam Paro came into Puerto Rico and played spoiler on that night. I know that Subriel Matias has been in this situation before where that someone was trying to take away everything he worked hard for. Now, Subriel Matias, if you ask me, he looks dialed in. And I mean dialed in. Subriel Matias, the Amparo, they went to the weigh-in. And shout out to Fresh Production, uh, um, putting the getting a replacement for the co-main event. And I think Rodriguez here has a tough fight. He has an undefeated opponent in front of him. I think that fight could be a banger too on the card. One fight in particular that I believe that's going to be a real big banger on the card is going to obviously be Keith Cologne. And many of us got our eyes on him. This is a good moment for him. Hopefully, all the Latinos show up, and show out tomorrow night, and they pack that house. And Keith Cologne really gets the kind of stage and the kind of eyes that I believe he needs now in his young career. If Keith Cologne can go out there and repeat what he has been doing in his last 8 fights, okay, then it's gonna really set a precedent on where he's starting, to go as a fighter. Keith Cologne has to understand as a young fighter, not only is the world watching while you're in the ring, but they're also watching while you're outside the ring and how you carry yourself and what you do and who you get involved with. Keith Cologne is a young fighter that I believe in due time will start to experience the lamplight where that a lot of celebrities, rappers, athletes, movie stars, etc., whoever it is going to start to invite him out. They're going to say, hey, come join us here or come join us there. And it's up to Keith Cologne to decide that he needs to focus on his career, right? If you really think about it, if you really think about it, right, from age 20 to age 30 is 10 years. From age 20 to age 30 is 10 years. That's it. If you can dedicate that to your career and accomplish some stuff in that time, you'll have enough time to reap the root um the root of your rewards, of all your hard work. You'll have time for that. So if anybody's listening to this and they're near Keith Cologne, no me lo dañe. Send them home early. Keep them disciplined. Keep them out on them places because these fighters don't do this by themselves. They need us, the people that are closest to them and their fans, to show them love and support as they climb up the divisions and the rankings, you know. So, hey, what's up? Hey, Frontline too. Let me get him up here.
Yeah,
How you
hello.
guys doing tonight?
Melaza.
Dímelo
Oh,
con
Saúl.
Bete, Néstor, el
Hoy, hoy,
frontline,
Saúl.
Corillo, todo el chat. Saludo a todo el mundo.
Salud.
Oh, my bad. It's in English. I was confused. I was speaking Spanish earlier. My bad.
Aquí se
It's
habla
okay.
Spanglish.
Yeah,
It's
right?
okay.
Yo, Jose Rodriguez says Keith Lerone got a lot of talent. Looking forward to seeing him fight a Mexican veteran like Guevara.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And listen, let's not sugarcoat this now. This is Puerto Rico basically against Mexico. This fight card. You
Well,
know
we
what I
got
mean?
two. We got two. We got Nestor Bravo fighting
Yep,
Pedro Scampa.
yep.
And Sandoval, is Sandoval Mexican or is he like Venezuelan, Nicaraguan, or something like
No,
that?
he's I think he's Mexican too.
And
From
so
Cali.
Diaz that's fighting Rodriguez, ain't he Mexican?
He's American. He's a Mexican American.
Yeah, from Cali. Most of
That's
all of
close
them are from
enough.
Cali.
That's close enough. We'll take it.
Yeah, it is what it
Yeah,
is. Hey, there's a lot of Mexican in Cali, Texas, all that too.
Yeah,
You know, you're
yeah.
Mexican.
So we got this rivalry going on, man. We got some good matches, man. And if you're in New York City and you want to see a good night of boxing, join us at the Subria Matias fight card in Barkley, New York City. Come out,
Yeah.
support the card.
Download
Subri,
the pay-per-view app in your smart TV. If you don't have Cox or Direct TV or whatever, you go in your smart TV, you download the pay-per-view app, and right there you can buy it and watch it on your TV. Okay? How you gonna do it? Pay $50 and tell these people, you know what, you can put all your black hands you want. Anyway, we're gonna make it happen and we're gonna sell it out.
yeah, yeah, yep. That's right. That's right. Frontline, what's up, man? How you doing?
excited, excited.
Excited?
Fucking Subriel is in demon mode.
Yo, listen, did you see
He
that
is
stare down?
not playing around.
Did you see the stare down?
Tacho.
Yo, and then right, like see, today was a good day. Today was a good day. It was a better day than yesterday, right? So today, when they had the weigh in, fresh production, they had their own little camera production crew and everything going on, and you could see the Puerto Rican support and the flags. So when they got face to face, Dalton Smith's fans started singing that song. They started singing. Hey yo, and then all of a sudden the Boricuas woke up, man, and they started chanting. You couldn't hear them Brits no more. We was singing over them. We was like, yeah, yo, and as a thousand deal, right? And you could see like you like so Biel's he's like you said, he's
Yo,
like
demon
dialed in.
mode. Demon
He's
mode.
dialed in. He's dialed in. He's looking right into Dalton Smith, and then he looked past Dalton Smith, and he looked right into Ed Hearn's face, and he was like, "Look, I know what you've been doing. You know what I mean? I can't say anything. I see you." And he was looking right into Ed Hearn. Now, let me tell you something. Ed Hearn, for that's your job. That's what
Yes.
you do for a living. What you do for a living is you negotiate and piss off the toughest men in the world. That's what you do for a living. You're not just pissing off and negotiating with some street guy that can fight. You're negotiating and pissing off the best fighters in the world. He does this day in and day out. So Bria
He
Matias
have
is
to.
not the first guy to ever threaten Ed Hearn. All right?
No, he have
You know
to.
what
He
I'm
have to
saying?
sell
But
the fight. He need to
it's
be the bad guy.
oh, listen, Ed Hearn is a son of a bitch because right before your eyes, right, whether you guys put this together or not, the other day we were talking about it on my live, right? Right? Ed Hearn and a lot of other people were so passionate about saying Subriel Matias is a cheater. He got banned substance in his system. Blah blah blah. That's coming from the same man that supported a drug cheat in Connor Ben. That's coming from the same guy that took Connor Ben out of the UK and brought him to America because in America you don't gotta honor that 2 year suspension. That's coming from the same man that said, not only am I supporting him, I'm his promoter. I'm paying for his fights. That's what that's coming from. And he has the audacity to call Matias a cheater when his guy got a 2 year ban and he
The
had to move
maximum
him
in the
to
boxing
America.
community, by the way.
Huh?
Yeah.
The maximum, by the way, 2 year
The
suspension is
two
the max.
years
And
The
that
ban.
max.
cost him. I don't know
My
why he
guy,
do that.
my guy didn't even get to a trial. He was acquitted. My guy didn't even cross the threshold to be considered, right?
Yeah,
But
it was a
you,
0.085.
Yeah, but Ed Hearn, my man, you supported a drug convicted cheat. He was already handed down a 2-year sentence. And when other countries closed the door on Ryan Garcia, like Riyadh, and said, no, we're going to honor the United States suspension on you. So he went and tried to go to Japan. See, because other
Yo.
countries will honor it, but U.S., we set the bar so low down here that you could be
Remember what moves
clean.
boxing here in America? It's money. If you're
Yo, it's money.
offering
Yo,
money,
listen, let's look. That's why the bar
Yeah,
is low.
but that
That's
was
why the bar
low.
is low. If
You can
you
do
make
that in
money and you
Mexico, other
clean
places,
your
but in the US, bro, come on.
all right.
listen,
Let me read the chat real quick.
read the chat. Yo.
Jose says Dalton popped so happy saying you bigger than Subriel, like that's gonna matter. George says it was great weigh-in. Everything that was done to sabotage the fight backfired. Jose says Eddie should be selling cars instead of being a promoter. He's a piece of
You
shit.
scores. You scores. Yeah.
Bulbo says Ben was out for 2 years? Question mark. Yes, he was out for 2 years in the UK. But what Eddie did was so that he won't have the 2 year ban, he brought him over to the United States to fight.
It's like what happened to
Eh,
Mike Tyson that was banned here in the US, and then Don King took him to fight
To
in
Japan.
England under the BBC. The
Yep,
same
that
shit.
too.
yeah.
Yep.
He says nobody saw the evidence here. But what evidence do we have to provide if he was under the threshold?
No, I don't think he meant it that way.
I know that's what he meant. To Serrano ducked Erica Cruz. Get the fuck out of here.
Whatever. Let them be.
Yo, Serrano don't duck no smoke at
Yeah.
Nah,
all.
Don't
nah.
don't don't
Cruz,
don't sweat it. Don't sweat
Cruz
it. Let
didn't
it
Cruz
be.
come up positive for a banned substance? They took her off the card. So how did she duck her? Right? That's the one
Yeah, that's the one that tested positive. Yeah.
that
Yeah,
tested
yeah.
positive, the
Yeah.
Mexican girl. So how is
Yes.
she ducking if she got caught with a banned substance and they removed her ass and put in tellers? What
And
is
don't
she
forget,
talking about?
She fought. It was supposed to be a rematch anyway, so she fought her before
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
and beat
won.
her. Yeah.
and beat
So
her.
And it was
So
a
what is
war. It was a war.
I mean, people just gonna they just gonna. But thank God we're here at Round One Sports Talk, where that if you even troll, we'll hit you with the facts. All right, we
yeah.
will hit you with the facts,
Bro,
Jack.
I was so pumped up and in the waiting over here when I was hearing the people yelling, "Ah, yo soy boricua, pa que tú lo-" I was yelling over here and up and down and stuff like that. Oh my god, I don't feel like that in a
Right.
long time.
Is
This,
that the Puerto Rican vibe? Papi, en
bro,
Puerto Rico, un baby recién nacido se tira el primer peo y lo estamos celebrando.
yeah.
We celebrate everything.
Oh my god, I don't feel that joy in a long time. Like I was
Hey
like,
yo, ustedes, you guys been juntos una semana. Vamos a celebrar.
hell yeah. Okay.
Coqui, el brother, what's up, ah?
What's
Yo,
up,
I'm ready.
Coqui?
I'm ready for tomorrow, guys. I'm gonna be there at 5 p.m. I want to catch the early fight with Keith Cologne.
Yep.
Yeah.
But what's
That's
up,
what's
guys? What's
up.
up, Manasa?
Stay in
What's up? What's
contact
up,
with us,
Frontline? What's
bro.
up, Edwin?
Yeah, stay in contact with us. I
Yeah.
want to know a little something. I know you get there and shit, and you get
Getting
involved in the
better.
fight, then vuelve, but like checking on the show and give us, you know what I mean? Be like,
Coño, brother.
yo,
I may have to fight some Inglaterra guys. You know, I
you
gotta.
might
I
have
heard
to.
they're gonna be out there. They get too loud. I
Listen,
gotta get them at quieto.
listen. Let me tell you something right now. They better keep them bread jewels over there, because if that chick comes over here with them jewels, we stripping her. Yo, run that
Yeah,
shit. You know what I'm saying?
I'm coming with my fucking flag like heavy, bro.
Hell yeah.
I'm
Hell
coming
yeah.
like a
Hey,
militant. I'm
yo,
gonna have my
Hey, yo,
uniform
take
on.
that count off. Run them jewels. You know what I'm saying? Take that. This is no.
enjoy for real. I cannot be there. I'm still a little sick and stuff, but
Okay.
enjoy. I gonna buy my pay-per-view for
Uh,
sure.
oh yeah.
Tomorrow.
Yeah,
Boop, I got it.
Shit,
yeah.
I'm going to the event and I'm gonna buy the pay per view so I can watch it when I go home.
Yeah,
Damn.
I'm
You
gonna pay
know,
my
Hell
55, and
yeah.
I'm gonna, even
because
though I know I could do something else, I'm gonna still pay the 55 just to support it. Fuck it, I'm gonna pay
Yep,
it.
we have to. Hey,
Yeah, yeah.
Bobo says under the threshold, just like Matias. You guys got to do more research. Look at both sides.
Oh,
But I,
so
but
Cruz was on the. Yeah, we're still. the verdict is on Cruz about that. I think he's talking about Cruz was on the
Yeah, he's talking about Cruz. Yeah, to be fair, both sides.
right. Now, MVP. I touched on this, and I said this that if you have any scandal in your background, they'll just cut
There
you
you
out.
go.
You know what I'm saying? Because Tank Davis was gonna fight Jake Paul, and he didn't even have a criminal case. He had a case that a girl was suing him for money,
People
and
get
they decided to opt out and they cut him out
because J.
because
Paul don't want no heat. You don't
nothing.
remember that
Because
Jake and Logan was in Congress? They was trying to tax them and stuff because they're living in Puerto Rico, so they don't have to pay all this federal income tax
right,
and shit. And they was
yup,
in
Yep.
Congress mentioned their names, so they don't
yeah,
want nothing, no nothing in
nothing.
there.
And then you gotta also look deeper into this. Netflix is a big supporter with MVP and what?
Yep,
Women's boxing. How are you going to be supporting women's boxing and having one of the biggest women fighting cards and you're fighting against a guy with a bunch of charges against women? Tate Davis. They're
Me-
not going to do that. And when that woman scandal came up, they opted out. So
yeah,
Cruz, what happened was Subria tested with this scandal with the Austrian. Now you're fighting in Puerto Rico. Your days out from the fight. Do you want to take the chance of trying to explain Cruz's
bro,
tainted substance, or do you just get rid of her and put
and find
somebody in?
somebody else.
Right.
And look, and she almost
So
lost. And she almost not almost lost.
yeah,
My bad, my bad. That was not
yeah.
what I meant. She got her eyes whooped. You know, she got in a nasty fight. Wasn't
No,
a
she
walk in the
definitely was in a
park.
nasty fight. Yeah, yeah.
Erika Cruz, maybe she can knock Erika Cruz out, and but no, bro, you and Erika Cruz have been positive of substance before and stuff like that. It's not her
Yeah.
first time,
It's
or
not
this
her
is
first time, right? I didn't want to bring that up, but
But
yeah,
hey, but some women remember, women don't have testosterone, don't have a lot of stuff that men have. And
yeah.
to you be fighting at that level, sometimes you need some supplements, but those supplements now are
Let me
not
tell you
legal.
something.
But you know,
Tellus did three
I
minute
always am the
round.
tibio. I always the tibio, trying to find
You know
the
what I'm saying? That girl Tellus did 3 minutes on short notice. I gotta give it
two
up to her.
weeks. Two
And when
weeks.
they said that your mic is low,
Is it?
that your volume is low.
Oh, I'm having a problem with this. Okay, let's press another button, guys.
I don't say nothing because I'm deaf in one
¿Qué
ear.
lo
So
que?
this
¿Qué lo
stuff keep
que? ¿Qué lo
giving
que?
us
¿Qué
the
lo que?
stuff.
¿Cómo andamos, mi
Yo,
hermanos? ¿Cómo andamos?
Hugo.
Oh, llegó Hugo.
Yes, sir.
Uy,
Ya
el
llegó el
Oh,
Hugo, ya
Hugo.
llegó la
what's
voz del
up,
boxeo
man?
mexicano.
Yeah.
What's up, guys? What's up, man? How we feeling this
The
evening?
voice of Mexican boxing.
No, he
Yes,
got stripped from
sir.
that
La
title.
voz. Man,
Lo
stop
You
it,
got
brother.
cancelaron,
stripped. You got
Stop
stripped
it.
from
lo
that title.
La voz
cancelaron.
del boxeo
Bulbos is taking your
mexicano.
spot. Bulbos is
You
taking
know
your
what's
spot because
going on,
Bulbos has
dog?
more facts and he doesn't Google shit.
Yo,
He
you
has it
know we
all in
got
the
some
head.
Chicanos over there in the fight, right? In the core,
How's
in
my
the
volume,
undercore.
guys?
You
How you
You
know,
guys
saw
dog.
Yeah.
it?
You know what it is. You know what it is. I'm rocking with my boy El Leoncito. We coming from California. We coming for that upset. You guys better be careful con El Leoncito.
That's the one. That's the one you think?
stop
That's
by
the one I
Raul?
think, and I'm putting my money up. What's up?
Edwin, your mic is
Who on the
super low
fence?
now.
Super
It's worse
low.
than before.
It's
Yeah,
super
now it's super low.
okay. What about now?
Now we can't even hear
Better,
him. What's up, though,
Huh?
fellas? How's it going?
better, better.
It's going
Better.
good,
Good,
man.
good.
I'm gonna be at the fight tomorrow. You go.
What's up, bro? For sure, man. For sure. I mean, I do work tomorrow, but I think, like, at what time does the fight card start?
About like 6 or 7.
Okay. So it's official, right? The no more co-main event, no more Ojo and Bazooka.
Yeah.
Chicano,
No, there's a
damn,
co-main event.
bro.
There's your boy fucking Rodriguez against your Leon dude that you're vouching
Yeah.
for. He's the co-main event.
Yeah,
Okay,
Leoncito's the
for sure.
core man, man.
But I mean, like a lot of people were going to the fight and buying the pay-per-view for Bazooka and Ojo, so that's why I'm just
I
asking.
No,
know.
we were buying it for Subria Matias and Dalton Smith.
No, no, but was a lot of people that actually was pumped up
Papi,
for that. We
Yeah,
look
we
Papi,
were
the
pumped up to see him
Dominicans.
fight.
Subriel
We were
Matias
pumped
and
up, but
Dalton
that's not the
Smith is
fight.
not Subriel Matias and Dalton Smith is not worth $55, papi.
No
Yo,
empiece, papi.
you're
Shh,
That
talking like
no
you're
empiece.
talking like the Dominican fighters were the actual like main event.
No,
No, don't
no,
do
no,
that.
They,
no.
bro,
But the
the fight of the
Dominicans was
night
a
and a
big
lot of my
crowd
peeps.
that was gonna buy that and go there. You know, that
Yeah,
fight
yeah,
was
yeah.
gonna
I can
bring.
agree with that. I can agree with that.
I'm not saying
But it
it was
had
gonna
the
be the
potential.
toll,
It had
but
the
we lost a
potential of being
chunk.
a good fight. Yes.
We
But the
Mm,
lost a
fight of the
chunk.
night was Subriel against Dalton Smith. Make no mistake.
Oh no, that's
mm.
Make no
Subriel
Well, yeah,
mistake.
bro.
Matias
I
is the
mean, we all
main
know
event
that. I
pay
mean,
per
that's the
view
main event.
every day of the
Well, then
week,
what,
Google.
Hugo, when you're telling your little rant, why don't you mention that part though? You happily leave that part out.
Yo, I'm gonna catch up
You
with the
see
chat real
how
quick.
hostile
Hugo,
Espérate,
round
come on.
Hugo,
one
espérate.
is?
Yo,
Yo,
I'm pumped up, bro. I'm ready. I'm
Let's hear the
amped.
chat. Let's hear the chat.
I am amped.
Champion Sports Boxing says it was great seeing the day one supporters for Matias in the weigh-in. Fresh production chat, Puerto Rican flag. Felix Perez says hello to all from Iowa. Feel that New York Comisión tried to put their hands on Matias card when they didn't let Ojo Santiago with the other Dominican guy. What do
Yeah,
you think about it? We're gonna get there.
yeah.
Classic double standard says Bobos. Teles double L is Y. Hello says maybe whatever. And he says Pitbull would beat Matias. Pitbull beat
Mm,
Tank. Says
mm,
Bobos. Yes, he did. And Roach. Okay.
mm.
Yo,
Okay.
guys, real quick, can I? Much love to Hugo, right? But I'm gonna say this right now: Matias is worth more pay-per-view money than Pitbull Isa Cruz.
Hold on,
But
hold on,
that
hold on.
card was stacked.
All day
But that
long.
card was
I have
stacked. That
something to
card was
say.
stacked. Stacked, my
Okay,
friend.
I have
That
something
card
to say.
had
Edwin, your volume
Crawford.
is low
That card
again.
had Fulton.
What do you mean
That
it's
card
low
had the
again? Come
Bravos.
on.
Espérate. Say again, Nestor. You talk, Nestor.
This is fucking crazy. Yo,
Yeah.
listen to me. Listen,
Guys.
guys. No,
Espérate,
wait,
Hugo.
wait, wait, wait,
Espérate,
wait, wait.
espérate,
All
Hugo.
Hugo,
right, go
shut up.
Espérate.
ahead. All right,
Okay,
all right,
hold
all
on,
right.
hold
Go
on.
ahead, go ahead,
Okay,
go
I
ahead, go
just want
ahead.
to answer this guy's comment in the chat
Yes, sir.
that he said that Pitbull will beat Tank and Pitbull will beat Matias and
All
then
that
this
crazy
guy
shit.
said that he beat. But okay, wait a minute. Wasn't the fight with Lamont Roach a draw?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yep.
it was a
Didn't
draw, but it
that
was a competitive
hold up, wait,
fight.
wait, wait,
It was a competitive
Hugo?
fight.
Me cago en la madre de Hugh. Man, listen.
All right, go, 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 go,
This
go, go.
guy,
I'm
he
sorry.
just takes over.
Yo, that's the ADHD,
And I
Edwin.
talked
Yo.
man on my own show. All right, listen. He said that he beat like somebody said beat Lamont Roach. I was like, wait a minute, that's a
No,
draw.
they
You said
said the
he
verbiage
beat
was
Tank. He
Pitbull
beat
beats
Tank.
Matias
Yup.
and
And then he
Pitbull
beat
beat
Tank.
Tank.
Okay, wait a minute. Wait a minute. What was the verdict for the Tank Davis fight?
A loss.
A loss.
He lost that fight round one.
Okay,
We know
okay,
that,
okay. Wait,
but
wait, wait,
he
wait, wait,
took him
wait, wait.
12 rounds.
Wait. Here at Round One
So
Sports Talk,
Berlanga took Canelo 12 round and still a loss.
unfortunately, here at Round One Sports Talk, we don't play Fantasy Island boxing. What it says on the books, he lost those fights and he ran a draw with the other dude and he never made it. Esau Pitbull Cruz, his greatest win is Rolly
Mm.
because you gotta have wins.
Yep.
Just because you
A
win
three
in there with
division
the
world
guy.
champion. A three division
You-
world champion. Rolly.
Who?
Rolly Romero, dog. What do you mean,
Who
cool?
told you that?
135
Stop.
WBA world champion,
Stop.
140,
Stop.
147.
Okay. First of all, the WBA got to really like fix their belt system because according to us, he wasn't the official champion. He was the regular. And then they got the super. What the
Mm.
WBA is doing right now, they're trying to tell you that simultaneously, at the same time, in this point in time in history, that when Devin Haney had all four belts and Tank Davis had the regular, at the same time, they were considered the WBA 135-pound champion at the exact same time because he has the regular. See, here's the problem with that. Which one is your real belt? Who's your real champion? You can't share a championship. One of you got an interim, one of you got a piece. Same scenario when Tank Davis went up to fight Mario Barrio in 140, and he fought him for the WBA regular. That Tank Davis doesn't have a belt at 140. in history, but they're going to tell you that that belt is real. Who was the real champion when Tank Davis and Mario Barrio fought? Josh Taylor had all 4 belts. So how the fuck is Mario Barrio a champion? So I could see, and I'm gonna let you off the hook with your little fantasy belts with Rolly, but he's not really that, because every time Rolly had the belt, there was someone in front of him that they claim had the real belt. So if you don't have full status, you don't have 3 divisions, brother. The only belt right now that they just upgraded him, Rolly, for that belt that he has, because I think Jerron Boots Ennis was the one that moved up or something, and he got full status. So if there's a point in your organization that your fighter can be awarded full status and claim the champion, then what's your regular? It's just another way of saying interim, but the WBA does not see it that way. They want you to believe, because of money, that there's 2 champions existing, and we as fight fans should honor 2 champions for the same belt. Does that sound crazy?
Yeah, that's crazy. Hey, Mr. Itachi, who Matias beat? Matias for the IBF, he beat Ponce because it was a vacant belt and they fought for that. He lost that to Bottle. And then for the WBC belt, he fought Puello on a turkey card in New York.
I was there for that fight right there. That was a really good fight against that was a good fight card entirely. You know, I got to see Shakur Stevenson fight on that fight card and many other fights on that card. I saw a big kind of like, I wouldn't say so much of it as an upset rather than shocking defeat from Edgar Berlanga. I saw that live in New York, right? I didn't need 4K. I was there. And you know, to experience like fights like this and moments like that, you appreciate these kinds of fights. What Subriel did on that night against Alberto Puello to deserve to be called the WBC World Champion of the World. In his very first title defense, Turkey Al gets in the ring and brings in the #1 mandatory in Dalton Smith, undefeated fighter. Now, Dalton Smith thinks this is his time, his moment. He's prepared his entire life for tomorrow night to become a world champion. And he's fighting, arguably, for the most prestigious belt we have in boxing today, the WBC. Many fans think that the WBC franchise, because it's run by Mexicans in Mexico, that they don't have Subriel Matias's interests. And I say that's a lie. I say that the WBC only knows one color, and that's the color green. If you could bring them money and become a superstar, the WBC will always back a superstar status fighter. So Subriel Matias has an opportunity, and the time is ticking. He ain't getting any younger. So the moment is now. We have arrived in New York City in the Barclays Center where Subriel Matias faces Dalton Smith for a WBC title fight. Don't be the one to say, where were you when they fought in New York City? Please tune in, lock in, subscribe to the channel, and if you can't be in New York City, buy the pay-per-view. Frontline, is there anything in the chat or anything you...
Yeah, there's a couple.
All right.
George says Pitbull overrated. Please. Bobo says I don't care what the record books say. I care what my eyes saw in that ring that night. Mr. Itach says facts. I care about the video. The 36 minutes of boxing is what I go off. I saw Pitbull win. Bobo says Pitbull runs over 95% of the competition. George says Pitbull went to war with a tune-up and ended in a draw. Orona's laughing. Roach had just beat Tank, and now he's a tune-up. Okay. You got to mute the commentary. It trips me out. Says Bobos. He's talking about when he watches the fights. You got to mute the commentary because those people be biased.
Right. Tim
Uh,
Bradley and all them dudes. Oh,
yeah. He asks, "Is Roach a tune-up?" Question mark. George says, "How many draws Pitbull has?" Question mark. Orona says, "Matias is Ponce's only loss. Ponce's now 34-1." Mr. Itachi says, "How many times Pitbull got robbed is what you should be asking."
Rough.
Bobo says, "I'm sick of the double standards."
no, they having a debate over Pitbull, huh? In the chat,
And
Yeah,
what's up?
they're going
George
in.
says, "How many undefeated fighters did Pitbull make quit?" Question mark.
Not
And I'm
many.
gonna answer. I'm gonna answer one of those questions. Lamont Roach is no step up or easy. He was the 130-pound champion. Move
Oh,
up in weight,
yeah.
fought the 135 champion. And people wanna, you know, how many
Yeah,
people have moved up?
but the truth of the matter is, I think the way that he said that and he referred it to wasn't that Lamont Roach doesn't have the skills. It was that Lamont Roach didn't belong there in fighting Isa Pipo Cruz at that weight. Being that the fact that he was brought up so much that that's two weight divisions from
Yeah,
where you're champion at. Now, there's always two sides to the story. Flip the coin, baby, right?
I see
Um,
Lamont Roach now in 140, way better than down there in 130,
Oh, I
135.
don't. I don't. We have to disagree there, but I'll explain why. Because here's the thing, right? You can also view it like, damn, Lamont Roach is very skilled if he can go up two more weight divisions and hang with the big boys, but that's deceiving because in actuality, Isa Pitbull Cruz doesn't belong there at 5'3".
Neither.
See, Isa Pitbull Cruz and Lamont Roach was a perfect fight at a weight where fighters, you basically got the day off. It's like going to school with a substitute teacher. They didn't have to cut weight. They basically was told, come in and what you walk around in and just be in shape and have a good fight. And they were like, bet. The fact that Esau Pitbull Cruz was 5'3" and Lamont Roach is 5 nothing, right? They were looking at each other. Now, but if you were to step back for a second, if you were to put Esau Pitbull Cruz amongst the big 40 pounders,
Yes.
that you put him against the fucking Richard Hitchensons, the Sobria Matiases, you seen how big Sobria was to Tio.
And
Okay,
be
when he smacked him, you seen how little Tio was to Subriel. You understand?
yep.
So when you
But
talk
how
about
tall is Lamont Roach? I thought because people is so small. I saw him taller, so I think he's at least a 5'9" or
nah,
5.
Lamont Roach, look at if Tank Davis is 5'5", and Lamont Roach and Tank Davis were looking what eye to eye like this. I think even Tank was taller. I think Lamont's 5'4", if I'm not mistaken. I think he might have been shorter than Tank. So don't you see the reason why Tank Davis had a difficult night against Isa Pitbull Cruz? Because if you notice, Isa's the smallest fighter Tank Davis ever fought in his life.
Hmm.
It's
Yeah.
Isa Cruz. Now,
And
when you fight, listen, Tank Davis's his whole fighting style was catered to punching upwards and getting underneath guys and doing that uppercut. That's
Hmm.
it. But he couldn't get underneath Pitbull Cruz because he was that much shorter than him. And then the evidence was he kept punching Isa on the top of the forehead where Tank broke his hands. There's evidence of
yeah.
his punch being off.
And who
Whenever you
else
ever
broke
seen
his
Tank
hands
break his
versus
hands,
Chihuahua Cruz? Who else? Lamont Roach.
Man, come on, man. That's a
Why?
Pitbull Cruise. That's a
Why?
Pitbull Cruise that sells
He know how to break those
15,000
hands with that
tickets.
head.
listen,
That's a
wait.
Pitbull Cruise that sells
So
15,000
I said
tickets.
all of that to say this, that the only reason why Lamont Roach looked that good, see, Tank Davis started all of this. He went want to give his
Oh yes.
brother or whatever a couple dollars, and he brought up Lamont Roach. The problem is Lamont Roach sparred with Tank Davis, and he was very familiar with Tank Davis. So on the night that they fought, Lamont Roach got away with things that most fighters wouldn't be privileged to. Most fighters would have to learn that about Tank when Lamont Roach already experienced it in sparring. That's why he looked that good against him. Then Lamont Roach got his name off that draw and ran up there with Isa Pitbull Cruz. And what Lamont Roach did was very good, smart moves because it wasn't really big, high risk, but it'll look that way on paper. Damn, you were all the way up there at 140
But
when
you're
the guys
fighting a
that were
guy your
champions,
size.
the guys that were champions were like people like Teofimo Lopez, Gary Antoine Russell, Subriel Matias, like those
I
names.
thought that Ramon Roach was kind of like Subriel Matias high, for real.
No, no,
Hey,
no.
Pitbull
I
got
like.
better
Subriel
names than
Matias,
Matias.
as a matter of fact, Subriel Matias is taller than me.
Yeah,
I
no,
got
I know.
pictures. I got pictures with him like this. He's taller than me, and I'm way taller than Lamont Roach. He's like this.
Yeah,
Oye, Mr.
but I like,
Hold on,
yeah.
Mela. He says that Pitbull got better names than Matias, and then he goes to state
Yeah,
Pitbull will make Matias back up.
No, no,
False
no, no.
statement.
Okay, check
yeah,
this
he
out.
got
Check this
better
out. Wait,
names
wait, wait,
and
wait, wait,
lose
wait,
to
guys. Let
them.
me speak. Let me speak for a second. Um,
And then Pitbull sells more tickets than Matias.
stop. Wait.
So
Let me
we
tell you
got
something
better
right now.
names and we got better ticket sales. We got a better
Okay, check
revenue.
this. Check
You
this.
lose to better. Okay, the better
Listen,
name that he talked, people Cruz lost to them. The
yeah,
better name of Matias beat them up.
beat them. That's exactly what I was gonna
Liam,
say.
stop it. Liam
You
Paro
see,
lost. He
that's
lost to
what
Liam
we're
Paro.
talking about.
Stop it.
Yeah.
Stop it. Stop it. He lost to Liam Paro. Stop it.
It's okay,
Okay,
and
and
Who did we lose to? Who did we
you
lose
lose
to? Who we lose
to El
to?
Rayo Valenzuela that was coming up weight class.
he
You
took your
lose to
belt. He walked
Bro,
off with your
that's a
belt.
big boy. Bro,
bro.
that's a
You
big boy
lost. You
with a
Lost to
lost.
world
Tank
class
You
Davis.
trainer.
lost.
He
Stop.
You
couldn't beat
lost.
Lamont Roach. He
Yeah, but we sell. Okay, we didn't beat Lamont Roach, but we
the
sold out an arena.
conversation wasn't about sales. You brought that up. We said
Yeah.
Yeah,
opponents.
Edwin, you lost. I mean, Hugo, you lost. That's it. You're down again. One
Listen,
nothing.
listen,
One nothing.
Donaire,
Round
we
one.
never said anything about sales. You're the one that's bringing that up. We said opponents. And the guy tried to
well,
say,
of course he's a
no,
draw.
the guy said he fought better opponents than Subriel. And we had to correct him by saying you can't count the guys he went in the ring with and lost and had draws with because those are not wins.
Mm.
Edwin, they keep saying your volume. JWC says your volume is
No,
low.
I hear him
I
fine.
don't
You're
know,
fine. You're
man. I
fine.
don't know
You're
what to
fine.
do. I don't know what to tell them.
You're fine. I hear you fine. And I'm half deaf.
I don't know what to do.
You're deaf out one ear and you can't hear it out the other, right?
Yeah, shit. And the other one is
But about Matias, let me tell you something. Here's the problem where the boxing fans get this whole thing twisted up about better rivals.
Yo,
Number one, Ergashev. You got Jukembayev. Just because people in the States don't know these names doesn't mean that they're not good names. I would put my money up right now. Jukembayev. I would put my money up on Jukembayev beating Pitbull.
Mm. And people don't know this stuff because they
beating
don't know
Pitbull right
Jeremias
now, like
Ponce,
that.
right?
What?
They don't know Jeremias Ponce. But who was the champion? That was this British guy. I forgot his name that Tio beat him.
I
He
don't know
was
what to do,
avoiding
man. I don't know what to do.
Jeremias Ponce's, and that's why he let go the titles because he don't want to fight Jeremias Ponce.
Yep, and that's a good point George just made. Matias avenged his loss. Pitbull didn't. Bottle ran to 47.
Ooh.
Ouch.
How you like
Ouch.
them apples?
I think those are like cinnamon glazed apples and
What
shit.
is it?
Like
3-0 right now? 3-0 round one?
damn, bro, it's like
Yo, Hugo's down bad.
down bad. You know how you go. He comes in with good intentions. He just gets you know what I mean. Wait, guys. This goes out to Hugo wherever you are. Yo, Hugo, you better come up here and say something. Yo, Hugo,
Damn, they got
don't
Hugo
let him
down
do me
10-8.
like
It's a
that.
10-8 round one. 10-8 round one.
Wow. Damn, Hugo. Hey, yo, Hugo. Yo, listen. Oh man.
Listen, but all jokes aside, Subriel did something at the weigh-in that he hasn't done since he fought Ergashev.
What's good, brother? Yeah.
Zipacino.
Zipachino.
Um, he did the when he puts the hand across the neck, like
Oh
you're
yeah, when he
dead
get
type.
when he went like this, when he went like that.
Yeah, he did that.
Yo,
He did
yo,
that
you saw
to
that?
Dalton
You
Smith,
saw that?
bro.
Talk about it, brother.
The demon
Yo.
is back.
Oh, he's back. He hasn't done that in a while.
The last time he did it was against Ergashev
Yeah,
Yo, bro.
yeah, that was the last time I saw
Yo,
that.
he went like this. He went.
because he didn't do it for Ponce.
Oh.
He didn't do it for Paro. He didn't do it for Venezuela, Goyas, and Puello.
Yeah, yeah. You right. You right. You right. And yo, and like, he's been in like demon mode, right? Yo, I don't know, right? What exactly? I think it was right after he lost his belt. His whole like persona started changing. He started coming out in black. He had black shirts, and then he had like that pirate, like emblem. It looked like Pirates of the Caribbean type shit. And he's like entregado, man. And you see that he went from like these red and yellow colors and white, and then
Yep.
all of a sudden he came out. It was black trunks with the gold, with the fresh production. Typical that Jaguar or Puma they have on the front there, and he just
Naldo's
looks like.
in the building. He says Dadasev, Ananyan, Jukembayev, Ponce, Puello, Paro cheated and was honored the win.
Listen, I don't even know what the fuck that means. He lost me, but what I'm
No, he
saying
said
is,
what he said was Paro cheated by all the clinching and shit like that and was honored the win.
oh yeah, yeah, excessive clinching in Puerto Rico, which was crazy. It was in Puerto
Yeah.
Rico, and the
Yeah,
and the
but
judge
whatever. We
and the
lost.
and
We
the
lost.
and, but
We're
we're
not
over that.
Chihuahua
We're over
Cruz
that.
that always finding
Right,
excuse.
we're
We
over that.
lost.
But
It's okay.
ever since that loss, and this is what I talk about, it's like, in a sense, he had to come full circle in his life. See, Subriel Matias, unfortunately, has had a rough upbringing. His mother was a single mother raising him and his brother, and his brother was fatally gunned down in the streets in Puerto Rico, where Subriel Matias was forced to become a man very early in his life. He hanged around with gangs, did the wrong things, and ended up in federal penitentiary. He got out. He served his time, and he started a boxing career. Yomi was the man that believed in him. And since day one, they have been rocking together. They've come up, and look what they are. They're here in New York City. And Subriel Matias has faced many challenges in his life. But one fateful night, Subriel Matias fought an undefeated boxer that wanted it just as much as he did. Mad Max Dervichek was undefeated, and Subriel Matias was undefeated, and two undefeated fighters went into the ring and locked horns. And unfortunately, on that night, Mad Max Dervichek had paid the ultimate price. He lost his life in the ring. And for many of us, you know, I think that we never really thought about how it affected Subriel Matias. Subriel Matias went into a dark, deep depression, knowing that a fellow comrade, a fellow man that has a wife, a family, someone's son, someone's brother, they lost him, and it affected him as a man. As a warrior, we act for these things. Man, you guys can't wait until I take someone out in the ring. But when it happens, it's something else, because you're still a human. And he felt his fallen brother. But he knew that if anything Mad Max, I believe, would have wanted in his life, at least it would have been something he paid the ultimate price for in pursuing his dream of becoming a world champion. Subriel Matias fell apart. He suffered his first loss. He got it together, but not mentally. Where that we see in upcoming fights, where that he showed mercy to his opponent. And Subriel Matias, you can see the up and downs. But Subriel Matias has put it together enough to become a world champion once again. And how do you do that with so much going on? Now I talk about it. Subriel Matias, for me, I think he is coming full circle in his career. I think he's okay today. I think he has made peace with the tragic situation with Madman Dervichek. I think he was been battle tested on his way back of being a champion. I think his name has been smeared.
Well,
He has gone full circle. And the world and the universe is pushing against Subir Matias and asking him, do you want to be a champion? He has to stay focused. What I see is a focus driven Subir Matias and Dalton Smith going to meet in New York City tomorrow night. And I think it's going to be a hell of a fight. I think Subir Matias
hell
has
yeah.
come full circle in his career, and I can't wait.
Hector, I think that's why I am so into Subriel. Not just because the boxings and the stoppages and the RTDs and stuff like that, is more the up and downs in his careers. Like I saw like how he changed trainers when he don't have a third man in the ring. Orengo was that guy, and that was in Batasan Yukembayev. All the struggles that he had. Now I want to make it, and the big hands are trying to push my back against the wall. And I have to fight and claw to hit that star. Even the big corporation, whatever, don't want me to. I got one person that trusts me, one person that look to me as like I'm his son, take care of me. And so I see this in Orengo and Subriel and all this stuff, and it's like I get fully invested because I see more like a family. When with the American, it's like that when you go with a family business instead of a corporation. It's like the small guy fighting the big machine. So I think all that stuff got me so invested in them, like in other boxers, and I like all my boxers. Don't get me wrong, I like all of
Right,
them,
right.
but I am
Now,
true invested in Subriel and Fresh Promotion. How they told no to Mushroom, no to Turkey. Like so many stuff. It's not just
Yeah,
the ring
right.
and his fury. It's
Mhm.
everything.
You
Everything
see,
got me
you
so
see,
invested.
I want to say something, right? The machine's job, the machine that always is working in many different ways. The machine is a thing that society will put us against each other. Now, it's in this particular case, it just so happens that Sobriel and his team are Puerto Rican. That's really what it is, right? But in actuality, had he been Afro American, Chinese, Japanese, whatever, I would have saw what they were trying to do. It was the little guy trying to get support. And it was that one time that you wanted the people that also were in the same field and passionate and watching the same thing that you were watching. And it's just the little guy fighting against the machine. What the machine wants you to do is they want to us to fight against each other so that we have the an excuse not to support. You ever see like in a neighborhood predominantly owned by African Americans, but they don't own no stores? And for the first time, one of them got a store. What what would you want? Show the store support so that we could have two stores and maybe three.
Exactly.
That's what you do. And then in Puerto Rican communities, we were outside we were young back in the 70s and 60s. We didn't own nothing. Then all of a sudden we got a bodega. Then we got a car lot. Then we got a grocery store. Then we got out of that and now we're wearing ties and business corporations and we're promoters now. And we're trying to get to that next level. And you know what they want you to do? They want you to bicker about everything that's wrong with this fight, what it
Yep.
isn't, to turn you off from tuning in when the little guy is asking for help.
From
But you know
you.
what? You're too proud. You don't want to hear a sad story because you got your own problems, right? It's like when you need help, then nobody should hear your problems neither. Nobody should support you neither. By the way you're thinking, we got to recognize this is not about a race thing.
Nope.
This is not about none of that, bro. It's about the us fighting against the machine, the little guy trying to get in.
Exactly.
And
Because Fresh
exactly what they're
Promotion will
doing,
not
the
stop with
only way
Suriel
they win is
Matias.
when we attack each other. Remember that. Go ahead, brother.
Fresh Promotion, my bad for interrupting you. You was doing so well, so perfect. But Fresh Promotion does stop with Subriel Matias because Subriel Matias one day gonna retire, maybe 6 fights later than this. We don't
Right.
know. But he got other guys down there. Mira, Keith Colon. He got the other guy, And if we support them now,
Yes.
tomorrow we're gonna have more,
Yes.
and we're gonna have, and not just the Puerto Rican, the American, because we all are Americans. We're all in this boat. But it's always the small guy that wanna fight the corporation, the big guy, the machine. And the machine don't want you let you in because they are cool in their little group and they don't, But no, what you do? Knock down that door and go through it. So that's what Fresh Promotion is doing with Subriel Matias, knocking that door down and just going through it, plow through it. If you don't want to open it, I'm gonna plow through it, but I'm gonna get in.
Right.
That's it.
Yo,
Exactly.
Edwin, real quick, Rachel, she coming in at 6:30 her time or our time?
That's the problem. That is the problem that I'm starting to realize slowly. We were on a 3 hour difference. So it's already 7 o'clock. Did you check with Camachito to throw
What?
him the link? Did he knows the
I'm
Well, where
gonna
you
send it
at?
to him right now.
Where you
yeah,
at?
they might be running a little late over there. So
You are in the Midwest, or they are in the east, in the West Coast.
no, Donaire is in Las Vegas. So
Oh,
she's
so
three
he's in
hours.
the West Coast.
Yeah, she's 3 hours off of me, but from Massachusetts to New York, we're on the same time.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. We're in the same time here.
Yeah.
So,
Naldo, my man. Much love,
damn.
my man
So her
Naldo. Always he's been a round one supporter
her
from day
six
one,
thirty is
and
our
I
nine
always wanted
thirty.
him.
Oíste, her
Huh?
6:30 is our 9:30.
Right.
So maybe you have to do a second show.
I don't know, but we're just gonna
Nah, because I
keep it
think
open.
Camachito's gonna come on. He should be because I think Cesar Cela wanted to get on too before
Mhm.
he starts his show. I think his show starts at 9 o'clock.
And it doesn't matter if I can't hook up with Rachel tonight and she has something else to do or it was just a bad time, then I'll have her come on for the fight tomorrow or I'll have her come on whatever because the work she did needs to be heard. So I would like her to come up and
I was
um
gonna ask you, Camachito is the son or is the brother?
He's
of
the
what?
brother of Jose Rivera.
He's the brother. He's actually the older brother.
Of
Jose's younger.
Macho?
No, no,
Yeah.
no, of Jose
Of
Rivera,
Jose, the champion, the world
the
champion.
champion. Yeah,
Yeah.
Jose Rivera. Jose Rivera.
Yeah. He was the champion. He was signed by Don King back then. And Camachito is his older brother. And then they got another sister, whatever, but I don't want to put her
Oh,
in
I
their
thought that he
business.
was Macho Camacho's brother.
no, no,
No,
no, no.
no. He
Okay.
just took see when we were younger, Camachito used to use the curl. Like
The Macho
Camachito.
Camacho
Yeah, I
curl in the
used to
front.
use it too. I used to.
Straight like him, bro. Like
Yo.
Like he had that name forever, bro. Yeah, man.
Bro,
Camachito used to rock that curl. Yo, but I gotta admit, bro, he
the
used to
front and
bag
the
them
back
ladies.
one.
He
I
used to
used to
bag
have
them
the front
ladies.
one and the
Whenever you
back
see
one.
Camachito, the hose was around. You know what I'm
Oh
saying?
yeah.
Uh, Yo, he was a good dresser, man. My man always, yeah, he
Okay,
just
I got it now.
Camachito roll.
Yo, so what do you think is gonna be the explosive fight of the night?
The
Which
explosive.
one do you guys think is gonna be like?
Well, what I'm expecting for some fights, uh, well, let me just keep it modest, okay? I think that Keith Cologne fight is gonna give you that oh wow moment. You know, when
Yep.
you'll be like, oh wow, like that. You know, or it takes you out of your seat. I think he might
Yep.
bring us a knockout. So I think he's gonna bring the oh wow moment. I think that the fight
I,
that's gonna be really tested, but one of them is gonna fall apart because it's gonna be high is the co-main event. First of all, you just got pushed up to a co-main event. The anxiety and the nerves of the fight, I think it's gonna play a little factor to both guys, even though they're experienced. And Rodriguez is just you get
Manny's
sucked
been there
into it.
before.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. You get sucked into it. Now you're a co-main event. You're even in your head that like the promoters are telling you world title fight, next fight, next fight. Yo, that shit gets to you,
Yeah,
bro.
but he fought Manny. He fought Inoue. Manny,
I
he fought
I
Inoue.
know. And listen, he beat the shit out of Russell. I'm telling you, he's a calm, patient fighter. This Leon kid is gonna be on him. It's gonna be on him. Let me
I
tell you,
think that
he's
was
trying
gonna
to
be
take
good.
Manny's spot.
I don't. He'll be on him until Manny le
Well,
pegue
let's
a nice
find
right
out.
hand.
Let's find
He'll
out.
slow down.
So I think the Keith Cologne fight's gonna be the oh wow. I think that
You
Manny's gonna
remember how
be
he left
tested.
Takami?
Huh?
You don't remember how he left Takami, the Japanese, with that eyes, like
Yeah,
it was
I know.
this.
But I think that maybe it might be the most tested fight or might be the most simple. Maybe Rodriguez gets to him early. You know, let's see, right? And then I
Hey,
think the best fight is gonna be Subriel and Dalton Smith.
you know what I
Oh
think is
yeah.
gonna be the surprise fight of the night?
Which one?
The JBL Sintron
Yeah.
versus Sandoval.
Yep.
I
Yep.
thought you were
I
gonna say
think that
Nestor
fight is
Bravo.
gonna shock
I
a
thought you were gonna
lot of
say
people.
Nestor Bravo fight
I
No,
think
Nestor Bravo should take Campas out of there early.
out of there,
Should
right?
he
Fast, yeah,
but
should?
yeah. He
that kid that
should.
just
He
say
should.
his name again because I know who he is, but I forgot his name because I haven't seen him fighting like that. And
Who?
tomorrow
JBL
everybody gonna see it. What, say it again?
JBL Sintron.
JBL Sintron.
Es
That
como es
name.
como es como Javier, pero JBL.
Yeah, yeah, I know the tall, light skinned kid that was killed
Yeah,
twice in the Olympic was in that stuff. That
and
doing Telemundo.
he's being trained by Panda.
Yeah, yeah,
George, how do you
yeah.
know that? Fresh Production was trying to get Ortiz. How
Jermaine
do you?
Ortiz, yes. Camachito said it.
Oh yeah.
Remember?
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
But hey,
They
he
were
was
trying to
paying
get
better
Jermaine
money.
Ortiz on the card, and they were trying to get Nonito on the card. But and Rachel
Flaco
said it too.
and
Rachel
Yeah,
said
money.
that
but Rachel
Nonito took
said that he opted for the title fight. You know what I'm
correct,
saying on the time. Yeah. Yeah.
correct.
I knew about that one, but Ortiz was the one I didn't. So I didn't even say I knew the situation with Donaire.
You see, they
Yeah.
black-handed. Oh, you want Ortiz? Give me Ortiz now. And then it's like, okay, I found another one. Oh, damn, what we gonna do? Okay, I don't want Hishkin, the Kitchen Benaga, the business of boxing, the machine working, doing the machine stuff, and
Yeah.
here the little guy. Okay, I can
Yeah.
do it
Yeah.
around. I
Yeah.
can
No. No.
work
No.
around you.
No. No. The like the monopoly they got with the top guys promoters, they're like all fucking holding hands like this in a circle, and they're not letting any of the little promoters in the room. You got Top Rank, Oscar De La Hoya, Ed Hearns, Frank Warren, and those are kind of like the top guys. If I
Now read
miss anybody, maybe
magazine.
one person. Though that's it. And what you got to do in boxing as a lower promoter, you got to bring your fighters to them.
Uh-huh.
Then you get a percentage out of it because Yomi has never stopped working with Subriel, but Subriel once upon a time worked with Ed Hearn in the zone. Okay, they had a contract, but Yomi was never out of it. So you can see there is where like Sam Lukowicz, a lot of low promoters, they gotta bring their fighters if they want to get in the room and the to the big show. You got to get your fighter to Oscar, Bob Arum, the PBC. Sorry, Ed Hearn.
No,
Um,
and Oscar is nobody because Oscar have to go
no,
to
Oscar's
Bob.
somebody. No, sir,
Oscar
Oscar,
and
he's
Koto promotion
somebody.
is the same thing. It's
No,
just
no, no, but he's in the
a little
room.
umbrella
No,
of
no, no, no,
top
no,
rank.
no. But he's been anointed. Oscar's been anointed by his
Yes, his
protege,
name.
his master, Bob Arum.
Yeah, his name because his name, Oscar always gonna pull
Yeah,
people.
but Oscar De La Hoya was a Bob Arum fighter with top
Yep,
rank. He birthed him.
Hey,
And
speaking
like
about
Koto B.
Oscar, just a heads up, it's nothing in stone, but the Oscar Collazo is planning on a unification with Pedro Taduran.
well, don't get me excited. Don't get me
No,
excited until it's official, man.
it's not official, but they're in the works. They're
Don't,
Right,
negotiating right
yeah,
now.
yeah. You know
in the
about fake
works.
news on here. We don't, like when it's,
But
because Tio se lo capó.
Huh.
Tio was this close
yeah.
from be signing with Subriel, and he slithered his way out of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
for lesser money.
But Mera,
right,
look the
oh
difference
no, for more
between
money.
Oscar and Koto Promotion. You see how they treat the different, how Bob Arum treat Oscar and how he treat
He treats
Koto
Cotto
Promotion. And what
right.
you said, like when Koto wanna bring his guys, where his guys have to fight under top rank. You
Yes,
know?
yes. So this is a situation where somebody finally got in the room with them. And what they want to do is have the card fail so that they go back down. They can't afford for them to be successful because they'll stay in the room. And then Fresh Production will be another promoter that'll be for the little guy, for the B side. A lot of these guys want A side fighters, and they cater a lot to A side fighters. With Fresh Production in the room, you can guarantee that if you have a son or daughter out there, and she's coming up and she wants real attention from a top promoter in the game, by supporting this fight, like my man said, Sabriel is this is the moment to lay the foundation.
Yeah.
But this is not about Sabriel. This is about the future of Fresh Production and what it can mean for more new fighters of ethnicity to come up and get big fights. How long did they prolong Terrence Crawford's career?
Shit.
How
Huh?
long did he go back and forth? Had he had a promoter in the room that could have got him those fights and those title fights, where would have Terrence Crawford been?
Let me
Well,
check
if he would
that.
have had someone on his side. And that's what we need. We need other new flavor in the room. Because apparently, why these guys watch, look where they brought boxing to. I think it's time for change. It's time to grow.
And what
And
you
it's
say,
time for someone else to get in the room because these
exactly what
old
you say.
ways are not working.
Because now and not only the fan is gonna be watching this fight, these young boxers and fathers gonna be watching like, oh my god, we have another door. We don't have to go to Bob Arum. We don't have to go through just Eddie Hearn or Queensberry, whatever. Oh, I don't have to go to PVC to fight once every 18 months. Like
Right.
now. Oh, look! This promoter care about his boxer. This promoter is putting these amazing fights in main events and pay per view. Oh, maybe I can sign in with him. Of course,
Yeah.
we're starting with what? With what we got, the Puerto Ricans, because that's what we got and that's what we know. But as soon as we cross and we started over here in New York, it's not only for Puerto Ricans, it's for any boxer that want a good opportunity and want a good promoter that take care of them and make them money and make them good fights. There is another promotion there that can do it without needing the turkey money or this money over there. No, and
Right.
you will not gonna be with change in your legs for the rest of your life because like you happen with top rank, you know?
Yeah. All
It's
of a sudden, in order for you to do business with Turkey or something nowadays, you got to sign up to the Dana White League, and you got to sell your soul. Basically, they want to do with away with the Muhammad Ali Act that protects you from knowing what your promoter is getting. They want to do away with that. They want to have you in the dark, in blind. Don't you see that Dana White is running from the UFC? And the Fatilla brothers there, they sold the UFC to an entertainment company. Why? Because they saw the storm that was coming. Dana
TKO Group.
White and them got sued. That's one of the biggest lawsuits I've ever seen in combat sports.
You
And if
know,
I'm wrong and anybody knows someone that
my
sued
bad, but I'm
someone
happy. I will tell you.
for like
I saw that
300,
storm coming and
yo,
I was broke, so I bought two stocks, right, for $120.
yo,
Now those stocks worth like 200 each.
nice. Yo, and I gotta tell you, right? Um, they 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 won a $375 million lawsuit, bro. That was the first one. That was only one of the lawsuits that the UFC. They said over 200 fighters was gonna receive like $200,000, and then there was a like, no, 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 my bag, my bag. Five 300 fighters was gonna receive 250. 200 fighters was gonna receive 500,000, and then it was going to go up like that from the money. But now, if you're getting sued and you're being sued by over 300, 400 plus fighters, like what kind of business does that say? What kind of businessman are you? You started something, and what you did was you asked the men and women to take little bit of money to have belief in your company that one day, you stars will make money. Instead, what happened when the money started coming in, he got greedy. He said they're already fighting for this slave wages, might as well keep it like this. And that is exactly what happened. Rather than him sharing the pie, rightfully so, he had to had over 400 fighters take him to court. What does that say about you? That you had to buy one more Ferrari, one more house. You had to have 10 more $1 billion, and you didn't care about your stars. You're one of the biggest and rising combat sports. You had it. It was like in your hand. And all the guys asked was, stop paying us minimum wage. We're killing ourselves.
Well, his loophole to that, just so you know, he bought into other combat sports like the slap thing.
That's not my
Um,
problem. You
I
should
know
have took
that.
care of your baby.
Yeah,
That's what made, and listen,
that was
that's a
his bread and butter.
that was a
UFC.
bullshit excuse because he rode off the UFC for 10, 15 fucking years and then got into and bought everything else. You shouldn't have took our money that instead of putting it back into the brand, you went and bought swords. Look at my sword collection. This one's worth $1 million. And look at my collections of guns over here. That one's 15 million and whatever. Bro, no, the bottom line is you treated your fighters like shit, like slaves.
Yes.
To this day, he's got like the guys fighting at a certain rate. $14,000 is what you get to fight in the UFC. But you get a $50,000 bonus if you brutally knock out the guy, have the performance of the night. So they dang a carrot in front of your face. And when you win the $50,000, they try to make it seem like that's life changing money. and that affects everybody else. Like, look what this person was able to do. But what about everybody else that didn't win 15,000, 50,000, and they went home with less than 14 after taxes? So after taxes, they actually took home maybe 8 grand
But you
for
see,
everything they did. The UFC heavyweight champion Francis Ngannou, highest payday, $600,000.
bro. But
He
you
went
see
out
why?
one night with boxing with Tony uh
with
Tyson
Warley
Fury.
and Warley.
No, 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 and yeah, Wally, but Francis Ngannou was a UFC champion. I'm saying
Oh
he
yeah,
made
yeah,
six-
yeah.
he made 600,000. He went to boxing and fought Francis Ngannou and made 100 times amount the money he ever made in his entire UFC career. One night of boxing. It was
But mira,
incredible. And that
that,
just goes to show you the person that Dana White and the mindset that he has a slave wager
yeah, no,
mindset.
check this out. You see the difference. Dana White tried to compete with Vince McMahon. The difference, and people criticize that old man and whatever. He, as a small businessman, he took a little company and make it a worldwide company and make people invest into it. But what he did with the people's money, he invested in lights, in production, in the company, and the people became what? A universe that can sustain and pay good the wrestlers and pay good everybody. So look what it is now. They
Yeah,
actually
check this
bought
out.
the UFC.
Check this out. Check this
That's
out,
the
right?
difference. Like Dana White, you know what Dana White used to talk a lot? Like he want to have $1 million bet. Why you want to bet $1 million? You think that make you better or what? Are you
Yeah.
that
Well,
delusional?
check this out, right? Well, it's funny what you're saying, right? But if you sit back and you think about your comparison with Dana White going up against the WBE, right? Check this out. So you mean to tell me he wanted to be a multi-million dollar organization like the WWE, right? In the
Hmm.
WWE, their fighters get paid way more than the real UFC fighters, right?
Yes.
And then your fighters that you have don't necessarily have to stay in shape they just got to be tall and big, basically, and just, work out with some of those special vitamins, and you get them real big. They don't necessarily, but in the UFC, you have to have a striking coach, a conditioning coach, a real wrestling coach, a jujitsu coach. You have to spend and be really skilled to make less money
And spend more money in training.
and spend more money in training when you're competing against the fake thing and they actually make more money than your real guys.
And you saw how Brock Lesnar went over there and plowed through everybody. And the other one, Shamrock, that he was in the, he went over there to UFC and plowed through everybody too.
See,
So
see,
then what
see.
you're
Well,
telling
well,
me?
Brock Lesnar was different and a different animal.
No, that's
I want
another animal, bro. Brock
I
Lesnar
just
for
want you to
me.
know this, right? He's just a different man, and I see him for who he is, right? He didn't go to
Minnesota
UFC.
Prime.
He didn't go to the UFC because he thought he can make more money
Yeah,
wrestling in the WWE. He
and he
didn't do
did.
that. No, no, he didn't do that at all. He went to the UFC because throughout his WWE career, he got a lot of criticism for being called fake.
Oh yeah, yeah. It
And
wasn't for the money. Yeah, yeah. It
Brock
wasn't for the
Lesnar
money.
was a real wrestler, like coming up in high school, college type shit. And he was a real like man. He was an aggressive man. The A lot of wrestlers in the WWE said, and you couldn't play around with him in the back room because he was a serious dude. So when he was doing the WWE shit, he ran into like real fighters, and they were like, "Motherfucker, we'll fuck you up."
Yeah,
So
the
he,
gold
in his
medalist.
head, as just a warrior, Brock got the idea. He said, "You know what? I'm gonna try UFC shit." So he started trying to like be a real fighter, and in his competitive fucking animal He's just a big fucking guy
Oh,
that he just started. But he wasn't necessarily skilled, but he wanted to prove that he wasn't a fake. And the only
well,
way you can do that, become the fucking UFC world champion. Yo, you shut everybody up, right? So Brock was just a big human
yeah.
that
He's a
didn't want
two-time
to,
All-American champion,
yeah,
wrestling
but he
champion.
didn't want to be known
No, I
as a
know, I know.
WWE champion.
Yeah, I
You feel
understand.
me?
Yes. Yep, of course.
It's being such a big man, it just naturally walking into a room where your title is fake,
Yeah, that's what
bro.
people say. Yeah.
No, listen. You can't even put that WWE Championship of the World against a
But Mark
fucking,
Henry, you don't remember? He went to the first strongman competition too to
yeah. I
prove
know, but
himself.
in real life, I don't care what it is in entertainment. I'm talking real life. We're in a room. You're gonna tell me that the WWE champion can walk in a room and what? Tell the fucking Golden Glove champion to shut up?
I will tell you that if you
The
walk in a
Golden
room,
Glove.
you walk with those two, the Golden Glove and WWE, more people gonna recognize the WWE title
Okay.
than the
You don't.
Golden
I
Glove
don't think you
title.
understand what I'm saying, Papa. I
No,
don't
I
think you.
understand you. I
I don't think you
understand you,
are.
but I'm saying
You're doing it by. No, if we was to do it by pub, then that fucking WWE belt would be really strong. If we were doing it by worldwide
popularity,
recognition,
popularity.
yeah, popular. No, we're not going that way.
Okay,
What we're
okay,
doing,
okay, okay, okay.
reality, real, a real man. You walk into a room, we're really standing there, bro. I don't give a fuck if you're the WWE champion. As a real dude, I know your shit is fake. You understand?
Yes,
There's a
yes,
Golden
yes,
Glove
yes.
champion kid there, standing there. He's like 18. That kid will punch your head off your shoulders. You mean to tell me that that rehearsed, movie scripted guy got more skills in real life? What if they got into an argument in real life? Who you got your money on? I got my money on the Golden Glove champion in real life.
In
We're talking real life.
depend,
So
yeah, yeah.
When Brock
But if it
Lesnar
Brock Lesnar, I got my money on Brock Lesnar, bro.
when Brock Lesnar was the WWE champion and he would walk into those rooms with
And
the
that is what. Yep, yep.
John Jones, the Mike Tysons,
Yes,
and
yes,
he's sitting there like I don't think he feels much like a champion in that moment when you're
yes,
around
yes,
real
yes,
combat
yes. Now,
champions.
yes, yes. You put it, yes, that way. When you put me Roy Jones, yes, yes, I
You
get it.
understand what I'm saying? You
Yes,
got Chuck
yes,
Liddell there. You
yep,
got real guys that go out there and bang. So at some point in that big man's head,
yep.
Brock Lesnar was looking around and said, "Man, I don't want to end my career being known as like that kind of
Just
champion. Like I want the respect of these guys are getting." When Conor McGregor walks into the room, Floyd Mayweather, Manny Pacquiao, I want that kind of respect. So the only way he felt like he can get it, he went to the UFC,
yep,
where he could utilize all, his weight and his size.
yes.
Because in boxing he was gonna lose.
Oh
He
yeah,
would have
yeah. He's
he
too
would
big
have
for
to
that.
do too many
He's
years to learn boxing.
yeah, nah,
The
nah.
best thing in the UFC, he was so big that if he got you down, Brock Lesnar just pound on you. It was a rap kid. That was a rap son. Like, but
Bro.
and then by winning a UFC title, then he climbed that Mount Everest in his
Yep,
career. Then he went
exactly.
back down to wrestling where he didn't have to get punched in the face no more.
And
But
get
now when
really
he
good
walks,
pay, get real
right,
good money.
but now when he walks into the room, he's recognized as a real combat sport
But that
champion.
what we're talking about,
There's a
he went
difference.
back to make money in the place that people
No, I don't
call
give a
that
fuck about
title
the money.
fake.
Okay, yeah, the situation of money, no.
But you
It's
see what I'm saying?
yeah,
UFC,
no.
Dana
It's about
White
the glory
don't
for
pay
me.
the people like
Yeah,
you're
yeah, yeah.
beating their
I don't care
ass,
about none of that shit.
and
It's
Hey,
then
about the
yo,
glory.
Edwin. Super chat by Mr. Miyagi. He says,
Oh,
"Salute round one. Since you're talking pay, I've seen Inoue made allegedly 25 million to fight Picasso, the highest paid athlete in Japan."
That's remarkable. No, no,
yeah.
no. But okay, okay. Just like when we're talking about things and I'm breaking shit down, sometimes you could not see everything. You just see the number, and you sometimes you won't be impressed. But we're talking about a bantamweight fighter here that made that much money. In the history of boxing, I repeat, in the entire time that the sport has existed, there has never been a bantamweight champion that made that kind of money,
Nope.
nowhere near it.
And that's
So
why
you got to
Dana White cannot be
recognize
in
what he's
boxing.
doing,
If
what
Dana
he's
White
doing.
get in boxing, they will not gonna make that amount of money no more.
Hey, aren't they launching? I think January 28th that Tufa boxing or some shit like that.
Yeah, the Tufa boxing is coming on and everything, and there's a lot of pushback from that from the boxing community, and I can see why. Because that supports Dana White and what I was talking about here right now.
Right now.
And I was, because I'm giving you a heads up of what you're dealing with. His track record is not the best when you got the biggest lawsuit in all of combat sports from where you came from. Meaning, at what point were you going to build the UFC so high that you were going to feel comfortable enough to start paying the fighters correctly? If all the way to the day they sued you, you're like a mixed Scrooge,
And then
and
and
you didn't care. You
how
just
many of these
you knew. No, he paid his superstars, like the guys that, and he still like undercut them because from what I know, Conor McGregor made a lot of money with him. John Jones made money with him, but fighters like Demetrius Johnson, they didn't.
because
They
they don't
didn't.
bring a lot of asses to the chair. And I can understand McGregor. He bring a lot of people and he made people buy pay per
Yeah,
view.
but he still should have paid McGregor
Of course, but that's
more
what
than
we're
what he
talking
deserved.
about. He's very cheap. He's just thinking in him and how he gonna spend $1 million in a bet instead of
Yeah, I
how I
think he
gonna
got
make my
lost.
company better and how I gonna pay these people better so they can give me better fights so people get invested in my company.
Yeah,
No, he
I
don't
think
think like
listen,
that.
listen, 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 listen. It's easy for me to sit here and pick apart Dana White, but I always do this. I don't always do it, but I'm starting to. Before I'm quick to sit out and sit down and pick point somebody else's bad mishaps or things, I would like to also say, well, Edwin, what if you were there? What if you were Dana White, Edwin? You started building your company up off the sweat and the backs of fighters. You knew one day, you told them, we're building this together. One day you guys will be on a big stage making big money. And Edwin, I asked myself, if you were confronted with all this money and it was all coming in, day out, you were on boats, you were doing things in the world you've never done before, but that shit costs money.
Yeah, but the blueprint
Do
was
you
out
think
there.
do
Follow
you
what
think
Vince McMahon did.
like
Follow, do the same
okay,
thing.
but hold up. That's them. I'm asking Edwin. I'm asking Edwin.
Uh,
Like
I don't know. I can't stand him.
I gotta know that would I have done anything different? I would like to believe I would have. I would like to believe that. I'm not sure. I've had money, I've lost money, I've had money, and every time I've had money, I thought I had money, I didn't have no money. And then I end up getting more money and then realizing I didn't have shit, you know?
Yeah, right.
And then it's like that in life, right? And then you gotta learn how to live within your means. Like I remember when I didn't have that much money, I didn't appreciate it. So it wasn't nothing to spend it. Then when I learned how to live in my means, I saved my money and it hoarded for a little while. And then when I started spending it, I realized that I
Got
had to
shit.
learn. Yeah, I have that. The more the system was,
I know we've been
don't
there.
have more going out than you have to have more coming in than you got going out.
Yep,
Like don't spend more. You know what
that
I'm
what is
saying? So
coming in.
yeah, right. So you have to learn how to adjust with that in money, and that's just life. That's just life with everything, you know. But yeah, like I don't know. I just think that
But
I
he
would
give me
love.
so many bad vibes
Yeah,
and
he
bad
gives
and
me a lot of
all
bad
and
vibes.
his
I
track
just want to
record.
believe that
It
I
was
wouldn't have
another
not done that.
person, you know, it
Yeah,
was another person in front of it. Maybe I will not gonna be so hesitant at it. But because it's him, the face of that FIFA boxing, whatever the name it
yeah,
is I'm like, I don't know, dude. I
yeah,
no. Then that
yeah.
is what we're support. That's what I'm paying these $50 to support
Right.
the
And
small guy, fresh promotion.
right,
Download it on your smart TV,
right.
pay
Remember,
per
right.
view app.
Check it out. Check it out. Like Turkey could have gotten Ed Hearns, Oscar De La Hoya, or any of the other guys to try to like kick this off, but they got their own thing going. So they weren't gonna let their thing go to start to like build yours. So he had to get someone to just
Other
put all
face.
interest into the boxing, but has experience, like another shark, another titan, somebody
Yeah,
that's not afraid of
the
fighting.
Can
Who could
family have a bunch of them. The
who
Can
could
family.
check? Listen, who could do that? And Dana White on a daily basis tells yes and no. You're gonna get the fight. No, you ain't getting shit. To the one of the group of the most killers on the planet, the most talented. Like he's telling Connor, shut the fuck up, and he's telling Anderson to Spider Silva, nope, you're not getting that fight. Like he's legitimately like Rampage Jackson. Nope, sit right there, Rampage.
Yeah.
Like
What?
this is what Dana, where he comes from. You think he's scared of boxers? So when Turkey looked at Dana, he was like, well, you're not going to be intimidated in a combat sport or like mesmerized by the champion and say yes to everything. Yes, Terrence Crawford, you want this much money? Like, no, Dana's going to be like, looking at Dana like, bro, I had John Jones. I had Francis Ngannou. I have fucking, all these like,
But
he's
it's
not
something he's
new.
not counting. The fan base, the
Right, it
boxing
doesn't matter.
fan
It
base.
doesn't matter. He's a titan. When you're looking at Dana White, his character, that motherfucker's steel.
Yeah.
He's not
But
gonna fold. That's like that's getting the toughest McScrooge you've ever seen in your life. Like McScrooge wasn't tough. He was just greedy, right?
yep.
But Dana White, that's one tough McScrooge. right? Like
Yeah. But
listen, he's gone to punches in videos with fighters in hallways and shit. Dana. Like, did he smack the
oh
shit
yeah,
out of his
yeah.
wife and shit on a video and got away with it? Like he's bulletproof. Like this dude, he listen, he walks out with Donald Trump. He's got friends in high places. And
Oh
then Turkey Al Sheikh is his other friend. So you
yep.
got you got Donald Trump in one pocket, Turkey in the other, and you own the UFC?
Yeah, I know, I
Bro,
know. But
bro.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Hey, Don King used to hang out
I
with Donald Trump and look at and you remember Don King.
come on,
Imagine
man.
having Donald Trump
That
and
dude is a
Petro money
titan.
and Petro money. Shit.
And I mean that in a good way.
But you know what? It's gonna happen. What is gonna happen? Always is dots. You know, the
Yo,
market
he's
always
just a
go their way.
businessman, but he's a Scrooge McDuck businessman, bro. And
And I
I don't
always said
know.
the boxers earn how
I
many
don't
people
know.
you bring to the stadium, to the share, how many assets to the share. If you don't bring assets to the share, you cannot ask crazy money. You have to accept what they want to pay you because you don't fill up the stadium. Other person do. So till you don't become, till you don't fight and entertain people, because now the boxers are forgetting that they are entertainers too, and they have to entertain the crowd. You don't have to go super toe to toe all the time. Like my, it's other box because Tito Trinidad style wasn't Subriel Matias style. Yes, he got knocked down, but if you watch him, he was a pure boxer. You know, Sabjuda was another, but it's the aura, the charisma, and how you entertain the people. This is how these boxers make money. It's not just in the ring hitting, because Subriel Matias, yeah, he got all his knockdown, but his charisma, how he talk, his background, he have a story to tell, so people can invest in him. So these are the stuff that sell. What Sander Saya, what was still missing out of him? It's not the opponents. It's not. Is how people gonna invest in this young kid? What is the story? What? Well, okay, you want to be champion, but what? So it's different. Which, but if you don't bring shares, access to shares, you cannot ask big money. Oh, another thing that I found out, Hitchens have to fight his mandatory. Remember that he don't want to fight. He don't fight Subriel because he want to fight Camboso. Back then, Subriel was the IBF mandatory, right? So because he become the WBC, uh, Goyas Valenzuela and Dolfo Delgado fought for the number one mandatory for under the IBF rules.
All right, give me
So
a second. Give me a second. What's this guy's
The bitch
Rico
ass nigga is Rico from Naptown.
from Naptown? All right. First of all, first of all, the guy comes up here texting about Ness like if Ness is his older brother or dad or something.
who
Like he
gives a
has to
damn
come up
about
here like
this?
if whatever Ness says is like Ness crashed out on his dude, but homeboy, and
And he here.
and
That's the
I'm here,
funny thing.
yeah,
And
like
he's
I'm
here
Round One
talking his
Sports Talk.
shit.
Yeah, like what? Who gives a fuck? Like, are you? Do you got his pom poms and his cheerleaders or his nuts in your mouth?
No, I think
No,
he's shaking after he pissed. That's why.
I don't know.
And
He
You
tied
have
or
to
tied him
sit
to
here
sleep or whatever.
to say that
he
Mm,
tucks Nesson
homegrown
that night,
shit.
that bitch ass.
Yo, homeboy.
slap in the face.
Hey yo,
Yo,
this
He
is
laugh at
roast
you,
session
bro.
here,
He
Rico.
laugh
This
at
is,
you.
yo, you could talk for free and we roast for free.
We
yo,
don't care.
listen,
Ain't
Rico,
none of that shit over here. You gotta pay to be heard. Nah, here you
Rico,
get heard and you get read.
Rico
So,
is his
oh,
personal little cheerleader, like
Yeah,
Mr. Pol-
Rico the cheerleader.
the
yeah.
cheerleader
No, but
motherfucker.
let me
Like,
tell you
who gives a
about
fuck?
Hitchens. But so now the IBF told Hitchens, right? Yes, Turkey say he want Hitchens out, but IBF told Hitchens that he have to fight his mandatory. That if he don't fight his mandatory, IBF gonna do what IBF do. So
Like,
anyway, it's no docking at this guy.
Lindolfo.
No, 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 no. Yeah, he have to fight Lindolfo Delgado, but it's not that he's docking the one that is gonna fight Keishan now.
Jermaine Ortiz.
Jermaine Ortiz is no docking over there because people
right.
always wanna. I'm not big fan of Hitchens, but I'm not fans that people be calling every boxer a dog or diminishing the victories or the opponents. I don't like that stuff, you know. And now IBF told to Hitchens that
Right.
he have to fight Lindolfo Delgado as a mandatory.
No, 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 no. Hold on, no, 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 no. Back up. Back up.
Give me.
Who reported it at Round One Sports Talk? Did I not say it like a month ago that Keyshawn Davis was gonna fight Lindolfo Delgado?
No,
And I
but what?
said it. And I said it. And then it went back to Jermaine Ortiz because it went from Jermaine Ortiz to Keyshawn Davis. From Keyshawn Davis, and then Lindolfo Delgado's name came up. And then I said he was gonna fight Lindolfo, and they was like, nah, no, he's not. And I was like, no, 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 wait a minute. My bad. He was gonna fight was it Lemos?
No, no, because
No,
Lindolfo and Goyat Valenzuela fought for the number one contender under the IBF rules when Subriel Matias become the WBC
okay, and then he
champion.
swung back around to that fight because I know that Richard Hitchens and Jermaine Ortiz went in not one but two times to try to salvage their fight. And then that was at the same time when Richard Hitchens was on social media with Keyshawn Davis, remember? And
Yep.
then Keyshawn, and then you see the thing is, I came on and I reported, I said, well, it's kind of weird that Richard Hitchens, the two guys you negotiated with, now they're fighting each other without you. And you're the one that's the champion looking for these guys to fight. And it seems like you pulled out. But and then I was corrected. I talked to a member of Ortiz's camp, in fact, and they said that Ortiz said and felt that Richard Hitchens didn't pull out of the fight, that it was somewhere decided in the uppers, maybe because of the
The
venue
boxing
or the
business.
date. They had, I guess they couldn't get the date in the venue they wanted for that, and the time frame was too much for the both fighters. So that's why their management opted out or something like that. But as far as the fighters and they're in communication with each other for the little bit that they were on social media, Ortiz does not feel that Richard Hitchens ducked him. And that's
Eh,
coming from that side.
No,
And
but
they're
I say
saying that,
by the IBF rule because you know the IBF, when you become champion, or you can go through your mandatory or you can have a optional, right?
right, right, right. But I
But
just
after
want
the
to put that out
optional,
there.
you
I
have
want to
to
put
go.
that out there. No, no, because some of my American fighters get bad names. You know, they get quickly. People want to
Yeah,
call them ducks.
yeah, right
So,
away.
so when I hear a story that is not so, then I'm gonna give him his credit. You know, so
Entonces,
don't think that I'm no when oh he said something bad. No, because when it's happening right, and if I catch wind of it, and I could have stood quiet, I
yeah,
could have
but
made let the world think Richard Hitchens is
dog,
ducking Jermaine and Keyshawn or whatever. But
but
I'm
it's not like that.
personally telling you that they don't feel that way,
No,
that
and
that
then the
they didn't feel
IBF.
that way about him. So since I got that piece, I was like, well, let me back up Richard here, and because the fight fans are gonna quickly come out and say, nah, you when they look back on this. And they talk
Yeah,
about Richard Hitchens, they're gonna be like, in quick sentence, you duck Jermaine Ortiz, you duck this guy.
yeah, 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 and it wasn't like that.
Right, right. So I just wanted to be like, they
Be
don't
honest,
feel that
I'm not
way.
a big fan of his style and whatever Gabriel Matias, but neither I gonna bury a boxer just because.
Right. That's what I don't
No,
want to do. Like I
no.
say, I like guys, yeah, like I said, I'm if I have it, I'm gonna report it. If I don't got it, I don't got the right to say it. If I feel I'm not qualified to talk about it, I won't. I'm just giving you what I got.
Over here is
And
not
I'm
the
fair.
gaslighting voice.
And I'm not. Nope. I'm not going to gaslight. And when my guys deserve it, I'm going to give it to them because, I don't want Richard Hitchison to be known for something he's not if they feel
Well,
he ain't.
he is
So
a duck though.
I say, I don't,
Well,
yeah, he might have dug Matias and Matias might have said that. And
and
he
let
No,
him
he
keep
under,
it
did
going.
duck me. It's not he might have. He
oh,
did.
yes,
It's
okay.
okay. Hey, a lot of boxers
I
have
know what it
ducking, but
was.
we're talking about here about Jamir Ortiz, Keishon
Yeah.
Davis, and the
And
IBF rules
the rule,
because
yeah,
Hitchens already have his optional. Now he have to
yeah,
go through his mandatory,
yep.
or if not, the IBF will do what IBF does, and it's taking the title out. They don't have interims or none of that shit. They're very strict. So just letting I just let it
All
out
right.
there.
Wow. Okay. Well, I guess you guys are a fan of him or whatever. I think Camboza should come. A name I thought what I never would have heard tonight. We gotta throw that up there on the screen. Jesus, that's a fight fan. Who is this guy? Read this.
He's
Well,
that's your Inoue buddy right there.
Is it?
Yeah,
Oh
yeah,
yeah.
yeah, 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 yeah,
He's
yeah.
gotta be a
He said
loyal
round one, talk
guy.
your mess, saying that Espinoza could beat Inoue.
You know it.
That's your Inoue guy.
but,
Listen. Look, look, look. Let me tell you something right now. Um, I think that Espinoza is a hell of a fighter and shit. I just think that Naoya Inoue is a better technical boxer. And that fight is a 50-50 for me. I think that if anybody can beat Naoya Inoue is Espinoza with his size, reach, and his
yeah,
power.
the size.
I think that Espinoza is a worthy adversary just because the puzzle. You see, I've always said this. If you were gonna fight Naoya Inoue, you couldn't be the same size. You had to bring something to the table height, length, reach, power. Espinoza brings all that. Okay, and he's a decent boxer and fighter in his own right. So when you got that much, you can't ignore that. For the skilled talent that is Naoya anyway, yes, I recognize his talent. I like him in the fight, but you can't ignore what Espinoza brings. So when you talk about that, it's kind of in this situation, you gotta see it to believe it type shit. I think that he is the best threat, but as far as the rest of the 126, Naoya Inoue, I think will make short work of Nick Ball. I'm gonna stand on that. I think Naoya Inoue, if Bruce Carrington was to win this belt, I think that that would be an interesting fight, but I think Naoya Inoue stops him late. Um, and
Stop it.
and then Leo, I'm not sure.
Shushu, Shushu gonna whoop in a way.
No, that would never happen.
Okay,
He's
write it
like my
down.
host, Frontline.
Frontline.
He's drinking some of the funny juice
So what?
tonight, and he doesn't know what he's saying. He's
You
impaired.
want to start a war?
So yeah, listen, I just don't think that anybody
Choo,
else is
choo,
gonna stop
choo,
that
choo,
kid.
Baja el
choo,
radio
choo.
atrás,
Oh
Mela.
my!
See, I don't think nobody else is gonna stop that kid, Naoya, but um, those two fighters right there are really a big threat. You know what would have been nice? Check this out. How about this, guys? Tell me what you guys think about this fight. Everybody's yelling out names for Inoue. They're yelling out names like um, Junto Nakatoni, Bam Bam Rodriguez, shit, Tank Davis, right? They're yelling out those names. But one name that I don't hear, and I actually would like this fight, right? And he could fight really in his own weight division. What about Isa Pitbull Cruz? What if Isa Pitbull Cruz got disciplined again, lost the weight, and met Naoya at 130, where he's 5'3"? He's actually shorter than Naoya Inoue, that's 5'5". Tank Davis's height.
Yo, that'll be a banger.
If in the way that Isa Pitbull Cruz fights, he can catch Naoya. And Isa's been hit by big guys. He'll walk through Naoya's power dog. I think that Mexican can
Here,
steal
here,
4 belts, bro.
nah. Here's the difference. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna break it down. Why Inoue beats Pitbull? I'm gonna tell you why.
I gotta
Be
Naoya
because
hit
for
too,
the
but
first time
I would like that
against
one.
because the first time against Lamont Roach, I seen Pitbull Cruz on his back foot. Why? Because Lamont Roach kept going to the body. And towards the later rounds, when
Yeah,
Pitbull Cruz was walking backwards, it caught up to him. Now let's flip the script. Imagine in a way, he's a body snatcher. He goes to the body a lot.
a
His
lot.
combinations. So he will drain Isak in no time.
You think so?
Now, somebody like Shushu, that's fast, got a little pop at the end of his punches. He doesn't hit hard, but he got a lot of pop.
Stop
He,
it.
he's gonna stop in a way.
Listen, frontline. Stop giving my viewing audience a false perception of what you really think, because I'm gonna tell you guys, I'll give you guys all homework. Oh yes, you know I'm gonna eat. I'll give you guys all homework. You guys can put oh okay. I love it. Uh-huh. Oh yeah. I love it, baby. Hey yo, check this out.
Damn, round one got a waitress and everything.
Stop it. Listen, I tip my waitress.
I'm here. It's
Okay.
just I'm
Hey
listening to the
waitress, here's
old
a tip.
stuff.
Don't eat yellow snow. Don't eat yellow snow. There's a tip for you. Anyway, listen. Woohoo! Yeah. Yeah, that's how we do. But listen, what was I saying? I don't know. Take it away. Back to you, frontline.
Well, Mr. Hidachi says, "Get the fuck out of here." Pitbull too big for Inoue. I think his hardest fight at
Bop.
featherweight is Nick Ball. I think he beats Espinoza pretty easy. Shushu and Leo is food for him. That was from Kaiser.
Mm.
Mr. Idachi says Isak was boxing up Roach. Pitbull has no skills. He leads with his head. Says George. Mr. Mr. Itachi says Inoue can't even beat Espinoza. He can't beat Doodoo though. Carrington trash.
Uh, 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 uh. What did you say? Read that one again. I didn't know.
I don't know. Somebody deleted it. I,
Oh yeah, right.
I don't see the
Oh
message no
shit, you
more.
delete. Wow, my life.
Now he said
Wow.
Inoue can't even beat Espinoza. He can beat Doodoo though. Carrington's trash.
Mm,
So he can't beat Espinoza, but he could beat Shushu.
mm.
Isak don't need much skill for Inoue. He can just bulldoze him. So I mean, the question falls: what if Inoue knows based on all his performances, Isak's never touched the canvas, so he knows that he's got a solid jaw. So when a boxer studies another boxer, and they see weaknesses. For an example, against Roach, Roach was attacking the body, and then it caught up to him in the later rounds. You saw Isaac Pitbull Cruz for the first time on his back foot. Don't you think if I see that as a fan, don't you think Inoue's team's gonna see it as their profession? They're gonna find holes that we don't see, but a skilled eye will. So I think at 30, that'll be a good fight. But I wouldn't want to see Inoue go up to 30 because
Nah.
if Pitbull does connect, bro, it's gonna
Yeah.
be night night for Inoue.
Yeah, it is.
Inoue's not getting up
Mm.
at all.
Let me ask you a question. You think if Naoya Inoue has Espinoza hurt, like Robesi had him hurt in the first round when he dropped him, you think Robesi makes it out of that round, or makes the turnaround that he did with a killer like Naoya Inoue?
Well, hold on. Let's back up to that fight because if you rewatch it, Robesi should have won that fight. They gave Espinoza extra time. It's not like
Uh,
he recovered at 8. You know what I'm saying?
that's like me saying Mike Tyson should be heavyweight champion of the world because they gave Buster Douglas an extra 12 seconds.
Yeah, no,
What
yeah.
happened
I
is
was
what happened.
surprised. I
Move
was
on.
surprised when they let Espinosa fight, but what happened? And then Roesi knee down, whatever is what you say, oh Mike Tyson, he Buster Douglas. But at the end of the day, I was surprised that bro, he even was surprised that referee let him fight, keep fighting. But happened what it happened, it is what it is.
Do you think that Robesi let the fight come out of him when he dropped Espinoza? Like meaning when there's a point in the fight that you think I thought that Robesi felt like I got him. I knocked him down. The fight's over. And then he turned around and they gave him like ample time to recover. And Robesi thought a fight's over. And he let the fight come out of him. There's a situation in boxing where you can you like hey you have like an adrenaline dump. And then all of a sudden you're like, oh shit, I'm still fighting, and you can't turn it back on. Did any of you guys feel like Robesi did that in the fight?
You got to give it to Espinoza. Espinoza's a dog because he came back after that and whooped Robesi's ass for the remaining bout. Now, on the second fight, that motherfucker made Robesi say no mas in the middle of a fight. And it's not like the corner stopped it or anything like that. That motherfucker had no mo. He couldn't see. He was blinded out of his eye or some shit like that. So you got to give it to Espinoza. That being said, Rachel's in the chat. She says, "Hey, I'm here, but if you guys talked about everything, it's okay." Nope, Rachel, we haven't touched on anything. We're waiting for you to give your insight with Edwin.
Yes, we
But
are.
drop the link for her, Edwin, or
Yep.
she has it
I'm not. It's the same link, Rachel, that you used from the last one. If you
here.
look,
I'll put it in the chat.
That was delicious.
All right, I'm about when she gets on, I'll get off. So like that, y'all can chop it up.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we're gonna be talking more about the Subir Matias fight card in New York
The
City,
keys to victory for
and
both fighters.
yeah, and the keys to victory for both fighters. And Rachel Donaire is gonna be coming up and sharing her insight, and she did a lot of work on this card and to bring up the fighters. So we're gonna be talking about them. And I'm not sure what happened with Camachito. What is he streaming? What's going on?
No, not yet, because I texted him the link too.
Hmm.
He didn't respond or anything like that. So I don't know. But once I get off, I'll shoot him a quick text.
Yeah, yeah, because we were supposed to have some other people link up with us out there in New York too, but you know how things have been going in New York. Either they're going fast in a New York minute, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yo, you gotta understand, bro. They're in there with everybody right now. So
Yo, Round One, you going to be there for Tio and
Got to be
Shakur?
so
I
loud.
know
Everybody's pump up,
you'll
you know,
be out there for that.
pictures, whatever. Everybody want to get 20,000 interview. Are the British, the
Okay, guys. I have special guest Rachel Donaire.
Dale.
Thank you, gentlemen.
final.
Okay. Hello, Rachel. How you
Hi.
doing?
Did I piss off Frontline? Why do you leave?
No, 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 no. Actually, no, you did not piss off Frontline or anything. I just decided to just have you on the show, me and you today, because I know that you have put a lot of work into this and stuff, and I wanted no, I didn't just want a group of guys shooting this shit. I wanted to ask the questions I needed to ask from you about this fight, and to fill you in on a couple other things that's been going on behind the scenes. So I knew I had a lot of chopping up to do with you, and I wanted to see if you knew anything other stuff. So I was when you came on, they were like, "Hey, we're gonna jump off," so they volunteered to do that. So
Oh, okay. Okay.
yeah.
Um, so I guess do you want to start with the first 10 rounder, which
Uh,
is
First of all, yeah. First of all, I want to announce you. This is Rachel Donaire, the former three division world champions, beautiful wife here, and she has taken the time out of her day to talk boxing, and she has given she did fight by fight analysis on both fighters on the Subir Matias card. So Rachel, take it away. Who do you got? What do you? How do you want to do it? You want to go from top to bottom or from which way?
no bottom to top. So,
Okay.
Rodriguez versus Fernando Diaz, right? Bantamweight is the
Okay.
first 10 rounder. So I only did as far as because you told me that there was, I can't remember who was the cancellation.
It's
Um,
Henry Cedeno versus Ojo Santiago, and then that one right there, Diaz versus Rodriguez, got pushed up to the co-main event.
oh, well,
So,
crap.
so they're the co-main event now. Yes,
Okay,
and
so
it goes Sabrina Diaz, them, and then I believe it's
Centron.
I believe it's in Throne, and then the Nestor Bravo, and then Keith Cologne. I think that's the order.
So
Yeah,
Matias,
a couple guys moved around.
Manny,
Yep.
and then who's next?
I think
Sin-
wait up. Let me look it up for you right now. I can do that. Get you to see. I'm not sure if BoxRec updated their system to for the event, but that's what I'm gonna check out. Hold on 1 second. I got it. Uh, oh, and by the way, I was talking to Camachito down there. Let's see here. So they have it. Well, they got it a little backwards here. They got okay, so they got Nestor Bravo in the co-main event spot against Campo, right? But it's actually the way it went in the weigh-in today. So it went Subriel Matias, Emmanuel Rodriguez was a co-main event, and then it went, I think, Victor Sandoval, them, then the Nesta Bravo, then Keith Cologne, like that, and then the other guy was where he is.
So I did
Marcus.
Sandoval Cintron.
Yep.
I know I did that one. Who's this one? Hold on, real quick. Okay, I did Nestor Bravo. So you think we should start with Nestor Bravo, then go Cintron, Manny?
Yes. Why not? Yep.
Okay. Let's see. Nestor Bravo. Okay. Um, Bravo is a pure technician. He fights tall, calm and controlled. His game is built on timing, distance, and clean punching. His strengths, what shows repeatedly on the tapes, is he has great shot selection. He rarely wastes punches, and he has a great, fast, accurate jab that disrupts rhythm. I like his balance when he's punching and exiting, and he has sharp counters when opponents overcommit. And he's comfortable at fighting mid to long range. But the thing is, I did, of course, with that though, with the shot selection, he has a lower punch volume that can cost him to lose the rounds. Um, he can be too patient against aggressive fighters. He's less comfortable fighting off the ropes, and he needs space when crowded. His output drops. Um, Pedro Campa is a pressure veteran. So he's not that finesse boxer. He's kind of that disruptor, the one that like comes in and really wants to change the game. He's relentless with that forward pressure. He throws punches in a lot of volume and clusters. He's willing to take one and land two. Great strong body attack. Mentally durable. He doesn't need to outbox you. His whole thing is outworking you and outlasting you. But he does have defensive lapses. Of course, when entering the range, his wide punches leave him open to counters. His feet can be slow laterally and can be picked apart by sharp, disciplined
Mm.
boxers.
And he comes to us with a
Um,
record of 37 and 25 knockouts. He has 4 losses, in which in those 4 losses, he suffered 3 knockouts in the 4 losses. So Campo is the veteran in the game. He's a Mexican fighter, 33 of age. And Nestor Bravo is the younger of the two, I believe, right? Uh, okay, yeah, he's
mhm.
by 1 year. I think he's 32. So he's younger by a year, but um he has a record of 23 fights with 16 knockouts with only 1 loss, and Nestor Bravo has never been stopped in his career. Um, yeah, and who else we got on the card? Who-
Um, we went Nestor, then Cintron, right?
Okay, yep,
So, oh, because this is all out of order now, of
yeah,
course.
yeah, and
Okay,
yep,
I remember something about Javier Cintron. That I believe is the number one Puerto Rican bantamweight right now. Um, we were offered to fight between him or Manny Rodriguez
right,
on
correct.
this card, but we went to go fight it, in Japan against Seiya. Um,
For belt,
so yeah, so he's with Centron, he's, a high IQ technician. Olympic level, he, fights with his eyes and not his ego. It's everything's built around the distance and the timing and clean exit. So he's comfortable winning rounds without the drama. He has great footwork and angle creation, his lateral movements after every combination, and subtle pivots to his right after the jab. Um, and his tendency is he never stays centered after punching. Um, There's a couple ones that I saw, Centron versus Gonzalez, where he double jabbed and stepped out. He scores without loading up, and he keeps his opponent hesitant. It's clean touches, not volume, kind of like the last fight, right? Um, Clear shot stand out, even though it is low output again, right? Because that's the biggest thing about high punch, great punch selection, but low output volume because of the selection of punches that you're throwing. Um, he The only danger zone is if he stands there and tries to admire his work, which he doesn't. He's done it like maybe once or twice, but not. It's not consistently where it's a something that you really have to correct. He can give him away moments if he's being too patient. And the low punch volume makes the rounds look a lot closer than they are. And he doesn't like to stay inside exchanges. Um, what else? Sandoval.
Wait, before we go to past Centron comes to us with a record of 13-6. He has one loss. He's never been stopped. He's a Puerto Rican fighter. He's a southpaw and he's 5'7", and he has a 70-inch arm reach and a 48% knockout ratio. His opponent, Rachel?
His opponent is Victor Efron Sandoval,
Hmm.
a pressure disruptor again. He's not trying to look clean at all. He's trying to crowd hit arms, body, and make the fight uncomfortable. I feel like these two last fights are exactly that, right? We're probably going to hear a lot about that throughout this whole conversation.
Right.
He does constant forward steps and throws in clusters, even if they're blocked. And he forces his opponents to reset. He measures his success by position, not accuracy. And he'll accept the clean shots just to close the distance. And like I said, he'll do a couple. He'll take yours just to give his. His hooks to the ribs during exchanges versus Martinez was a great example of this. He punched the arms and then the body inside, and that slows opponent's footwork over the course of the round. Um, he could take away Cintron's legs away by mid-fight if he invests in the body early this way, like how he did with Martinez. He enters square a lot with his chin high and gets hit with the straight shots down the middle against Luis Rodriguez. So he is vulnerable to straight counters. If Cintron wanted to capitalize it would be jab, straight right, and pivot. Um, Cintron must jab every round. Inactivity invites the pressure and pivot after every combination. Keep fight in the center and counter straight when Sandoval rushes in, and never stay on the ropes for longer than 2-3 seconds. Sandoval needs to cut the ring, no chasing, attack the arms and the body, and make Cintron reset constantly and force exchanges late in rounds. Turn it physical and not technical.
Mm. Hit that like button for me, people. So he comes to us with a record. s- um, he comes to us with a record of 38-24. He has 5 losses. He's been stopped one time in his career. Um, he's 5'3". He's 28. He has a 63% knockout ratio. Now, Centron, smaller record with 13 fights, but you know, like Rachel said, stands to be a really interesting fight right here. So yeah, yeah, let's move on to the next one. I don't want to stop you before I give my assessment on them.
We got Emmanuel Rodriguez,
Yes, we'll go there.
another one that was in the WBSS series. Nonito and him were supposed to fight after WBSS at the end of 2020. And then Nonito got COVID and couldn't fight Emmanuel Rodriguez. He ended up losing a controversial decision to Raymart Gaballo, who we ended up facing a year later. Um, he's polished. He does have a lot of experience. He blends.
You there? I lost you, Rachel. I think she might have got a call. She just cut out. Rachel. Uh, Hello, bros. You guys still see me? Am I still up? Up. Here she is. Gotcha.
Am I
Gotcha.
here?
Yes,
Did I
yes,
fall off?
yes, yes.
Oh,
Uh,
weird.
so you might as well just take it from the top from Rodriguez because you like fell off like seconds into it.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yes.
crap. Okay. Basically, where do I start with Rodriguez? Um, he's what I said earlier was the fact that we were supposed to fight him at the end of 2020, and he ended up fighting Raymart Gaballo because Nonito had COVID, um, and Raymart won, and we ended up fighting Raymart Gaballo a year later. There was an opportunity for us again to fight Emmanuel Rodriguez on this card, but again we took this Seiya Satsumi route.
Mhm.
Um, but he, of course, he's from Puerto Rico. He was in the WBSS. And some of the biggest things with him is that he blends timing, patience, and shot selection with enough pop to keep the opponents honest, and he's not reckless. So when he was fighting someone like Jason Maloney, Maloney would step in behind his jab, and Manny would counter with straight right and a left hook, and then he immediately resets the angle. So he waits for the mistakes and then punishes them cleanly as soon as he sees it. Um, with someone when he fought like Diaz, Diaz's forward pressure will will feed his strength, right? Um, Under pressure, Maloney, when Maloney was increasing tempo in that same fight that we were talking about, Rodriguez was relaxed. He blocked and then he fired short counters. He didn't panic or smother his own work. So the pressure doesn't rattle him. I think it's because of the amount of experience he's had in the ring. So that's another one. And the body combinations that he has against Brazil, I think is how you pronounce it. He digs left with the left hook to the body and comes back upstairs immediately, and the opponent guard freezes when he does that. So he does do smart body investments, and not reckless.
Right. I like Emmanuel Rodriguez. I've seen a lot of his fights. I like him. I liked him when he fought Gary Antoine Russell, even though both fights were like DQs basically from clash of heads. But the way he looked enduring the fight, it really showcased his ability in fights like that. So yeah, yeah. So let's break down the main event, and before I give you and we go back and forth on my assessment on the fights and stuff. I know I've already done it, but I want to talk it over with you. So let's get to the main event.
We didn't do Diaz.
Oh, we didn't. No, we didn't do Diaz. That's right. Okay, there you go. Thank you.
We
Thank
just
you.
talked about Manny.
I'm a little fast. Look at me. Go ahead.
No, yeah. So Diaz is a pressure first volume puncher. He wants contact. He wants those exchanges. He wants to, turn the fights into work, even if he's getting hit. Constant moving forward steps, like for example against Garcia, he throws looping hooks to head in the body and rarely disengages. Um, Diaz values his position over his defense. Um, he does during the clinches he does invest in the body as well and punches arms and body, and he tries to sap the stamina. So again, that's like I said, a lot of these fights are pretty much a boxer versus a puncher. He squares up a lot and is able um to try to steal the rounds, just trying to throw as many punches as he can. Rodriguez at mid range shows that he can control the rounds, though. His countering, he lands the cleanest shots, where Diaz pressing absorbs punches to gain the ground. He's open and hittable. But when body shots land, Diaz can slow down. And as the pace increases, Rodriguez can stay composed.
Right. Right. I like that assessment because Diaz has never been stopped, but he's been outworked. He's been outworked. And like you said, that was a great breakdown. I like it. I like it. Where we at now? The main event now?
Yeah, hold on, because I messed, the whole
Right.
uh order is all over the
Yeah.
place. Do 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 do. Oh, it's all the way up here. Technical breakdown. Scouting. Oh my god, I did a lot on Subril.
Yeah.
Maybe a little too much. Of course, Subril is a Puerto Rican warrior with a reputation as one of boxing's most feared punchers, two-time world champion at 140. IBF before and currently WBC. He's relentless pressure fighter. He walks opponents down and throws high volume. He has power in both hands, especially his left hook and uppercuts to the body and head. His stamina and pace are capable of maintaining about 80 to 100 punches per round and good inside fighting skills and thrives in close quarters. The vulnerability he showed against highly technical boxers can be outmaneuvered, and wire to wire fighters have troubled him. Tactical discipline, sometimes lacking, overcommitting can open him up to counters. Um, and we talked about this before, his mindset right now, with the uncertainty around like the preparation and focus, just focusing on the fight instead of anything, all the gossip and things that should have been put past him before he steps in the ring. He would have to cut the ring off relentlessly and keep Smith against the ropes and pressure his jab, mix the head and body shots, and slow Smith and make him pay on the inside. Make it a physical fight to negate Smith's movement.
Nice. Good. And Sabria Matias is coming to us in this fight. 23 fights, 22 big wigs by knockout. He lost 2 fights. He lost to Pedro Hernandez and then to Liam Paro, which he avenged the loss to Pedro, and Liam Paro moved up in weight. So he comes to us with the young age of 33 years old. He's 5'8", and he has a 95% knockout ratio, where that Subir Matias has made 5 consecutive professional fighters quit on the stool. He is a WBC current world champion, and we will be hearing about his opponent, Dalton Smith.
So Dalton Smith is from Britain, from Sheffield, with a strong amateur pedigree. He has held a British and European honors, now facing his first major world title stage away from home. He's a sharp and technical boxer with good footwork and fundamentals, and he uses his jab consistently and has improved combinations from the outside. He has intelligent movement. He's not afraid to pivot or circle away from pressure. He's comfortable fighting at range and trying to control the tempo. Of course, with him, because of what he lacks, even though he has a strong amateur pedigree, is that he's been unproven at elite knockout power level. Most of his stoppages came earlier in his career. It's going to be the first time he's going to deal with pure relentless pressure and physicality, and may be susceptible to Matias's power, especially if he gets caught on the ropes. So for him to win, he'd have to keep the fight lateral and don't stay stationary and make Matias chase him, score with clean counters, jab, straight, right, and pivot out, and avoid exchanging on the inside using angles and feints.
That's going to be a tough assignment. With Sabias Matias's pressure that he he takes even the best boxers in the division like Alberto Puello, and he lures them in little by little to fight on the inside, and they're soon just left to trying to out muscle him, and that's his game. Um, Sabria Matias, like you said, Dalton Smith, he has proven himself, but in a way, not against the elite guys. His last few fights have been over there across seas, and coming to the U.S., to New York City in this kind of environment, I tend to wonder, will the lights bother him? Will the atmosphere of not being at home or perhaps booed, could this affect him in this kind of moment, or do you think that the moment's too big overall for a fighter like Dalton Smith, or how do you see that fight?
I think the moment's going to be pretty big for him. Like you said, I think first of all, amateurs, is a whole different game than it is professional. In addition to, there's always a different atmosphere when it comes to the UK fights, right? You get comfortable there. These are your people. You're literally coming into enemy territory, and you know what's going to happen if he starts to, quote unquote, for lack of a better word, run, right? You're going to have that booing. You're going to feel like people are just wanted to come here for a paycheck and not actually fight. That kind of that conversation that we always have, like, is he boxing, quote unquote, or is he running? Because depending on how, if he tries to stand there and really try to win, or if he's just trying to stay at the end of his jab the entire time and think that that's going to win the rounds, I think that ring's going to become smaller
Real
as the
smaller,
fight
right?
goes on.
Rich,
Like, his stamina has to be high to be able to, his legs have to keep him up throughout those rounds to be able to be effective when it comes to moving and pivoting out of the way and making sure that he reduces Matias's movement to the point where it's not as small as the ring that Matias would like.
Right, right. I have some questions right now from some guests, Phil, and I got I see you back there. I got a couple guys. Now remember, guys, I'm gonna let you come up here and ask Rachel some questions about this fight. We've been talking about this all night. Um, with respect, everybody that comes up to the panel, I'm gonna give you a shot, ask your questions, and let's continue with the show. I'm gonna let you guys on the. How you doing, Phil?
Yeah, man. Listen, listen. Oh, what's going on? I think it might be the connection around here. Um, I just think everything in terms of boxing at the moment is just leveled up since
Yep.
the AJ fight against Jake Paul. I think we're getting some good fights.
Yeah,
I don't know if you can hear me, but
I can
we
hear
Yeah,
you.
we
got
can hear you.
Mateus. We got Mateus next week against this British cat. We've got some big fights going on.
Not
All
next
up
week,
to
tomorrow.
all. Yeah,
Go ahead,
go
Phil.
on, bro. Yeah, yeah. I'm not sure whether you can hear me too good. That's why I'm worried.
No, I can hear you loud and clear. I can hear you. Sabor, you have a question for Rachel?
Yeah, man. It's just I'm coming live from Birmingham in May.
Yep. Who do you got in the fight with Dalton
Yeah, I
Smith
got
and
some big questions. Um, the big question is, main question is, what, what's going on with my phone? Can you still hear me? Okay.
you're good. Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
We'll get back to you in a second. See if you
Yeah.
can fix how
The
your phone.
Dalton Smith fight's a 50-50.
Oh, it's a 50-50 for you?
Yeah.
Can you
Yeah.
hear me? Okay.
Yeah. It's kind of a.
Um
It's a 50-50. It's a good fight.
all right. All right, Phil. Thank you for calling in and voicing your pick on the fight. And Sabor, you have any questions for Rachel
Yes,
and
yes,
about
yes.
the fight?
Hi, Rachel. How are you?
Hi.
Um, you did the one for Keith Cologne? Because I don't know if I hear it good.
I don't. No, I didn't do that one. We only did. We didn't. Wait, did we?
Oh,
No, I don't
No.
think we did. No,
okay,
I
okay,
only
okay.
did the top 10 rounders because I didn't
Okay,
know.
It was
okay,
Like,
tough.
okay,
It was
okay.
yeah.
tough.
So how you
Sorry.
see no, no, it's all good. It's all good. It's good. Good. I'm half deaf too.
He's got
But
8 fights, Rachel. It would have been
how you
he's
see
got 8
Sintron?
fights with 8 knockouts. Real simple.
How you see Sintron in this fight? You think he gonna break out from the public where he gonna be over there in New York City in all these bright lights?
Oh, you mean like as far as it being such a big stage?
Yeah. How he's performing and stuff. You think he gonna shot or you how you see him?
I mean, he's a former Olympian, right?
Yep, twice I
So
think.
yeah, I mean, like, so I give preference to that you have been on a big stage before, numerous times. That yeah, it's not going to be it's not professional and all these other things, and there's multiple. Sometimes there is multiple fights going on at the same time that you're fighting, so might not be microscoped on you. But I mean, I think that does give you an added advantage when you go somewhere like London 2012 and Rio 2016. You know what I mean? I think you get to that's for the amateurs, that's the biggest stage you could
Yes.
be on, is the Olympics. So I think that actually helps him because of the fact that he has experience being on a world stage, just in a different atmosphere, the amateur stage. So I don't think that's really going to play a part. Yeah, I don't see that as an issue for him.
You think he can get a knockdown in this fight with his style?
Um, with him being so much like as a technician, I don't think that he's going to want to risk too much with someone who is a pressure first fire. Um, it's going to be highly dependent on if Sandoval comes with a really high gas tank or if he starts to slow down in the middle rounds. Like if the opportunity presents itself, because I believe a lot of the people that did come from Olympics coming into the pros, they're more cautious. I would say to open up themselves to getting knocked or hurt really especially hard. I think that the longer though that you stay in the pros, the more you start to take those chances. So I don't think he's going to go for that. I think that he's gonna try to control the chaos of what's going on with this. And considering that his rating is the number one in Puerto Rico, he's gonna want to continue moving up those ratings. And if he can win this cleanly, I don't think he would want to risk losing that position by trying to knock out uh, Sandoval instead of just getting a clean win.
So he might not try to, but if the
Well,
opportunity
if the
present
yeah,
there,
correct,
then
Yeah.
he can.
correct,
Okay.
correct,
Yeah,
correct.
because too, Sandoval is Mexican American, like from California, I think so. If I'm not confusing.
Mm-hmm.
And it's that rivalry between Puerto Ricans, Mexicans, and I don't know if he wanna get involved in that in the fight, and Sandoval try to make him fight a fight that he's not comfortable to
Right.
fight,
Hmm.
get trapped in that, or
Yeah.
he's gonna be more smart and boxing, fight him, and if the knockout is there, the opportunity is there, he can take advantage, or because we don't like to, if you don't need to get to the 12 rounds, don't get there,
Right. You
like
don't get paid for overtime, but the same thing can be said in the Rodriguez situation. He's fighting a Mexican fighter too, as well. Getting wrapped in the rivalry or the moment. I see what you're saying. Um, I don't think that it's that kind of magnitude for that night because they're not headlining type thing. But if the main event would happen to be that, it would ignite fire throughout the card. They can take it, I guess, as far as they can and use it as fuel. But I think that these two fighters or four fighters actually are all in certain the same situation.
Hmm.
Um, they're
With
gonna
the
be
styles too.
yeah, yeah. And I see that. And Rodriguez is a veteran too. And a lot of these guys right here, like some of them younger, or like Keith Cologne, he's getting to a world stage right now in New York City. He's rocking 100% knockout ratio. And like we said, I don't think he's gonna go in there looking for the knockout. If it presents itself, he said he'll take it. But he tries to not get wrapped up in the moment where he puts that extra weighted pressure on him. Now, if people expect me to knock this person out, you got to
Hmm.
do that.
Yeah,
So,
and like I said, with Sandoval, like you have to remember that he's known for his stamina and high output. So, I
yeah,
mean, the only thing that would decrease his stamina output is if Cintron works the body early, and he didn't do his cardio like he was supposed to. Um,
right.
then that's when you start. Later on, I would think, is when he would be able to create the opportunity for knockout, but not force it.
yeah, because for Manny, I'm not that worried that much, because Manny been here before. He fought in Norway,
Hmm.
he fought other people, he been in Japan, he been in the bright lights. I know now
Yeah.
he's gonna be a co-main, but he been there. But Sintron, that even he been an Olympian and been here and there, but I believe this is his first big card in New York City, where the lights are brightest. So, and because I didn't follow his career that much, now tomorrow night is when I'm gonna see him for my first time. Let's put it that way. Like tomorrow is when I'm gonna be paying attention to what he does. And I don't know if that on his head is like when he see himself in this stage, like he will feel like that, like damn, everybody's looking at me. We don't know how the crowd, if there is going to be a lot of crowd in that time or not, but the TV stuff like that, the lights, like if that pressure get in his way, or he will be able to manage that pressure and manage the pressure of Sandoval to work it in his way. That's
No,
what I.
I get.
Is he
Yeah, I
gonna
get what
work?
you're saying.
So what you think, he will overcome the pressure, or he will be able to pass this test, like good?
No, I think that he'll be able to overcome the pressure. I don't think that that's really like for me. I don't think that that's that much of a question. I mean, like, let's look at this. Like, one of the biggest fighters that Javier Cintron did fight is, 4 fights ago, he fought Kazuto Ioka. Ioka now is in the bantamweight. I believe he's ranked number, if we're number one, two, I think he's three or four. He's underneath us.
Right,
But that he went 12 rounds with Ioka, and he went to Japan, I believe, for that fight.
right, right,
So I know you're saying like, okay, well, um, this is going to be in New York, but I mean, Japan is a very hard place to fight. It's quiet as all hell. It's literally crickets. And if you're fighting against a Japanese, every time that they throw a punch, they're already screaming, that yay or whatever, and oh, and all those things, and you're like, dude, he was hitting air. Um, so, and again, this is against Kazuto Ioka, so it's not just anybody, and he was able to, I quote unquote, survive and fight through 12. He lost a unanimous decision, but Ioka's no slouch.
No, yeah, I remember the face of Yoka. And you, oh, I know you fought over there in Japan. You've been there.
We fought there numerous times.
Oh my god, that's
I mean,
another
not
thing.
me, not me, not me, not me, not me. Hey,
Yeah,
hey, Edwin, real quickly, I'm gonna go grab something to drink. I don't have any
yes.
water. Hold on.
All right, all right. Yeah, well, her husband Nonito Donaire has been out there numerous of times and
oh,
has
that's the
Nonito
Nito
Donaire's
Donaire
wife.
wife.
Yes,
Oh my god,
like
bro.
it
Yeah,
took you this long to figure it out,
yeah. You need to make me map sometimes and explain to
a
me
map,
stuff like that,
bro. I put it in the title. She's been on the show. Like, wow. No,
bro.
yeah. No, her husband's a multiple
Yeah,
division
I know who is Donito
surefire Hall of
Donaire.
Famer, bro.
I know who he is. Of course, I
Nah,
know who he is.
she's in the game like
But remember,
she
I know the
yeah,
boxers, but I don't know their families or stuff. I don't pay attention to that.
yeah. No, well, it's good to know. And no, she's really into the heart and soul of boxing.
Yeah,
People like
I
her
heard.
and are the kind of people that can make real change one day. They look forward to learn and to look at what's wrong with these things, and they go to these places, and they go to the conventions, and they talk with the people that vote on making change and rules, and they show up. And Rachel also does like contracts, looks over contracts. She's
Oh,
really hands on with boxing, and because of her husband and who he is, she was able to absorb a lot of the sport and really be that close to someone that
yeah,
accomplished in the sport. You can learn a lot, because I say this all the time, that sometimes us as fans, we have a misconception that all boxers are these boxer historians, and they're not.
yeah.
They're
No,
not. We deal in a sport with a lot of egos, and where that they think there's no one else to look up. I'm the best. So a fighter doesn't really watch boxing that much. Not a lot of
that's his
fighters
job
watch it.
most of the time.
No,
You're
they don't watch. A
training
lot
and
of
stuff.
boxers don't watch boxing. Some guys do. Some guys know a little bit about boxing. They barely know about the guys in the division. The only thing a professional boxer is concerned about, who's next? What's the next name and who do I
And
got to
train,
prepare for? That's
train
basically
and
how it
fight.
is. Like a lot of these guys are not, when you meet them and you start saying, "Hey, remember this," they might not be familiar with everything because you just assume they're a boxer. They should know everything. It's not like that. But Rachel, and there's a few other people that
Yeah, very
really dive
notable.
into boxing, and she's been around a long time. uh,
Yeah, no, 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 no,
you
no.
know,
I think
Rachel,
it's because like the boxers, like like Nonito lives it. Like he gets up early, trains. I think I don't hear him right now, so I think he's getting dressed to train again.
again.
Um, and then
Yeah.
we've been having cards lately that it's like Riyadh season from like 8 to almost 5 p.m. And then what we have like a top rank or a golden boy card, and then it's from 6 until 9 or 10.
Rachel,
So
can you tell us a little bit on how is over there in rehab? The food, if you can bring your own food, or they have, or you have to eat their food. How is over there? The climate, how is over there? Because we
we
don't
haven't
know. We don't know.
we haven't fought in rehab, and we haven't gone to rehab. I always joke that if he does fight, I'm probably getting arrested by the time I put my foot down there. Because there's no alcohol,
yeah,
all of these things, and I'm really outspoken over in general. So I'm pretty sure I'll piss off someone on the way there.
yeah.
So yeah, I'm not really sure because we haven't gotten there yet.
And your husband's commentating. He just commentated, I believe it was in Puerto Rico, right? In the Amanda
Yeah,
card.
Amanda's. Uh huh.
Yeah. So he was out there, so he's broadcasting and also putting himself in, starting to cover live events and fights. So
Another
yeah.
question that I have: you've been in Japan. How the jet lag is it is feel when you travel to Japan? How you feel it? How is that? What
So the only time I've felt jet lag is when we went from Japan, no, from here to Japan, and that was during COVID, right? We couldn't get into the Philippines because they were really locked down in the Philippines. Japan was super strict too. Um, and so that was the first time that like we were dying. It was like a week of just waking up in the middle of the night and not being able to do anything. Um, but for the best, whenever we know we're fighting in Japan, what we do is we fly to the Philippines. It's a 4 hour direct flight from Japan to the Philippines, and it's a 1 hour time difference. But we have a certain regimen of vitamins that we take while we're traveling, and a sleep schedule while we're traveling. So by the time we land, our system's
body?
already prepped for where we're going, right? Kind of like if you were here or if you were traveling here and you're like, okay, well, I have to wake up over there and that's when I get off my flight. Well, you're supposed to sleep during your flight. So when you get there at 6 in the morning, it's like a whole new day for you, right?
Right.
So things like that you have to like take into consideration. And I feel like honestly it's weird, but I feel like it's easier for us to go to Asia because we'll take a night flight. We'll take like a 9 p.m. flight. We'll land over there at like 6 a.m., 8 a.m., and the whole
Hmm.
day starts. When we
Right.
come here, we land at night. And so we're like, what do
So,
we
but that
do?
stuff that jet lag always is what make the fighter lose or whatever. People always want to make excuses. They even know they even travel or maybe they even
Well,
walk
what I want to
outside.
know is the experience, like the culture, like, is it like really day and night, like they say it is from the American side, and they call us the Westerns? When you go over there and being a boxer or being like, invited to Japan and flying out there, how's the whole experience? Can you talk to us about that? Like, what's that like?
I mean, one of the biggest things is like whenever we land there, there's always like this whole like mini press conference. Like there's people that are waiting for you right outside the passport area at immigration when you come through. Um, and they're all lined up with cameras. They wear masks, which I know during COVID was weird for us, but I love it for a fighter because their immune system, first of all, traveling already weakens your immune system in addition to you're cutting weight. So with them having masks, just I felt like it was a sign of respect, like because you're so close to us and you're asking us questions and stuff like that. So I did like that. um and a lot of the stuff is just quiet, like here. We're so used to a lot of music, the media workouts are loud, everyone's laughing and everything. Over there it's hush quiet. There's not, it's dead silent. And when they say like, when the promoter says like that's enough, everyone out, everyone leaves. Like there is no like you yank a person this way or that way, and they're trying to get us another interview over here, over there. Like, it's just, it's organized. I don't know how to explain it.
No, it's like they silently tell them to all disperse, like they get this ring to like leave, like you know
I
um
saw it in the picture of the trains that everybody, everybody go. The left people stay in the left, and the right people stay, and nobody's like clashing, going in the middle and stuff like that. Like,
Yep.
yeah,
yeah.
Yeah. It's
And how's the
different.
food? And how's the food?
Oh, the food's amazing. The
Is
food's
it?
amazing. Yeah, the sushi is different there. Like, melts in your mouth. You don't need soy sauce.
uh,
The steak over there is great.
yeah.
Um, there was a steak place Nonito couldn't eat at this time because it was Christmas time and people were booking reservations for like their Christmas parties and things like that. We had
Oh,
to try a different steak place this time, but just equal as good. Of course, my boys, they love the ramen, and there's different kinds of ramen. I swear there's a ramen shop on every corner.
yeah.
Um, I mean, even the food at 7-Eleven is amazing. It's weird. Like,
Yeah.
they'll sell you like this packet lunch, and there's a string that you pull, and it heats up the food.
What? Say that again.
So, like, think of a box lunch, and it has like rice and meat in it and all this stuff and vegetables, and it's cold. There's a string you pull, and it activates some heating device in the box, and then it heats it for you. You don't even need
What?
a microwave. Yeah.
what?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God! Mira, that because you was talking about how they use the mask, when the boxer is cutting weight and all this stuff. Because when I saw Subriel, his eyes was so white, right? Like he's so pure, like he don't have nothing in his body. Like, the white was so white, so clean.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, but at the same time, when a boxer is that clean and is cutting weight, is they can get a flu, or those are just excuses from boxers that say that they got sick in the weight
No, I
cutting.
think everybody's situation is different, my man.
No, but
Well, no, like, I mean, we had back in the day, I think it was Darchinian versus No Needle Part Two. It was in
Okay.
San Antonio. Our whole team got in 7 days before. One of the guys from our team had came in, and he was sniffling and coughing. And by Tuesday, No Needle had the full blown flu. And so
Jeez.
now I literally warn all of my people. I'm like, hey, it's 2 weeks before the fight. Triple up on your vitamin C, zinc, and magnesium.
Right.
Hydrate, rest, and when we get there, continue doing this. And if it's too crowded or there's a lot of people, like, I give out masks. I'm like, just wear it, like, just for now. You know what I mean? Like, just so then you don't get something and pass it to no needle, because that's literally what happened in San Antonio.
Right.
yeah, no, I asked this question because you remember we don't like to gaslight nobody and stuff like that. But so always is some fans that scream excuses or whatever. They don't know nothing, like we all fans do. We think we know, but actually we don't know nothing,
Hmm.
right? So that's why I make these questions and stuff like that, because it's always know a little bit what is going on here, what is happening there, like so we can understand more and not call out boxers just because.
No, I think, like, the biggest thing is that you have to remember is that these fighters, they sacrifice for 8 to 12 weeks before the fight, and everything that they've done in the matter of that time is supposed to culminate and come together in 45 minutes. Everything has to be absolutely perfect for that 45 minutes in the ring.
It's true.
And
It's true.
it could be something like their shoe is too tight and it throws their game off. Like, it literally could be anything, anything.
Hmm.
Wow.
Man,
you
I,
know
I
that
I wanted to ask you too, Rachel. And thank you for doing that breakdown of all the fighters on the Subria Matias fight. That was amazing. I love how you broke in detail on both fighters, and you had a lot more prepared, but unfortunately, some of the fighters got canceled. I tried to like give you the heads up yesterday, but I was a little occupied with everything that was going on in New York and the news that we were getting that, in fact, one of those fights were canceled, and then other news like AJ not being, I guess, allegedly retiring from the sport, and then what am I forgetting? Frontline. What else did we?
You're forgetting to turn up your mic. You sound really really low on
I
the YouTube
can't.
side.
I can't no more.
On the YouTube side, you sound real low.
Really, right here I
Yes.
sound great, right?
Yeah. Here you sound good. On the YouTube side, you sound real low.
Real low like that,
Like real low.
man. I don't know.
Yeah, you do. I'm actually like I tried to change like when I first came in, like I tried to put you on my computer and I was like, I still can't hear you.
Really?
And then so you're on my phone and every time you talk I keep putting the phone next to my ear.
Oh, thank God. Then that doesn't mean I'm that deaf.
Ah,
Try going
Jesus.
out and coming back in. Oh wait, I don't know if that's gonna cancel the
All
stream.
right.
Maybe don't do that.
All right. Well, then
Hi, Frontline.
I
There you
gave
go.
Hey Rachel.
like that.
Yeah,
You
that's
guys,
better.
that's
Yeah,
better.
mira, frontline.
Dime.
I didn't know Rachel who she was, but yo, she break down the fight was so awesome. So she
Oh, so
go
you
and get
just thought
something
I
to
had some
drink.
So
regular girl come out from
so
my neighborhood
Rachel,
and come up and break that down like
This
that?
whole
Rachel,
time
the
what?
whole time Melasa didn't know that you were
I know.
Nonito's wife.
Wife, yeah.
When
Yeah,
did he figure it out?
when you went
When
to
you
the
got up and left, and I told him, and he was like, "No way," and I was like, "Yeah, yeah." And when you said, "Edwin, give me a minute," I was gonna get some water, and that's when he
Yeah.
found out. That's when he found out.
Oh.
because I
It all
follow
came
the
together.
boxers, but I don't follow their family and stuff like that. You know, I follow the box. I don't know. You know, so many
Mhm.
stuff. And I was like, "What for real? Oh my god!"
Yeah,
So
that's why when we were talking about this Ubia Matias fight card and everything, and Rachel wanted to come up and she volunteered to do that breakdown and everything. I was like, hell yeah, come on,
yes,
because I know she knows about the fight game, and I respect her point of view. She was very non-biased, by the way. She broke down both sides. She
Well, we're
gave you
gonna
their
get her to be
positives and
biased
their
right now,
strengths.
though.
no,
No,
but
no,
I got another question for her.
frontline, you little
Yo, you
bias.
not now
Espérate, let me
we
ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
darling, go ahead.
Because
What?
everything that we talk about the
Yeah.
traveling and stuff, and so Dalton Smith is coming from Sheffield, England.
Mhm.
Eddie Hearn one like he don't get out of England and stay over there. Saying the fight, keep the fight over there because I believe me as a fan believe that Eddie Hearn don't believe his pupil Dalton Smith is ready for this next stage, for this big stage of
Well,
NYC.
if he didn't think he was ready, he wouldn't have put
So,
him here.
espérate. And then I
Yeah.
saw a video. I saw a video like when they was looking each other. The trainer of Dalton Smith was telling him, "Oh, look, you're bigger than him. You're bigger than him," trying to convince him, like, "Look at you, you're
Right.
bigger than when Sure was Toro and whatever." So all this traveling, all these lights, all this stuff, you think can give him some doubts or can affect him when he gonna get into that stage or
Yeah, I
stuff
was
like
saying
that.
that.
You're talking about affecting Dalton Smith?
Yeah, Dalton Smith.
Well, I mean, like it highly depends, like how experienced and how strong are you as a boxer. And what I mean by that is when it comes to these things, it a lot of it has to do with experience, like I said, right? Like, and in addition to the experience of when you're coming or not, right? A lot of my contracts, whenever Nonito has a contract to fight outside of the country, I'm like, cool. You're paying for how many tickets? How many business class? This many. I'm like, great. And I was like, here's my bank account. And they're like, what do you want me to do with that? I'm like, send me the money for the amount that you're going to pay for the tickets. I'm booking it my damn self. And if I have to, like most of the promoters only want to pay 5 days out.
Right.
Um, I will, depending on where it is and how much time we need to be there, because Nonito loves coming there 7 days before. Um, then if they're like, well, we're not going to pay, day one and day two, then I'm like, cool, put it on my card. I don't
Mm-hmm.
care. Like
Mm.
it's those types of situations that with Nonito been in the game, and I was learning under Cameron Duncan as well. for the first part of working for Nonito. I mean, you don't get what you don't ask for. So I like being in control of our flights. I hate it when promoters book the flights the last minute and you're waiting to see when you're going to come out. Then you get the crappiest seats. And they go on whatever schedule they want to give you. And I'd rather be in control of that. Like, you're going to pay the money to send us there anyway. Give me the money and I'll book it.
Right. Let me, guys, give me a second. I want to talk to Rachel about something. Hold on. One of the things I wanted to touch on with you, Rachel, was this promotional thing with Subir Matias and the way that First Production has handled the event, and being a new company or a new promotional company at this level holding an event, you kind of knew that some things would go wrong. um did you feel or see anything that you would have did any different, and how hard is it in real life for the viewers that don't know about being the top promoter and everything being on you? Can you share a little bit about the promoting side of it?
Well, I mean, when you're the top promoter, like you're responsible for everything about the card, in addition to the contracts, the legalities, the insurance, and with him, working as the first time here, as in a big production like this, like there's so many things that need to be taken care of. One is production value, right? Like, where is he going to show it? Who's going to show it? Who's going to pay for it? Is it worldwide coverage? Does Dalton Smith did Eddie Hearn request to have Dalton Smith's videos live exclusively on DAZN in the UK, and they don't have the option to have to buy it from payperview.com, which would completely go directly towards the production,
Mm-hmm.
right? I mean, the head promoter.
Right.
I think that when I was looking at it, I was looking at the amount of money that cost for this purse bid, which is only going, you have to remember, to Subaru Matias and Dalton Smith.
Mm-hmm.
And the rest of the undercard has to come out of pocket through sponsorships or ticket sales,
Oh,
et cetera, things like that. So I thought
okay.
maybe Subaru should be in Puerto Rico, because when I've gone to Puerto Rico, everyone that I've ever ran into, even the taxi driver, speaks so highly of Subaru.
Right.
But the thing is what is the average ticket price that you could sell there? So when Nonito fought Inoue
Yep.
the first time, the ticket prices were dollars for ringside, and no one blinked an eye.
Right.
You know what I mean? But here we would be like, I don't know, maybe, depends. Let's see the whole card, put together. But I was used to those prices already, because when we came to the Japan in 2010, we did a Kometa festival, and it was three brothers, last name Kometa, and
Right.
their tickets were $1,000 for ringside on Christmas Eve and sold out. So
Right.
when I say that, I look at that and I'm like, well, so if he did fight in Puerto Rico, would he be able to demand the prices that is going to even out, even just Subriel's and Dalton Smith's, or is he still going to be under by how many millions? Because you still have to pay the venue as
Right.
well. The commission also gets a percentage.
Right. Wow.
Do you know that?
Wow. Wow. So I'm starting to see the whole
Yeah.
now.
Gets the overseeing commission gets the gate.
Wow. So he's gonna really need a big walk in. All right, I'm gonna turn you guys' mics on. I didn't want anybody to interrupt that, so I'm gonna let you on. What's up, brother? How you doing? Front line back too.
Here. Okay.
You guys'
Yeah.
mics.
Yeah. Like I was like,
No,
because
because I knew some one of you guys were gonna talk,
oh
and I
no
don't like that, because I'm
no.
actually trying to really like listen to this thing, because I'm trying to find out like where is Yomi, like, because bro, I can't help but say it, man. Every time he's in front of a camera, that guy looks like he wants to freaking jump out of a window. Like, he looks stressed out, man. He
Yeah, it's a
really
big
does.
But as an investment to sell Matias, of course, we had to sell Dalton Smith 50-50 so people get interested because he's a
No, yeah,
nobody
no, yeah,
and
no,
nobody
no,
know him.
yeah,
So we had to sell him as a
yeah, and
50-50 fight.
that's what I do here. I
And
always tell you guys that. I says,
but
listen,
an
always give the other
investment to
side
sell
credit.
out
Huh?
because an investment to sell him out to the American market. Not so much in how much revenue I gonna get, is to sell him out so I can get a unification title because he main evented in New York City by pay-per-view.
Well,
You
I
know
don't think the
the
main event. I don't
pedigree.
think. Yeah, I don't think unification title is like their main thing. I think their main focus
Yeah,
is
no,
at least let's
that's
get
main
past
thing
this
of
fight right
Orengo.
here.
Oh
Let's sell
yes, yes,
this
but
motherfucker right here
no,
first,
no,
right?
Orengo, because I listened to an interview that he did, and Orengo's vision after Orengo, not Suriel, not his
Right.
training,
Yeah.
the promoter, the businessman, is thinking, I sell this, I want a unification after this. The
Oh
business
yeah, yeah,
guy,
yeah. That's an option. That's called an option. What I,
the business guy.
obviously what Rachel was explaining because I wanted to know, and I just learned something, about the commission and everything, taking their percentage and who gets what and where there, and I'm starting to see a little bit more of the situation that Orengo finds himself today, and why did Camacho tell me they're gonna gamble on walk-ins. They're gonna
Well, that's the whole reason why she was here, bro.
so yeah. Yeah, what's up, brother? How you doing? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I'm just saying, like, you have to go about the history of like Donaire, his wife, and everything. It's kind of a battle against the boxing establishment to make them pay decent money.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. To when the men and women are out there in these boxing rings, if you ask me, the money's not worth it. But at the end of the day, you want to make sure that you're well compensated for the sacrifices you make as an athlete because boxing itself ain't cheap. To maintain a boxer's body, through nutrition is weight and strength
Can I be honest
conditioning,
with you?
boxing
'Cause, like, as an
is
Englishman,
expensive.
as an
Huh?
listen, can I be honest with you? As an
What's up?
Englishman,
Yeah, what's up?
they're getting ripped off, bro.
Yeah,
Listen,
yeah.
when Manny Pacquiao came over to the USA, you got an instant 20 million contract. Yeah, you do know this.
Yeah.
He got an instant 20 million contract when
Who?
he come over.
Who?
Manny
Manny
Pacquiao.
Pacquiao was without t-shirt and nothing, begging to all these American gyms to train him, and
He
nobody want to till this old man was the one who chose to train him. He don't came out over here and was
l-
20 million right away. That man have to
listen,
beg
listen.
to be trained. Don't get it twisted with Manny Pacquiao and the
Well, yeah, that
story.
was the
No, no, no,
beginning of
no,
his
no, no, no,
career.
no, no. Listen, we'll have a proper conversation about this, but you
Yeah,
don't know
and
anything about
I
that.
know his history, and I know how he begged to get trained.
Oh,
Nobody wanna train him in the
okay.
USA.
Oh, okay,
Yes,
okay, okay.
yes, the true of it.
He got signed up for 20 million contract within a year of dropping in the USA. This guy's talking shit.
I know.
He got blasted in 20. No, no, you're talking shit. Be
No, he's not
quiet.
talking
Be
shit. He's
quiet.
not talking shit, my man.
But
Slow down.
no, he's
But
talking shit.
but we gotta admit this. We gotta admit this. Every boxer in every case is individual. You can't make judge one
That's
guy for what
facts. Yeah, yeah,
for
you're right on that.
yeah.
No, you're right
So
on that. You're right on that.
so when we're looking into this fight right here, who do you got in the Dalton Smith and Subriel Matias fight?
Listen, I got Matias knocking him out in 5 rounds, bro.
Okay, all right,
I'm not from Matias's. I'm not from Dalton Smith's part of the world, bro. I live in Birmingham. Yeah, it's the
yeah,
second biggest city. It's like New York, where I live.
mm-hmm,
Like 6 million people in the city. I live the center of the biggest city in Europe, bro. So
mm-hmm.
I'm no Dalton Smith fan, bruh.
Well, let us know who else you got in the fight. Anybody else that interests you in the fight that you want to see that, or any predictions
Listen,
you want to
listen.
let us. Mhm.
I got some big predictions going down on that on the whole card, bro. And listen, I'm only gonna cash them in on the nightfall.
Okay, all right, I hear you. You know, yeah, yeah, that's cool. That's
Well,
cool.
what you want to ask me any more questions, bro?
No, I just wanted to know. I just want to let you know. Thank you for stopping by and everything, and giving us your predictions and letting us know
Listen,
where you're
listen, and
watching the
listen.
fight
Everybody's
from
going
out
on with
there.
this Dalton.
Y-
My brother. Yo,
Yep.
my brother. They're all going on with Dalton Smith. Yeah,
Hmm.
you ain't getting no Dalton Smith where I live. You
No,
ain't getting no
no,
Dalton Smith where I
no,
live.
they ain't rocking with that. Ah, all right.
You
Well,
ain't get you ain't getting no Dalton Smith in Birmingham, bro.
all
You
right,
ain't
all
getting
right.
no Dalton Smith in Wait,
I hear you.
listen. I'm
Hmm.
gonna give you one prediction for that fight, bro.
What's that?
Mate- Mateus is gonna fucking chin check him, bro.
Yo, well, thank you for stopping by, and thank you for giving us your prediction. And let everybody know where you're calling from. Where's that? Say it, Birmingham. Where?
Yo,
That
listen, from Birmingham in the UK, bro.
in the
7 million
UK.
population, bro. The New
And he's
York
got
of fucking.
Matias in the fight. You hear it? Yeah, that's my man.
Listen, fool.
That's my
Listen, you're not
man.
listening, bro.
I got you. Yo, so
Yo, that dude was
he's
twisted.
twisted. He is twisted,
Way
but I
twisted.
love him. He's good. You know what I mean? I still give fans their shot in their moment. You know what I
Rachel,
mean? To say
you
their
been over
piece.
there in England?
Yeah, man. He's all the way there in England,
Whoa,
man.
hold on. My thing just went weird.
My
Hold
bad.
on. I mean, I gotta come back in. Strange. I'll be back.
All
You,
right.
you been
Okay.
over there in England?
Who, me? Never.
No, Rachel. I was gonna ask
Oh,
Rachel
Rachel?
so
I'm
she can
not sure.
explain us to us
You
a
know,
little bit about England and stuff. How is over
yeah,
there?
yeah. So, like, look, this fight right now, there she is again. Rachel, hold on. Here we go. Rachel, do you hear me any better now?
No, okay. I don't know what happened to my phone.
Right.
I'll come back. Hold on.
We hear you, fan.
You hear me fine?
I
I
do.
hear you
S-
better. You're a little bit louder now, but I don't know about the YouTube side. I know on the YouTube side, when I was on there, you were super low.
Let me go.
Really?
Super low.
Wow.
Shout out to the chat. All facts. What's going on?
Might have to get a
Dale,
new
read the
mesh.
chat. Let's go front
Read
line.
the chat front line? Yeah.
Let's see. At the JWC was mad.
Maybe it's
He
like
said, "What the
this.
fuck, frontline? Tell Edwin the situation, please. This is whisper volume." Then
Wow.
he got mad. He said, "I'm done. Trying later." All facts. He said, "I feel like they're going to try hardest to backdoor Matias." Edwin being stubborn says, "Bulbos, just let the others talk." All facts said, "Got a strange feeling Matias might get robbed." Um,
Yeah.
and then Bobo says, "I want to hear from the Englishman. Let him break down Belda versus Smith. He's drunk. Good." Um, I don't think a rob. I don't see a robbery. I see a knockout. And Subriel right now, for those that are just tuning in, he's in demon mode. He's ready, like ready.
Shit. Yeah, but mode or a look ain't gonna win you a fight now, is it? So he's got to pull this shit off right now in New York City. And then when we saw one of our Puerto Rican fighters that was headlining the event, which was in Edgar Berlanga, and then he fell short in New York City, and then Subriel did fall short in Puerto Rico, right? I know that Rachel Donaire hinted to the possibility of bringing the fight to Puerto Rico, but I don't think that Subir wanted to relive that like that. He didn't want to go there. And then being the fact that, um, he was making another title defense. What he wants to get is past that moment as an athlete, your first title defense type thing. The second best place I thought would have been New York City. I think that this fight would have been a lot better card. It would have been put together by the powers that be if they were all cooperating. If this was perhaps a Turkey al Sheet situation and he would have put it in New York City and he would have had the right backing, Subriel, I'm not sure he would have been headlining, but he would have been on a bigger probably stage. And now that it seems like the promoters are not getting along, and it's no secret. It's no secret. We saw the looks Subriel Matias gave to Ed Hearn, the comments he made to him. So I guess they're no longer, business buddies like once upon a time. Ed Hearn was um, doing business with Fresh Production, and he had a fight with Liam Paro, where that in fact Ed Hearn had both fighters, in fact, because he was also Liam Paro's promoter, right? So you see, there's a little bit of bad blood here. And you can see that Subriel Matias, and then some people have come to social media and said, is this alarming? Is this concerning where that can Subriel keep it together? Ed Hearn knows a good way to get in a fighter's head or two. He's put out a few headlines of his own and these kind of ways of getting in a fighter's mind. Getting the crowd to turn, get the fighter's people to turn against him first. You got half the people won. Because now you don't hear as much cheers now, do you? You don't feel the love. You don't feel the support. And maybe you'll be angry enough to walk into something you shouldn't have walked into. So there are a lot of ways of viewing this, a lot of tactics. And as you can see, fighting is just much more than just lacing up these gloves at this level. At this level, the fighters got to deal with media, workouts, preparation, cutting weight, making weight. They have a lot on their mind. The last thing they need is to hear on social media slander about you and your own people, you feeling like they didn't come out to support you. You can get like an empty feeling inside, like you did something wrong. And then what you try to do is to get yourself angry, to fill what that void of where you're not so confident, and that can get you hurt. If you don't know how to separate that and identify that about yourself, and that just comes with life experience. And I'm not, like the atmosphere, the coming out and seeing the arena empty, it can affect you. That can affect you. Some fighters don't even see not one person in the crowd. Like Devin, when he went out there to Australia, he didn't see
Hey,
not
hey, Edwin,
one
real quick.
Australian person.
Edwin, real quick. Rachel said that she thinks her phone overheated. That's why she kept getting bumped off.
All right. Well, Rachel, if anything, I'm gonna cut this live stream. I've only been on for like 3 hours or whatever. If you want to hop on, I'll hop on. But I invite you to come back tomorrow for the live show if you want. You could step in, hop in. We could shoot the shit. Thank you for everything you've done. And chat. Please give a thumbs up and a fire. Now my what? And a fire in the chat for Rachel Donaire, that came and gave a fight breakdown on both fighters. It was amazing. If she wants to do that in future fights, any fight she would like to pick, I would invite her to come and do so, and I'll get better at helping her out in that. I try to think of ways, and when she was breaking it down, I was like, okay, I'll put up the records, and I started saying the records and stuff. So I thought that was pretty cool and stuff. She did an amazing job, if you ask me, an amazing job. Everything, her points of views, her the weaknesses and the strengths of the fighter. I loved it. I loved it. I just want to put it better together, but that was the first time I worked with her on a project like that, and I hope you guys liked it. And I look forward to working with her again. and future projects of of fights or anything. And thank you very much. Thank you. Just thank you. Um, so where are we, guys? Oh, look who's in the building.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. How we doing tonight? How we doing tonight, man? How's everyone doing?
What you come back for the rematch?
Yeah, not man. I came back with with just some positive vibes, bro. I just got off the clock, so just wanted to talk some boxing. I just seen the weigh-ins, man. And is there a reason why Subel Matias didn't have any Puerto Rican flag, and Dalton Smith had like a UK flag? And I mean, bro, this show is just going to shit, bro. Like every
Yo,
time I see something, it's just like getting worse.
yo,
Respectfully.
you must be crazy or something. Super
Nah,
Matias had
why?
a huge flag behind him.
Behind him, Pop, you said it. But why
The- eh,
didn't he have it in his back? Like Dalton Smith had the United Kingdom flag in his
So
back,
now you're
bro?
measured. You're measured. Now you're measured. If you have a flag on your back, now you have to have that
No,
according to
bro, but it's
Hugo.
just that like he's supposed to sell the fight, Papi. How much is
So
this
what
fight going
fight?
for?
Yo, he
There
was
were
too
a
busy
hundred
holding his
flags in the
belt.
crowd.
He was
There were
too
a
busy
hundred
holding his
Puerto Rican
belt.
Bro,
flags in the crowd,
I like
going
that.
back and
I like that.
forth.
That's true, bro. No,
He
that's
was,
true. That's true. He was
yeah, he
too,
was busy
bro.
holding
But
his belt. He ain't got time for no flag right
you're
now.
right. No, you're right, bro. But was he
Yeah,
talking to the
I guess
coach
when your hands are empty,
of
like
Dalton Smith?
Dalton Smith, you got the opportunity to hold up a flag because you ain't holding no hardware. So I get it. I get it. You're right. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Suber's busy. That
Why
WBC title
Chris
be
Matias,
weighing, bro. That's just like, you know what I mean? So he's
that
got to hold
Mexican,
it.
that Mexican, huh? That
You know what I
Mexican green
mean?
belt is the best. You never see him wearing that red WBO, bro. He don't fuck WBO like don't
Which,
rank him
which,
like that, bro. We fucked stopped him to go. He was training. He was training down there, down south in Mexico, bro. I think he
with
got the
who? With
Mexican
who?
blood in him. Actually,
With who?
he
With
was
who?
training
Who was his
with
trainer down
uh
there?
wasn't it?
It was Panda. Listen, okay, now check this out, right? First of all,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah,
Right? You
yeah,
don't.
bro. Come on, what? You trying to test me? It was Panda.
Yo,
Fir-
Edwin,
First
do
of
you have my
all,
last up muted?
first. Do I? Do I? No.
I think so.
What? Hold up. Yes, I do. Malasa, you're free. You're
Dímelo,
free. You're
ahora.
free.
I
¿Te
Right?
was
dieron el
There you
timeout de
close
go. There
over
you
Hugo?
there and he
go.
had me mute.
Anyway, listen,
See,
listen.
you
First
got
of all,
timed
Hugo.
out. Finally, a Puerto Rican got timed out.
First of all,
Yes,
you're
sir.
about to get
Yes,
timed
sir.
out. All right, don't get timed out. All right. First of all, Subir Matias, you guys didn't give him shit. He went and snatched that WBC title. First of all right. So, and then second of all, be thankful you at least got somebody representing that WBC in high standards, and it had to be a Puerto Rican. So you better thank us. I
Stop it,
I
Ahora,
because we got
so
David the
so
Monster
so
Benavidez repping
Hugo,
the
so
so what
WBC.
happened? You don't saw the
We got
flag.
you
Fundora.
You don't
mean
have
you
We
any
mean
got
you
new
mean
belt
you
Fundora.
because
We
mean
it
got
was
you
in
mean
the
the
Fundora.
cold.
email champion? You put in the email champion against a guy that won it honorably against the champion. I know you
Interim.
just didn't do that, Hugo.
Stop
Interim.
I
it,
know you
Interim.
just didn't do
bro.
that, Hugo.
I cooked
Hugo,
you,
I
and I
know
cooked
you just
Frontline.
didn't do that.
Bro, I cooked you, and I cooked Frontline when I gave you guys facts about how Bivol vacated the WBC belt, and he
Oh my
said
Get the
God.
it
fuck
made
out
it
of here
That's
if
better.
a,
you go with that
you
Mira,
see, it
bullshit.
tries
You
to
Hugo.
fucking
change.
liar,
Hugo,
Frontline.
That's
You
what
know who
¿qué le
you
we
pasa?
are?
Frontline.
What's up? What's up?
Yo,
3 against 1. What's
Wait, just
happening?
chill.
What's
Hey,
up?
yo, Hugo, stop.
Yes,
Stop.
sir.
You're going to get muted. Listen, we weren't talking about that. I will not allow you to move the goalposts. All right?
Okay,
Don't
papi.
go, don't go to something or you assume you did when don't get out of what we were saying. Now
What's
answer
up?
the
With
damn
what?
question.
you
Did
talk
you
about
Yeah,
you
what
cook
Fundora,
me.
just
what
You talk
happened with
about you cook me and
Fundora?
Edwin.
did
What
you
happened with
just
Fundora?
say
He let go the title because he was scared to fight Sander Sayas and he'll have
no.
to do a rematch
Go
over
ahead.
there with Team Sue? Come
Okay, let me respond to
on.
that. Let me respond to that. And don't mute
hey
me.
yo,
And
Ay,
hey
don't
yo,
mute me. Let
Hugo?
me. You see
Yo,
where you are? You
hold
see
on,
where
hold
you
on,
are? So
Hugo.
what's
Do you
up?
understand how a debate goes? The debate goes: you let them talk, then you talk,
All right,
then they
go
talk.
ahead. Well, bro, it's 3 of you. versus
No,
one
no, no.
Mexican,
Ain't
dog.
nobody. Melasa got you with something. Now go ahead,
Okay,
respond.
okay, Melaza, hermano. That's not what happened. What happened was that Sebastian Pandora had the WBC and the WBO belt, and he made a promise to Tim Tszyu that gave him a title shot and told him, "Dog, you gave me an opportunity, and honestly, I'm gonna return the favor and I'm gonna give you an opportunity. Get your shit together, come back to me, and we're gonna run it back." That's what happened. So that's what
Yeah.
happened at the end of the day. All right, so now
You
let me you
sound
ask
like
you.
Chihuahua.
Okay,
You sound like the Chihuahua Cruz always looking for excuse because the
go ahead.
referee, the
Go ahead.
lights. Por eso es que le llamo Chihuahua because it's like my dog always barking like what finding an excuse. He give the title away because he
Whoa, whoa,
don't want to
whoa,
face
whoa,
Ander
Malasa, Malasa,
Saya.
Malasa, Malasa. This is how he sounds.
Okay, now, okay. Let me ask you a question, Melaza. Let me ask you a question, Melaza. You ready? Ahí te va. Agárralo bien, no repito. Why did Subriel Matias duck his mandatory IBF challenger when he was up next versus Richardson Hitchens? Why did he get out of that ranking when Richardson Hitchens was the champion and Subriel Matias was the mandatory? Why did he leave and why did he go fight for the WBC belt? And why didn't he fight Richardson Hitchens after Richardson Hitchens beat the guy that beat him in his own town, in his own
Because Richardson
pueblo?
Hitchens wanna go and fight Camboso, so because Subriel Matias don't wanna wait and he wanna become a champion and unify, so he said, "You wanna fight Camboso? Okay, I take the
That's a
title away
lie.
from
That's
Puello,
a
and now
lie
you have to
because
unify
Subriel
with me."
Matias was a mandatory for the IBF. He was in that number one spot.
Yes,
He
and
was in that
Hitchens
number one
chose
spot.
Camboso. Hitchens chose the random
No,
title
he,
defense.
he chose the voluntary.
Yeah,
Mm.
Hitchens chose the voluntary title defense instead of
Yeah.
the mandatory. That's why now Hitchens have to fight Lindorfo Delgado. That is his mandatory and cannot escape from it.
Well,
That's
wasn't
why.
Richardson Hitchens?
Google that.
Wasn't Richardson Hitchens? Wasn't he gonna
And I
fight?
think that's the real hold on, here you go. I think
All
that's
right,
the
go ahead,
real
Papi.
reason why Jermaine Ortiz's camp felt like Richard Hitchison didn't duck him. And they
Mm.
wanted to let me know that because now you guys are connecting the dots because Delgado is his mandatory and he can't get around it. So I think he tried to actually did try to fight Jermaine Ortiz, and that's why Jermaine Ortiz said, I just want to let you know that Richard didn't duck me. And
Mm.
then there's all this bullshit duck that Hugo's talking about. We've been down this with Hugo. I've already smashed him over the head with this. And he's just like a glutton for punishment. That's what
Yes, he is.
Hugo is.
Yo, you know what?
Because for him to
Hugo
sit
comes.
here, and say that
Gaslighting.
the boogeyman isn't a
Ain't no
name.
fucking boogeyman.
Listen to me.
Who
So
calls him a
you're gonna
boogeyman?
you're getting muted. That's
No,
it.
no, go, no, no,
You're
no,
right.
no,
Nope.
no, no, go,
Nope.
go, go,
Nope.
go.
Nope.
Go ahead,
You
go
did
ahead.
it. Mute it. You don't get called the boogeyman in unboxing by accident. You don't name yourself the boogeyman. The people, the media, claimed you to be the boogeyman. Why? What are some of the titles that come with the boogeyman's name? Most avoided fighter. You're gonna hear those kind of titles attached to boogeyman, right? And the boogeyman's the guy that we believe is a real world champion that's not getting his shot. So how the hell could Hugo come up here when say he's talking real boxing and saying that the boogeyman was ducking someone? You wouldn't get the name boogeyman by being called a duck, right? And second of all, I don't know where Hugo's been at or if he didn't watch this in real time, but since the day Subriel Matias became the number 3 rank contender because in boxing scene and all the ranking, the IBF usually leaves out the number 1 and number 2. So what? Why do they do that? So they can do moves like this, bring up George Camboza and put him in front of Subriel Matias. And then he fights a voluntary. So Richard Hitchison had an opportunity to put in the paperwork to fight Subriel because he was his mandatory once upon a time. And you think Richard Hitchison put that in? No. You know what he did? He went out publicly and
I
said,
get
I
coffee.
can't fight for the IBF because I can't do that rehydration crawl. So I'm not going to put in my mandatory to fight Subriel. The minute Subriel lost the belt, what an amazing thing. All of a sudden, he can make the rehydration claw. And this chump is going to come up here and say, why did Subriel Matias duck Richard Hitchison when he was the number one? First of all, he never got an opportunity or a phone call from Richard Hitchison. Subriel Matias' team reached out to Richard Hitchison and it said this phone call has been disconnected, and then they never heard from him. And then a real man came out of left field, and Dominican fighter Alberto Puello, a real man, a real fighter, a fighter with something to prove, that was on the street, that beat Gary Antoine Russell, beat Sandor Martin, a real fighter, stepped up in front of Richard Hitchison, that he was supposed to take those shots, but he wasn't man enough to do so.
Wait,
And
Edwin, you got all this info without googling it?
without Google, and this chump right
Damn,
here,
Hugo's
I'm
bound
I'm
bad.
I'm gonna give Hugo back his microphone privileges. I just hope he comes back with enough
Yo, that was
sense.
a 10-8 round.
No, and you know what, bro? Like I said, I always come here to get schooled, right? Because if you guys don't know, bro, I'm a new student to this boxing game, right? So I just started to watch boxing. I'm in my young career here in the sport of boxing. You guys probably been watching boxing 10, 20, maybe even 30 years, bro. I just started watching boxing 5 years ago. So what I say is what I remember in my short time watching the sport of boxing. So from what I'm understanding, and now that I'm making now that I'm connecting the pieces, you're saying that Subriel Matias, if he wins the day of tomorrow, which most likely he will, unless he comes and he starts overthinking stuff like he's been overthinking stuff in the press conferences. He's been doing that, bro. Today in the weigh-in, instead of looking into Dalton Smith's eyes, he was looking at his coach that was trying to get in his head. You guys seen that, Papi? Like,
Yeah,
why
no,
you
he
He was
was
talking to
looking
the
at
looking
Ed
coach?
Hearn. He was looking at
Eddie
Ed
Hearn,
Hearn
and because
No,
he gonna use
why is he
Dalton
looking at
Smith,
Eddie
he gonna
Hearn?
because
punish
Why
he's
is he
using
looking?
Dalton
that as
Smith to
motivation
hurt
to whoop.
Eddie
He's
Hearn.
letting Ed Hearn know this ass whooping is because of you. You did this to your boy.
Yeah,
He's
No,
letting
what
you.
him
Eddie?
publicly know. He's looking in Ed Hearn's eyes and saying, I can't touch you. I can't get to you,
But the
but I can
beat
get
down
to
that I'm
him.
gonna give to this kid is on
I'm
your
gonna give it to
name.
him.
It's gonna
And
be
I'm
on
letting
you.
you know. I'm looking you in your eye like a man. And I'm letting you know your boy's getting it.
So then,
Yo,
why in the?
Hugo, you
Sorry,
know how
sorry. Or
focused?
go ahead.
Hold on,
Go ahead,
Hugo. Hold
Papa.
on, hold
Yeah,
on.
yeah.
You know
Go
how
ahead,
you know
brother.
how focused Matias is?
How
Did
focused is he?
did you see the weigh-in, right?
I did see the weigh-in.
Okay, what did he do when he was approaching the scale?
I don't recall that one, Frontline. I don't recall, but let
Okay,
me know. Let
he
me
was
know.
smacking his arm, making a meme out of it by saying, blame it on the ostrich. He started poking his arm like as if he was shooting up.
Yeah,
Oh
Yeah.
like
shit!
blame
What
on
the
it.
fuck?
Like he was
Why
Yeah,
putting
he
an
doing?
emphasis on it. Y'all want to say that I was an ostrich cogen
You
esto.
ever hear the version when play the bad guy? When like Floyd Mayweather, like Devin Haney, like guys
Mm.
like the fans push you in a corner, and in your head, bro, as a warrior, you go to a dark place. You gotta be careful with that.
Edwin, you saw Matias in the paddle fight because you was there. You
Yeah, I
interviewed
was
him,
there.
and
Yep.
you saw him now. His eyes. You can tell us the difference of eyes of Matias in
No,
paddle
his
fights
eyes
and
are
Matias in this fight.
no, his eyes in Puerto Rico were they didn't look confident.
Mm.
He
His
was
eyes in Puerto Rico
everywhere.
didn't. His look, his stare, he didn't look confident, and he looked weight drained in Puerto Rico. Here, he looks strong. He looks
Mm.
strong. His eyes
He
look
looks
focused,
strong. He looks
and
focused.
but
Yep.
but but his eyes are darker for me. He looks evil. He looks
Yes.
like an evil version of Matias. Like now, this is what you guys want. This is what you want. I'm gonna give it to you.
Mm.
Yeah. You
Why
cost me
was
the
Eddie
fight.
Hearn?
You cost
Why
me my
was Eddie Hearn
reputation.
yesterday?
You hurt my promoter. Merega, and because Subriel and Orengo, they have like a father-son relationship. People, a lot of people don't know this stuff, but those two, bro,
No,
it's like father and son.
okay. It's exactly that. It's good where you got to. I'm gonna lead us to where you're at, and why is it a father and son? Once upon a time, a young man was incarcerated, Subir Matias,
Mm.
and a fight promoter in Rorango had knew about him because of his amateur days and his reputation of a fighter. And if you can get an attention of a kind of guy like that, and to get a guy like that to believe in you, Orengo put up the money, I guess, or the remaining of he paid it for his the remaining of his time to Subriel. So being in a situation like that, you would feel you owed him the world
Mm.
because, and then on top of that, but he didn't just bail him out and say you're left to your own devices. He bailed them out and then said, "Come with me, I got you," and he backed them with whatever he could. So the loyalty that the bond that they created, like, look, I believed in you, believe in me. You know what I'm saying? So Brielle had a lot of options. Ed Hearn waved a lot of money in front of his face to leave Orengo and Fresh Production. A lot of people have already tried to buy Subriel away from him, and Subriel
Round
stood
one, real
loyal.
quick, the question. So when did he sign to Fresh Productions? Because I remember seeing him fighting with a PBC, and then he
Yeah,
Same,
all those were co-promotions
all
though.
those were
so
co-promotions.
when was the
He was still with
oh
them.
shit? So then
He
Small
was
so since the
promoters
since
have
day
to
beginning
do
one.
that.
he's been
He
with
Since
Fresh.
bragged
day
about
one, he's
himself
been with
earlier.
them. Since day
Yo,
one.
since the beginning of Subriel's career, he's been with Jomi, with Juan Ivan Orengo, Fresh
But the,
Productions.
the big
Now,
whales, the big
now,
whales hold the bag. So the small
Oh.
promoters always have to go to the big whales
don't
to
you
push their
understand why
fighters.
this fight card is so important to us? Don't you see how far they come together as a team that you didn't even know because he was that small
Mm.
of a promoter then? But now you know his fucking name, don't you? And the world's gonna know it because he's just like us,
Mm.
trying to break up. He's trying to break the hold and the monopoly they have in boxing. And like I said, we need new flavor up there. We need new
Mm.
people that gonna believe in guys like Subrel that come from nothing, from the mud. He built that man out. If that's not showing you loyalty to the people that are down and out, he didn't take a guy that was already molded from a gym and took him away from a fighter. He didn't take a guy that was already established, a world champion. He went down there. Don't you see, guys? They want us to turn against us.
Manny
Promote
Mm.
this
Rodriguez.
fight.
Manny Rodriguez, when he grabbed Manny Rodriguez, was after the loss. We know we don't want him no more. Nobody want to promote him and
And he
stuff. What
picked
he
him
did,
up too.
and make him a champion again. Whatever happened in Japan, but and got him here main event, co-main event in New York. Ojo Santiago. Whatever happened in that court, but what he did with Ojo Santiago, he grabbed him from the bottom. He was almost retired and stuff, and brought him back to boxing.
That's right.
Sintron, the same thing.
Mm.
It's not
Nestor
just
Bravo
he's not
también.
grabbing
And
the
and,
the
and,
big
and, and,
names.
and he's paying these fighters. He ain't doing no Dana White shit. He's being up with these guys. And he asked these guys, and Subred, man, yo, Subred, he got him in the room. He got Yomi in the room. He got that belt, and look where he's brought him. And all of a sudden, they want to make them being like the bad guy. Like, put this
Austeri,
all
Austeri.
on. Oh, this is a bullshit card because we wouldn't work with you to sign any of our fighters to make the card. You see what they're doing. You see what they're doing blatantly. But we as fighting fans, we got a way to fight back. If we pay for other bullshit and other subscriptions, you know what I mean? There's a fight that you can just look. All right, I'm doing this for the little guy.
Yeah.
I'm doing it for us, for
This
this one
fifty
right here.
dollars is to help the little guy to kick the door to the man, to the whales, to the corporation, however you want to call it. This $50 is an investment for the
It's an
future for
investment.
other
Yeah,
good
I
promotions
know
and
what this
other
fight
good
is
boxing
not.
matches.
Right. I know what it's not. But I'm not asking you to look, you know what I mean? We don't throw away money on worse of shit. But when this is why this moment is big. You know what I mean? Because they trying to break that monopoly, that hold of always keeping the little dude down, man. You
Or
know,
people
so
forget the trash card that was Ryan Garcia versus Devin
I'm
Haney.
asking these Puerto Rican fighters and Mexican fighters, every fighter, every nationality that's on this card in New York City, if you hear me loud and clear. I hope you guys come out there and fight like warriors, gladiators. Make a
Yeah.
name for yourself. Make it so that you know that if you give your best performance on this night, you will be awarded and people will remember your name. It's no greater city, than New York. You know, you're gonna get a lot of eyes. So I you know, I hope a great night for all of you. I wish you all the success, but I hope that you guys all come out and turn out and pull out an amazing fight card. You know,
And Mira, Aaron, don't you don't remember Ring One, the first Ring One card that they did over there in the street of New York was $80 the pay-per-view, and that shit was trash. Yes, have
yeah,
Garbage.
some name, but it was garbage. How
yeah,
many fights we watch that is pure garbage and they ask $80 subscription plus this money,
yeah.
bro? And now we're giving you a card that is going, yes, have ups and downs, some black hand happen, but you know what, these warriors gonna give you the entertainment and the value for those $50.
You
Oh
better
yeah, you
Okay,
ain't
believe
gonna
it.
see no running. You're not gonna see no running. You're
No
gonna
Mickey
see
Mouse here.
fucking toma y dame.
Yeah. And let me tell you something right now. Leah, let me a little history, right? Remember when Turkey spent all that money in New York City on that car with Ryan Garcia and Rolly? And on all those fights, not one of those fights lived up to expectation. The very next day, he got on a jet with all his buddies, went out to Saudi, and Saul fought William Skull. The very next day, two Saudi cards, all that money, no
Garbage.
excitement. You know what the card that saved the weekend? The little Japanese card, Naoya Inoue, was the next day after Saul. I
yep,
remember that entire boxing
weekend.
weekend, the fight card that was not funded by Turkey and that had the lowest names on it was the most exciting card. Where have we seen that before? That's why I'm telling you, in New York City, this is going to be an amazing card. You might not, every fight name on this card might be a household name, but these are those cards where you get the best out of the fighter because they want to be the household name. They want you to remember them. And they're gonna go out there and we're gonna have one hell of a night of boxing.
They're
And
gonna
don't miss it.
entertain you.
Don't miss it. Don't miss it. Tune in, buy the pay-per-view. And if you're in
And
the
it's
New
not,
York
if you
area,
got two
come out
bodies,
on the day.
$25 each, and both watch a fight
That's it. That's
that's
it.
it, you
That's
know,
it.
bro,
Yeah.
because you
That's the thing that pisses me off. Everybody's, oh, this is not a pay per view worthy fight. We should be watching it free on Tubi or whatever, bro. It's a small promotional company. Got their foot in the door
And they're
with the
and
big
they're asking for
boys.
your help.
and
They're asking for help. When Turkey came out and
Yeah.
put that bullshit ass card on the streets of New York that was born as fuck.
No. Back it up. Back it up, front line. Back it up. Fuck that.
We going
Tell it
back
like it
further?
is. From Turkey can come out and tell you, I'm gonna do away with pay-per-view. Instead, he raised the price.
¿me
Instead, he
entiendes?
took everybody to the zone and took the zone package deal and raised it. He told us he was going to take away and that we would never pay for another boxing match. Is that not what he told us?
That is what he said.
Okay?
And
But
now
Okay?
it's more
but
So this
expensive.
man can lie to you, but because he spent all these fabulous cards and now you're a little bit spoiled, you could ignore his lies when the honesty of what's being right here, we none of us can actually come out and point the finger to said person, but we all see what's going on.
And not to mention what Rachel broke down earlier. The promotion, the purse bid is only for the main event. That's all it's for. So now Orengo has to pay the undercard. He's got to pay all those fighters. He's still got to pay for the venue. And then on top of that, little did we know, the fucking New York State Athletic Commission gets a percentage out of the gate prices, out of the gate money.
Yeah,
Yeah, the
yeah.
commission. The commission.
Oh, oh, oh.
Damn, bro, that's
It,
crazy. What?
it
That's
is
gonna be
like that.
like
All
at least
commissions
three
need their
million,
money.
huh? 3 million at least
I
with
don't
like
know what the
everything that like you
percentage
just
is
said.
Hey,
at the gate. I'm not
Damn.
in the room. I
but
don't
after
know that.
after tomorrow,
But
everybody gonna know who Suriel Matias is, who
oh
Sintron
yeah,
is, who Keith Colon is, who Manny Rodriguez is. You know,
yeah,
because
man. Yeah.
they give us so much trash. And mira, right now they trying to sell us what Shakur, Teofimo, Keishan,
Keyshawn, Jermaine
and
Ortiz,
them four big
Bruce
names.
Shushu Carrington versus other
Hold on,
Yo,
hold on,
homeboy. They
hold on.
got
yo,
Big Baby
and then
Yo,
that's
Miller.
put
crazy.
Edwin, put that last message up.
What's up?
They
Yeah.
and
What?
they trying to tell you, oh yes, you're gonna be entertained and pay $80,
Yo, overbid,
tax almost a
bro. That's
hundred
why
dollars for a
this
car
trash
that
card on
maybe put you to
PPV.
sleep. And
Listen,
here you have a car, $50, and gonna entertain you. And the main event is gonna
Well,
be
hold
a
on,
brutal beat down.
well, brother, respectfully, we don't even know, so we can't even say that yet. We gotta
I
wait
know
till
because
Sunday.
Mexicans
We
and
gotta
Puerto
wait
Ricans
till
are gonna
Sunday.
fight.
Listen, Cesar says they overbid, bruh. That's why this trash card on pay per view.
now,
So
now, wait, whoa. All right, okay. Listen. You got to know something about business and taking in a risk and a jump in life, right? Um, oh, you knew you were gonna overbid in this fight by a little bit, right? It wasn't so much that because hopefully you would have gained something in it. Sometimes it's not always about the money. You can't always hit the home run in your first shot. Sometimes you're gonna get some losses. Let me tell you a little story about a big promoter that came in the game by the name of Ed Hearn. In one of his
Mm,
first years of boxing, being a promoter, he lost so much money. They said it was reported almost in the billions of dollars, 1 billion.
mm.
That Ed Hearn lost a lot of money. So that goes to show you, even with the backing that Ed Hearn had, that their money was long, there was a lot of mistakes made. To just single handedly come out and say Fresh Production overbid, then they dropped the ball in the promotion. They didn't know what they were doing. That was expected from my end because you've never been here, okay? And your money's not that long. So you were trying to put the event on, cut a couple corners, and hope for the best. And a lot of shit went wrong. Then when you didn't get fighters from the other promoters and stuff, and they kind of blackballed you guys out, and then you made that kind of bid, right? You didn't have anything to back the card, right? So we know that. We know that, right? And I'm telling the the community that okay, see, this is the kind of shit they want to get me and you arguing or tied up about, rather than showing support. See, rather than just coming out and saying, listen, man, we need y'all help, right? This is what they want us to say. Talk about who overbidded who underbidded who dropped the ball there. But Orengo and these guys got to hope tomorrow for a big walk in. Their entire night is based on a walk in price now. That's where we're at. And on pay per view, look, I'm no fool, and I won't lie to my own viewers. No, you guys already heard me. This is not a pay per view fight. No, but I see the magnitude. I see what's behind it, the potential of letting a new player in the game. I'm not afraid of change. I can recognize when something was going down, but that's exactly what they want us to do.
Edwin,
You
let me
know, they
piggyback off of you real quick. Let me piggyback.
go
And
ahead.
not to mention, Juan Ivan Orengo, he throws his boxers to the wolves. So he's not. If he continues to do promotional cards, you're not gonna get boring fights.
Who he throw
He's
to
gonna.
the wolf? Front line. Who the hell he throwing to the wolf? Give me one fighter that's give me one fight that's a 50-50 in this card. One fight, 50-50 squabble in this card. Because the one I was thinking is no longer there. You guys are playing down Dalton Smith, saying that he's never fought a 4-star fighter. You guys are downplaying El Leoncito, saying that he's gonna get smacked
We're
up.
not downplaying it.
He's
We're not
he's
down.
gonna
Just to be.
hold on,
But
hold
hold
on,
on, hold
hold on,
on.
Papi.
Hugo,
Hold on, no, no, no,
You
no,
see
no.
how Hugo
He's
always tries to switch shit up?
Keith
always.
Cologne.
Because
Keith
that
Cologne is a minus
Hugo represents
1600.
that fan base, and it's okay.
Okay, Hugo, answer
Dígame,
answer me
papi.
this.
Okay, papi.
Meaning you Mexicans, Mexican Americans, are the ones saying that Guevara, whatever his name is trash. Now, that's you guys saying it. If you look at his record, he's got, I think, three either former or ex champions on his resume, right? And he's fighting Keith Colon. He's got way more experience. Yeah, he fell short, but he he's got more experience than
Papi,
Fighting a
why
Keith.
is
kid with
Keith Col-
8 fights?
Papi, why is Keith Cologne minus 1600 then? The bookies know this. You know what's a 50-50 squabble and that's pay-per-view? Isaac Pitbull Cruz versus
Oh
Lamont
my
Roach.
god, this
That's a
guy.
50-50
Oh
Oh,
my
squabble.
God.
This
Jesus
guy
El
that
is
fight
Huevo
already
Ramos
happened.
this
versus
guy
Hugo,
is
James
Hugo,
crazy.
Mosley
We don't want to
Jr.
Hugo,
ever see
you
that
That's
get
a
fight
you get
again.
50-50
lost.
squabble.
You
This
like
guy
get
is
lost in
crazy.
the
This
wobbling.
guy's
That
crazy.
fight already happened. That's
Okay,
long time
all right.
gone.
First of all, Keith Cologne is a he's highly favored like that because he has 100% knockout ratio.
And
For
it's a
all
prospect.
young prospects, he's probably got the cleanest ratio and the highest. Out of 8 fights, he knocked out all 8 opponents. So even though this guy has been in the ring with a few, former world champions, and he came up short, he's gonna be coming against a hard punching, nonstop, highly skilled, a very seasoned young fighter in Keith Cologne. And for the level that he's on his level, Keith is leading the way. So this guy's gonna get hurt, and I think that the odds makers see it. But paper and the odds don't always tell the story.
Of the fight.
This guy's he's seasoned. He can teach the young kid a lesson or two if the young kid is not careful. So I think this is a better matchup than what the odds maker make it. But they could be right. Keith might be that dude. He just might be that dude, and he might just pack this chump up quick. But let's not
The
forget,
Sintron fight too. That's it.
yeah,
That's a
and
good
let's
fight
not
too.
forget, right, that Hugo's trying to slither his way out of this because what he doesn't want you guys to acknowledge that there's 2 Mexicans fighting on this card against 2 Puerto Ricans. So he better shut the hell up, all right? Because it's on, baby. You guys are on deck with us now.
But
All right? All right?
hold on. No, there's actually more Mexicans against Puerto Ricans because you got Nestor Bravo versus Pedro Campas. Now, yeah, Pedro
That's right.
Campas might be a little bit washed up, but you got to understand Nestor
We're gonna
Bravo's
take
coming
it.
from a loss.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
that's the
Then you
opening
got
core. That's
Mm-hmm.
the opening core.
Mexico.
no,
Yeah, Hugo.
Keith Colon
Hugo, I
is the
can't hear
opener.
Oh,
you.
Keith is the opening one.
Something wrong with
Yeah.
his mic?
So hold on. So then from there we got JBL Sintron versus Sandoval. That fight right there, in my opinion, I think is gonna steal the night.
Rachel gave a good
Yeah, she did.
breakdown of that
And
fight,
I'm gonna
and I
tell you
asked a
right
couple good
now,
questions.
Mexico. Where's Mexico's representative? Their
I'm right here. I'm
spokesperson.
right here. But
Um,
but bro, it's just funny how all these fights that you guys are naming are against either Mexican opponents that are coming off losing streaks, Mexican
yeah,
opponents that are
that's not my
passing
fault. So what are
prime.
you saying?
You know,
Mexicans are
when are you guys
losers?
gonna call the
What are
Pitbull
you
Cruzes of the
saying?
world?
But
Why
Hold
would
When are
you
on,
you guys
say that
yo,
calling the
about Mexican
motherfucking
fighters? Don't
Jesus
say that about
Jesus
time
them.
out,
Antonio Ramos? Call the good
time out.
ones. Call the good ones,
Hugo,
papi.
Hugo,
Llamale
we're
a lo
talking about
bueno.
yo, we're talking about the Matias card. We're not talking about any other fighter right now. We're talking about the Matias card.
Yeah.
On the Matias card, then you got Manny Rodriguez versus El Leon, right?
And that's your boy, Leon. That's your
El
boy. That's
León.
your
El
dude.
Leoncito.
Listen.
Then
So
and
that's
then you
Puerto
got
Rico
Subdel
versus
versus Dalton.
Mexico right there. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Yo, you be
Y-
So
always talking
How
shit
many
about
fights?
Puerto Rican fighters. Now it's
How many
time.
fights in the? How many fights in the fight card?
I think 7. Hold on, hold on.
6, I think now because they caught.
Now you see. Now you're gonna have to answer for that, Hugo.
Yeah, it is 6. It is 6. You're right.
And El
6.
Six.
Leoncito said it
How many
that some
12
of his
rounders?
losses
How
he
many
believed
12
that he
rounders?
won, you know, and he's coming to fight. He said
How
it.
many 12 rounders? How many 12 rounders?
Yo, hold on. Before you go there, Naldo got a good point. He says that he thinks that this was too early for the fight to be made just after Christmas. I think that it has to be made for February or March
This was the
A,
date
a
that
lot of
was
people coming
there.
off buying Christmas gifts, spending a lot of money,
This
on
and
New
was
then
the
Year's
putting
and all
only
that.
date
and
Yeah.
New Year's
open.
and all that, and then putting it here now. It was just
Last
the
weekend,
wrong time.
WWE was in the
Yo,
Barclays
the
Center.
promotion on Fresh Promotion, they kind of like dropped the ball on a lot of things, man. I gotta
And not
admit
to
it.
mention, shit, Puerto Rican celebrated the Three Kings Day,
Oh
los
my
Tres
God,
Mayores.
But
también,
That's
and
they
they
know
January
want us to
that
6th.
pay
fresh,
$55. Está
but
cabrón, bro. But listen, it's for a good cause, guys. You
and it's
know,
not like fresh promotion dropped the ball. If they told you this is my only date
my
available,
only day available, right? And
because
that's
Barclays
why
Center is always packed. Last week was the
always
WWE over there. Next weekend is another stuff. Every weekend is something. This was the only date available. Plus, when you do the bid, you have a amount of time to
you are right,
make the fight. And then he
right?
got an extension because he couldn't do it in December, so he made the extension to do it now in opening January because that's what they told you. That's the contract that you sign when you make the bid. Or if not, you lose the bid and lose the money that already you put down. So
Wow.
Hey, I
it's
have
not
a
that he
question.
dropped the
Hey,
ball.
I have a question though, like a sincere question. So, if you guys could just educate me. So, if Matchroom would have won the bid, they would have like mandatory took Subriel Matias to the UK. Like Subriel Matias can be like, I'm the champion, and we're fighting in New York, but we're fighting in a Matchroom promoted fight. If Eddie Hearn would have won that first bid, mandatory, they would have had to take it to the UK to Dalton Smith's home.
Yeah, to
Oh
over there to
shit!
Sheffield, England, because they don't want to take Dalton Smith outside Sheffield, England, because he never fought outside of Sheffield. Because, but whatever, this is a good fight. Dalton Smith is a 50-50 fight, and I'm not gonna lie. Dalton Smith, this is his biggest fight of his career. But
Well,
a
I'm gonna
lot of
say this.
boxers
It's
in
a
there too.
it's Melasa, it's a 70-30, maybe a 80-20.
I know, but let me sell it.
Guys,
Hey,
don't be
Rachel,
sleeping on
Rachel, I know
Dalton
you're in the
Smith.
chat. You snuck out of here without giving me your prediction. You think you slick. Edwin, you're on mute.
My bad. I'm saying things. I'm like, yo, what's up?
I did
No,
what?
Oh, she's up here.
No, Rachel
Oh,
don't. Yeah, I was just telling you, but my mic was muted. Yeah.
Oh,
Rachel,
he flipped up.
Keith Colon,
I mute myself.
Guevara. Who you got and how?
I didn't look that one up.
Okay,
No.
so let's move on. Nestor Bravo, Pedro Campas.
Nestor Bravo. Hold on. On my note. Not you, Jerome. Sorry, my kids are here, so they're out.
Hugo, no la
Nestor,
interrumpa.
Nestor Bravo. Hold on. All my cards are all out of order. Diaz. The hell is he? Rodriguez. Damn it. Diaz. Centron? Before Centron. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Okay. So. Give me like 30 seconds.
All right.
No, you get.
You good? You good?
No. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. Um, you was like, oh, Rachel didn't get it, and I'm saying to myself, you would say, "Oh, your mic's muted," and I would say, "Wait a minute, yo, dog, she's right there. You didn't hear me?"
No, no, I enjoy Rachel.
That's
Yo, yeah, if you
great.
keep doing this with Rachel before the fight for any fights and stuff, and you got the
Yeah,
stats and stuff, gonna be so awesome.
yeah,
Because
yeah,
man, I
absolutely.
really
Well,
enjoy her breakdown.
I can't vouch for her. She's a very busy lady, and I
I
appreciate
know. But
whenever
for
she can
some good
stop by and
fights,
do it.
main events, important
Yeah,
ones,
yeah,
she
man.
just,
Listen,
Hey,
bro.
hold on real
doors
quick,
always
Edwin.
open.
JWC, I think it might be on your end because Edwin fixed the mic situation.
It might be on your end, my man, because yeah. As a matter of fact, let me go look on Facebook and see if I mean Facebook, fucking YouTube, to see my video and to see how I sound. Let me go check it out. That's something I wanted to do. All right, I'll tell you right now.
Naldo said Nestor Bravo's last fight, he didn't look good, which is, he lost. He lost. But, oh, and for those that don't know, that was Nestor Bravo's first fight being signed to Fresh Production.
Hold on. Yo, could you hear my
I
audio
was
from the
surprised
other
if
video that I
Chakai
was
wasn't
playing
in this
in
fight.
the
No,
background?
no,
You couldn't hear this? So let me tell me if you can hear this.
no.
Yes.
You hear some? I, I hear clicks, but nothing like.
Hold on. Yo, could you hear my
I
audio
was
from the
surprised
other
if
video that I
Chakai
was Do I
wasn't in
sound
this
any
fight.
different?
No.
You couldn't hear this? So let me tell me if you can hear this.
Yeah, I was hearing the echo,
You hear
that
some?
you're listening to
I
the
hear clicks, but
YouTube.
nothing like.
No, those are birds.
Hey, QS, as soon as she comes back, I'll read that to her.
Yo, do I sound any different?
I do. Now I'm hearing
Um,
echo.
Oh,
I got an echo. Is echo gone?
Yeah, it's going.
Okay.
all right.
I got it 60-40 to Bravo. A close unanimous decision based on cleaner punches and better ring IQ. Um, yeah. But it's not like a blowout. It's going to be, pretty decently close because of Bravo's low
What
output.
about now?
Okay. Then we're gonna go to
All right.
Sintron versus Sandoval.
Let's see. I gotta find. Copy. Synchron. Where did I put him? God damn it. Okay, 30 seconds. Hold on.
Yep.
I did. I closed all my
No,
notes. I thought we were done.
while you look, well, you got off earlier because your phone overheated. But
Yeah.
while you look for that, QS has a question. Says, "Hey Rachel, what were you thinking when Nonito fought Inoue again? When you guys were in the ring and you were looking at Inoue before the fight started?"
I didn't know why he kept looking at me. Like, well, I pissed him off the day before. So, um, like you have to understand, Japan's a certain type of place that
Yeah,
I'm not supposed to be saying anything. I'm supposed to be really quiet and smiley and sweet. And that whole glove situation, uh,
they do
no
not.
Nito, he told me he's like, when I first saw it, because I saw it as soon as commission took the gloves out. I'm like, why aren't they sealed? And Onito always like puts that leash on me. He's like, mm-mm. He's like, leave it alone. I'm like, okay. And then as soon as Inoue messed around with Nonito's number one pair, then Nonito's like, all right, leash is off. I'm leaving. Do whatever the fuck you want. And so I went head to head with Inoue, and he's like, he would say stuff in Japanese looking at me, but then an interpreter would have to say something. And I'm like, I don't care. I don't care. So I don't know. I mean, I saw him, he came to Nonito's locker room. He looked at me and I looked at him, and I kind of waved at him and said, like, you can go say hi. He's just rapping. And then he, came in and said hi to Nonito.
The
Oh,
Japanese don't like
really?
that American
Naoya Inoue
mentality.
did that?
Hmm?
Muy bajito, está muy bajito.
Now you're low, Edwin. Now you're super low.
Now I'm super low.
Go the other way.
Yeah.
I'm
No, but
trying.
the Japanese don't like that American female, They like to
Yeah,
talk,
no,
like they like to be there, knowledgeable, stuff like that. For
they
them, the
got they got
have
different
to be
ways.
like a little geisha.
But
No, I know.
my question was that was Naoya Inoue that walked in and said hi to him. That was actually him
Hmm.
that came.
Yeah, for
Yeah.
this last fight. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
All right. All right. Yeah.
Yeah. And he's like he. I mean, he doesn't. I mean, I wouldn't know if he talks shit anyway because I mean he
You
speaks
should have talked to
Japanese
him
too.
back in Filipino.
When Naoya Inoue was younger and he was coming up in his career and he sparred with your husband Naoya sparred with Nonito Donaire. He sparred with him like at what age is roughly around? I'm a little. Was it like younger than the 19? Was it when he was in his amateur, or did he spar with him numerous on different
They didn't
occasions?
spar. They never sparred. Nonito
Oh,
just trained him on how to throw
trained
a left
him.
hook. Like they
Okay.
think Nonito was there training, and Noya came in. He was really young. I feel like he was like between 16 or 19, like somewhere
Wow.
young. And
Okay.
he had questions for Nonito, and Nonito's patient enough to teach you how to throw his left hook. And yeah, but it was God, that was a long time ago.
Oh,
I
Wow.
I
remember
was
those
gonna ask you
pictures.
a question, Rachel. You're from Philippines, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because for me, the Philippines always have this big calf, this thick leg.
Hmm.
That's how I spot Philippines, right? I know Philippines because the calf and those thick leg. So in the training, what Philippines focus their training in leg works and stuff like that in the abs because I
Mm,
see that like
I
Philippines
don't
are.
know. I think they might be like just naturally light. I don't think Manny Pacquiao does like exercises for. I don't know. Maybe I could be
But
wrong,
that's
but
what I'm asking her.
Manny Pacquiao got
No,
big
I
calf.
think
Like
it's dependent on like individual, like just like the Canelo's legs are big, right? Um,
yeah.
Yeah,
there's
yeah.
and then you have
Philippines.
Mexican fighters that have really skinny chicken legs, so I
Right.
I
Right.
don't think that's necessarily to like um one race at
Raise.
all.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah.
Do we work on it? Yeah, 100%. But I mean, Nonito, when I met him and he was 112, well, he wasn't walking at 112, but he was fighting at 112. He was thick, thin legs. Like I used to make fun of him all the time.
Mm, 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 mm,
And then
mm,
we
mm.
worked on it as he's
Yeah.
gone through the weights and stuff like that, which so now it's a lot stronger. But I remember where I'd be like, bro, you don't even have a line in your thigh. Like, what is wrong with you? You don't.
That's what I'm saying because Philippines when I see them oh my I'm always like damn like these you know strong not thick like thick that big they look so strong like
Well,
bro
I
you
used
can
to have
break the
really
brick
big
with that.
legs, but when I was fighting,
Mm,
right? So now that I don't fight, like it's not as like big as it used to be when I was
right.
fighting, because all I did was kick, right? It's kind of like the
Mm,
Muay Thai people, like
right.
they kick, so their legs get strong, and
Right.
we literally do everything on our legs. So for us, like I always had bigger legs, and then as
Right.
when I stopped fighting, they started to taper out.
Yeah.
Dudes used to and when we would watch like
Edwin, you got
Manny
to speak
Pacquiao.
up. You got to speak up.
Really, like it. I
There
don't
you
know.
go. You get when you get closer to the mic, you sound louder and better.
Yeah. Well, uh, we used to be at home, right, and we would watch Manny Pacquiao fight, right. And like my uncle would say a funny joke or whatever, he would be like, he would refer to Manny Pacquiao's calves. He would be like, it looks like he never drove a car anywhere. He walked everywhere, right? And it would sound like like in Spanish, like the reference to how strong looking his calves were, and it was like then they would always say the Filipino fighter is strong from the hips down, that they get their power and they burst up like that. And then my uncle would start saying something. So, and it's like Rachel says. I think it just happens to be that his body structure was like that. And it's not like, you can actually put that on all the Filipinos, because same thing with Japanese and sumo wrestlers, right? You think of a Japanese person, I don't think of a 400-pound sumo wrestler, right? But they are. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
but
Rather
I,
than like what you
I
were
know.
referring to, what you're referring to is like a certain characteristic that they all favor, meaning like Samoans.
Yeah,
Like,
like Mexican have like a strong chin, but if you see their waist, they never have abs. But in the Philippines, because I remember watching one of Pacquiao's trainees and other people,
yeah,
and when they was doing sit-ups, they was hitting stick in their stomach too, and I don't see
yeah,
that stuff in other
yeah,
places.
yeah.
So there's some
It's
type of
just,
like they
it's just
mix some
different parts of the world,
multi
brother.
training
That's
with
all.
boxing,
Yeah.
and it's not everybody got their characteristics, but yeah, the legs. I always get amazed with how strong the Filipino girls have those thick,
What's
strong
interesting
legs.
though is lately, I want to say the last 5 years, one of the major complaints that Manny's been having is his calves.
Really.
Yeah, do you remember? So not the bar. I don't remember hearing it for the Barrios fight, but the one before
He had
that.
those high socks with the things on them.
Yeah, but who was before Barrios before he took his like leave of absence? Was it
Oh, you're
Ugas?
talking 5 years ago from the bar. Whoa, Manny. Okay,
What was Manny's last fight? Was it Ugas?
was wasn't it
Not Barrios. I'm saying remember he retired and went to like politics, like full
yeah,
time, went into like
yeah.
the presidential. Was it
Okay.
Okay,
Back
hold
then
on.
when he went to the president, because yeah, this one was Barrio, but before
before Barrios?
Oh,
uh
well,
was one time Thurman
no, no, it was Ugas.
Mhm.
It was
Ugas.
I think it
Ugas.
was. I
It
think it
was
was
Ugas.
Ugas.
He
So
fought
between
Ugas in 2021.
it was Ugas and there was the one before that. Both of them for sure. If you look it up, he was complaining
Keith
of
Thurman.
his calves.
All right, well, you guys are fucking up my money line because I'm trying to get the
Keith
bets up
Oh,
Thurman.
here.
sorry, Centron.
He fought Ugas. He
I think
fought
that
Ugas.
since oh sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. He fought Ugas. Um, um, he fought
Edwin, get
Ugas,
closer
Keith
to the mic.
Thurman, and he fought Ugas, Keith Thurman, and um, uh, uh, um, Adrian Broner.
No, it wasn't any of those. Hold on, I'm looking it up on Box Shark right now.
All
Not
right.
Junior.
Hey, Rachel, do you know how to tell Asians apart?
Uh-huh. Yeah. No one could tell what the hell I am though. It was Ugas. So the Ugas one, he was complaining about his calves, and
Right.
they tightened up during that fight too.
Did you see
So
the Joe Coy special on how to tell Asians apart?
no, what did you say?
Oh, you gotta watch that shit.
Oh, it's
But
funny.
yeah, let's go back to the money line. So
Yeah,
you
yeah.
can tell.
Sin Tron Sandoval.
Yeah. I think Centron like just UD. Clear UD. I think that when it comes to it, like uh his amateur record and being able to stay clean is really what's going to set apart this fight. I think that at first he's going to the first couple rounds for sure he's going to set that pace, right, and get the distance and win those rounds really easily just by most of the first rounds are all just touching and finding um your distance and stuff like that, but because of the fact that he throws out the jab a lot, it's going to be clear optics for the judges. Um, and Sandoval, again, he doesn't score very clean. The only thing, like what we were talking about, is that if we don't want him to be against the ropes because of the fact that Sandoval's pressure remains constant. So I think that his footwork and his ring IQ will make it easier and cleaner for the visible scoring shots for the judges to be like, okay, award him winner. He just has
Right.
like the one thing is just staying focused throughout. I think it's a 10 round fight, right? Staying focused after like 6, 7, 8 is where I would get worried because of just the fact that like just putting your guard down, like just not
Right.
focusing in those rounds, being like, okay, I got this. I've been disciplined and all those things. Just I mean, because it only takes
Like
half a
Jaime
second to
Munguia
not.
did. Like Jaime Munguia
Yeah,
did.
yeah,
Yeah.
and
He fell asleep
Sandoval,
behind
he
the
has a
wood
high. Yeah,
wheels.
and he has a
Yeah.
very high He has a very high KO ratio, and
Yeah.
pressures relentlessly. So he just needs to stay focused on that. But if it comes to like down to picking one, I would still pick Centron. And you have to remember, I
Centron.
watched Centron because we were either supposed to fight him or Emmanuel.
Right.
Speaking of Emmanuel, Manny versus what what's his name?
Wow, Sintron should.
Diaz. Manny versus
Diaz.
Diaz.
Yes, yeah, Diaz.
Oh,
Where did I
Donito
put that
Donaire
one?
or Sintron versus Donito Donaire.
That's
Those
the
two are good
co-main event
fights.
that got pushed up. That's Emmanuel Rodriguez versus Diaz.
Yeah, I'm trying to look
Donaire,
for it.
can you imagine that one? Donito Donaire versus Manny or Sintron? I prefer
Yeah,
Um,
those were our two options
those
for
were her
this
two options.
to
Yeah,
be
in
on this
fact,
card.
right. She was gonna right. They were looking, but they took the fight for the belt, man. That I would
Yeah,
have been on
hey,
that play for the
it's a
belt
bell,
too.
brother.
Hell
It's a
yeah.
title.
Hey, Edwin,
Hell yeah.
suggestion. Edwin,
Hell
suggestion
yeah.
for tomorrow. The chat wants to know if you have a different mic for tomorrow
No,
because
I'm gonna have to fix this, but uh somehow that day that I pressed all those buttons, I then hit something, and something is ducking it out. If something is I must have put on like an extra noise cancellation. So every time I talk and then stop talking, it goes low.
I
So
know when
it's
you get close to the mic, we can hear you better. But you got to be like literally on that mic.
like
So
that.
yeah, you have to put your mouth on it.
Damn it,
It
man!
cannot be
Like
like
what
that.
the hell?
Sorry. Yeah, so with Manny, same thing. Like it's one of those I've been watching Manny forever, right? With the WBSS and how many times their Nonitos and his paths might have crossed. So I mean he had the amateur pedigree and the success at his level, clean and accurate punches, world title experience. You know, that's a huge thing, having the experience against under his belt. He scores very clearly as ring control. And Diaz is going to try to make this fight ugly. He's going to be less effective in cleaner punches, right? It's always about quality and not just quantity. So I think it's going to be a clear win for Manny.
Mm.
And then
So,
the
if,
main event.
espérate. Because if Manny wins this fight and Donito win his title, and she said, they're willing to, you see
No,
what we
no,
have to,
Donito came up
fresh
short in the fight
promotion,
already.
like support it because more better fights can happen later on in life.
Yeah, I mean, part of the reason why I had to get off the phone is because I have two offers on my table already. So I'm looking at it, and I did tell Rango that, listen, like, you want us to fight Manny. Manny's not even ranked. Nonito's number one. So we gotta get Manny in those rankings. For Nonito even fight him at this point, at
Yeah,
least in the top 15. And he's been out. That's one of the things that if it's not gonna be clear, it's still gonna be a wide decision, but I don't think it's gonna be competitive. And the only reason why I don't think it like if it's not like completely clear, like a clear across all cards, is because he has been out of the ring for 1 year and 8 months, I believe.
something like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So ring rust, getting that back in. Um, but I mean, he's a veteran. That's one of those things, right? Like Nonito was out of the ring for 2 years before he fought the Argentinian, and then went over to Japan to fight Seiya.
He was
So
out of the ring that long?
yeah, no one would take the fight. Like I think he fought July 2023. He didn't come back into the ring till June 2025. Not because of any of our doing, but because I know we chased Sonny Edwards, and I was heckling him on Twitter, and then he deleted his Twitter
Sonny
after I
Edwards, I
did
was
He
kind
went
of
that.
into witness
liking.
protection.
Yeah, no, he deleted his Twitter after that. Because like
Yeah,
I kind of went hard on him. I was like,
damn,
Sonny's like
bro.
a little, Sonny's one of those guys that like to joke around and sometimes talks out of turn. And he said something about, so we had a Filipino fighter, I think it was Christian Araneta, and some Philippine blogger said something about Christian because he was the mandatory. Sonny said, I'm coming in to face the champion, And I said, there's no way our fighter has the mandatory position. Um, and he's like, I have an IBF ring. And I was like, that ring doesn't hold unlimited powers or anything. And then he's like, you're just trying to get my attention. You must like me. I'm like, bro, like, come on. No, I'm not.
Rachel,
Oh my
where's
god.
Nonito
And then
fighting
it
at
went
right now? What
sideways.
weight?
And it went sideways.
18
18.
Oh, what about a Bam Bam fight?
with Bam.
What?
Bam
Are you
Bam
crazy?
Rodriguez.
Him and Nonito's known Bam since he was 12. And Robert is like he's literally family to us. I talked
Okay.
to Robert about that fight a couple, I don't know, it was not last year, maybe 2 years ago, because there was talks about that then. And I called Robert. I was like, hey, did you say that you wanted to fight us? He's like, hell no. I was like, well, where's this rumor coming from? He's like, I don't know. He's like, it would be a banger though. Wouldn't it be a banger? I was like, so you don't want the fight, right? He goes, fuck no. He was like, no. He's like, no, Robert still to this day, you could bring up all the articles whenever, like, I think when Bam fought in San Antonio or where, or I don't know where he fought, somewhere in Texas. They were interviewing Robert and he was like, who is your best fighter that's ever been in your stable, including the current fighters right now? And Robert still names Nonito.
Yeah, Robert know the game, and he know what to say to some reporters and stuff like that, and they do their media stuff like boxing game.
Yeah, but I think
Yeah, but there has to be stupid amounts of money for us to get in the ring with Bam, just because like we're literally fighting like family
yeah,
at that
Yeah,
point. Like
and
it doesn't
top
make
level
any sense.
match. And no te escuchamos, estás mudo, mudo, mudo. Se mueve el de esto, pero nada, no te escuchamos nada. Nothing.
you don't hear nothing from me.
You're
Ahora un
super,
You're
poquito.
super
really
low.
low again.
A real low. Oh my
I
god,
don't
man!
know
I
what
can't
you're
believe
doing.
what it. I don't know what it is.
We're
Yeah,
we're all loud, and then you're like whispering.
So,
really.
yep.
And the
How about
crazy part
now?
is it's getting worse and worse.
What the fuck, bro?
I was so getting scared that I was so deaf. I was like, "Oh my god, I'm losing
I'm
my
losing my
hearing."
mind, losing death. Jesus Christ!
But
I'm
I
trying
feel
There
to.
you
happy
go.
that I
That's
heard
I'm
that
better.
trying
Orengo
every.
talked to you guys. So Orengo is doing all those beats and all this movement. So this is why we need to support this core. If we want good fights, we want good pays, we got good representation. This is the time. This is the moment, guys.
Yo, has the
Rachel,
mic gone
Matias,
off?
Mm,
Matias versus Dalton.
Matias, I don't think Dalton has the world experience, the elite experience yet, to even be there. I think that's why Hearn wanted it, why he was bidding for it. He was bidding with it with Turkey's money. Because it wasn't supposed to be this late. There actually was supposed to be before the purse bid. They were trying to get Subriel on a Riyadh card. I
Yeah,
can't
the no
remember for the
November
but
22nd. That was on the Devin Haney.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, and then he got pulled off, right?
Yeah,
Because
yes.
read this fight.
Maxim didn't win.
Well, it wasn't because of that. It was because Orengo told Turkey, like, you're trying to rush Subriel, and he just finished fighting Puello, and he had that nasty cut on his eye, and it wasn't going to be enough time for it to heal.
Period. Turkey disrespect us in that ring, and now we're not going there. You
Yo, I
disrespect
think
us.
I
That's
found
it.
it.
Well, not just that, like I said, like I mean, it doesn't matter if whatever happened. If Subriel says that, especially if you're going into a purse bid, you have to take the bid, or things happen. If you can't, if you say you need more time to heal or something like that, like damn sure the sanctioning bodies are just gonna put you in recess. So you gotta be
Right.
very careful when you say you need more time, and how much time are we talking about? But the reason why Matchroom got in there was because they wanted him on that Riyadh card November 22nd.
Yep.
That's not the only
They should
reason,
know.
but
They
a
should
big
know the
reason.
details.
So how
Yeah.
do you see it, Rachel? I know you said you got Matias, but how do you see it? Do you see a no mas? Do you see a knockout or a decision?
No, I see a knockout. I don't see a decision with this one. I'd say under 7.
But wait. Not we got to be specific here on round one. Are we getting a knockout or are we getting a no mas?
I'm gonna get Rachel's pick
What
so
do you
we
mean?
could pick the
Oh
winner.
my God, you're becoming worse. Now you're in like a can in like a Lego city, like the micro people. that we can't hear? That's how far you sound now.
He sounds like
You're
he's in a bubble underwater.
yeah, you're so bad. Bro, we can't hear you.
All right.
Anyway, what were you saying? Sorry.
Wait,
TKO, KO, or no mas.
Ooh, like if he's gonna quit in the corner?
yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, like that.
No, I
Or in
think
the
it's a
Or
ring.
the commission don't let him out.
well
Or
then that's a
TD.
TKO.
That's a
If the
TKO.
commission.
No. I want a no mas.
Mm,
The RTD.
I'm fighting between KO and TKO, like where the what like Subriel is pushing so much and hitting him so much, and all he is in high guard. And he doesn't defend himself. And Subriel is getting clean shots on him where the referee steps in the middle and just waves it.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
What about now? Can you guys hear me now?
Absolutely not.
Mm.
Low as hell. We hear you, but very low.
You're
Tell
very
him,
low,
Rachel. Tell him how
man.
it is. You know
Come
how
on.
to
How about
fix that
now?
policy.
That's it.
That's
I
I
got
good.
I
Now stop messing with the buttons.
all right. Stop messing with the buttons. All right. I'm right here. How about here? Huh?
Yeah, you're good. Stop.
Better? Better? Okay.
Yeah.
eh, but yeah.
Damn it, man.
And he's still touching the buttons. He don't learn.
Mhm.
Wait,
Yeah.
stop. Yo, bro. Snitches get stitches, bro. You know what I'm saying? Yo,
JWC, you are right. You're not crazy. His
what?
about the mic. Yeah, he thought he was going crazy because he hears me, Rachel, and Melasa perfectly fine.
Right.
So
But with
Rachel, I got
you,
you a question, right? Eddie Hearn
I
was
gotta fix this.
beating with the Turkey money. Then he have to go back to Turkey and tell him he don't got the bet.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm.
It was supposed to be on that Riyadh card on November 22nd. It was slated already in there. And then it went to purse bid, which is not what they thought was going to happen. What they thought was going to happen was to negotiate with Subriel and be able to bring him over to Riyadh for November 22nd. And then the purse bid happened. And then they're like, well, there's no way he's going to come up with this much. Or no one's going to, not even just them, could be Top Rank Golden Boy, whoever could is going to outbid us because we have the most interest in this fight, quote unquote, and we already have a slated date, right? So there's no one that's going to come up with the money. Well, boom, Orengo came in and outbid them.
Right. Right.
Boom.
hey, on the
What was that
MVP card,
chuchazo?
on the MVP card for the Amanda card, Rachel, did you get to see the very, very first fight of that card? The young
No,
kid's name, he's a pro debut. When you get a chance, take a look at him. His name is Caleb Tiron or Tirado or something like that. Pagan. Young
hold
Puerto
on.
Rican kid. It was pro debut.
Hold on, let me
That
pull up my. Hold on. Where is my
that
deck?
Right.
that kid is
Wait,
he's gonna be
Caleb.
a problem.
Where was Caleb from?
What?
Puerto Rico.
Puerto
No
Rico.
fact. Wait, he's the one that had gone on an Olympic tour, right? Like he did the qualifier. Yes?
I don't know about his amateur or previous. I This was the first time I heard of him. The
Okay, hold
point I'm
on.
getting at for his pro debut, that kid showed footwork like as if he was in the game for a long time.
Mm. Caleb Jose Terrado Pagan versus Justin Hill.
That guy.
Yep,
He
Puerto
won.
Rican. First debut, highly anticipated for professional bout. He has an impressive amateur background. I saw some tape on him. I talked to some people about him also. World Olympic qualifier prelims. Um, do, do,
Damn,
do.
she got the breakdown and everything right there.
I did the whole thing for Nonito for him to
Oh,
trust
Rachel is
himself.
amazing. I've been over here like me with my jaw dropped to the freaking floor. She's
On point.
amazing.
Knows her
But
stuff.
you didn't get to see the fight though, right?
No, that was where was I? Oh, I
Whenever
was
you
getting ready. So that day I didn't tell you what happened was that it's like so Friday night I get calls from like TR Brown, Christine in the ring, all of them, and they're like, "Where are you? We just saw Nonito." I'm like, "Okay, no one told me you guys were going." And so though everyone was like, "Get on the plane, come to Puerto Rico." I'm like, "Screw it." So I asked my boys, "You guys want to go to Puerto Rico? We're not going to make the 11 p.m., but we can make the 5 a.m." So now it's Saturday morning. My eldest wakes me up at 2 and he's like, Mom, are we going? So I get up, I look on my phone, I try to check in online. And instead of the 5 a.m., it says they moved my flight to 10 a.m. And mind you, Nonito's calling me and saying all their flights in Puerto Rico outbound are getting canceled because of the Venezuela attack or the
Mm,
kidnapping or whatever you call it.
right, 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 right.
So
Wow.
we weren't able to go. And right, I just talked to some guys from MVP yesterday and I was like, "Hey, when'd you get home?" He's like, "Today." I'm like, "You've got to be kidding me. The fight ended on the 3rd." And there's still fighters right now. Or
Wow.
there's still people right now that's still stuck in Puerto Rico until the 12th. Ebony Bridges is stuck in ATL. She can't get home. So yeah, it screwed up a lot of the flight plans. But I was supposed to be there. Um but yeah, yeah.
Well, when you get some free time, I know you're a
Watch it
busy
back.
woman. You got to watch it. Just watch his footwork though. It
Mhm.
it it. I'm talking about it because for a pro debuter to have footwork the way he had,
Mhm.
I think he's gonna be somebody.
Okay. Yeah, no, I like I said, I watched, some tape on him already, especially with that amateur background that he had. There's tape on him, just of course in the amateurs and not pro. This was his debut.
Right.
So um he was one of the first no, he was the first card and then it was Yandiel versus Kodo. And all that. But I remember him specifically because I remember that was something that my people told me. They're like, about him, and I looked it down into it, and I
Mm,
submitted the report to Nonito so he could commentate on it in Puerto Rico.
that was good commentating by Nonito out there in Puerto Rico. I didn't know that actually it never dawned on me to think about the flight patterns and if that would affect everybody. Wow. Wow.
hmm They
Interesting.
shut down all flights ingoing and outgoing from in Puerto Rico
Oh,
on Saturday and didn't reopen the airport till Sunday at 1 a.m. So all
wow.
those flights that got jacked up, like then they're having to rebook everyone and, everyone's going crazy and stuff like that. But yeah, we still have apparently some of the members from MVP still there until the 12th,
Now,
which is not a
now,
bad island to get stuck on. I would have been nice. I would have been like, cool, extended vacation.
right, right. Now, you think, I'm just guessing, but probably they do that to protect the air because of the fact they think that somebody could come flying in or something to try
Yeah,
to
I
like
mean, if you look
rescue
at
them
it from the
back.
other way, when we had World
Right.
War II, right, they hit the closest air base, which was Hawaii, which was Pearl Harbor.
Okay. Right.
So because of they don't know what kind of re- Logan. Sorry, my son's like side commenting on Pearl Harbor. Um, so a lot of the Caribbean islands got canceled flights inbound, outbound because they just didn't want, especially with the transport, for
Right.
any
Oh
problems to
yeah.
happen. I mean, like,
Right.
huh?
Right. The
Yeah.
transport and
Like,
everything, and they
you
just
know how why
wow.
Rachel, like
Mm,
because Puerto Rico and Philippines, we have a lot of common history and heritage, right?
mhm.
You got
Mhm.
Spain with Spain and all the that's the
Yep.
reason a lot of Filipino have Hispanic last name Lopez, you know,
Yeah.
and
Like
that's what I
Nonitos is not even really like deep Filipino. Like Donaire, the real way you pronounce it, not Donaire, but Donaire is, I think, God, where did we figure out where it was from? I can't remember if it was Portugal or I gotta look back at
yeah,
what we
yeah.
we found out. But
So say,
yeah,
wait. I'm not good with names as it is, right? But
mm,
could you say the last name again? Donaire?
Donaire.
Donaire.
Donaire. Donaire.
You know what's
Mhm.
funny? All these years that Donaire's been on, well, look at me.
Donaire.
Yeah, they're telling
No,
you Donaire. That is how we say it in
because
American, you
everybody's
know.
You
always
see
said
what
it.
I'm saying? I'm trying to remember it. I'm like, Donaire.
Yeah, but you tell
Yeah.
somebody Donaire, and everybody gonna look you like what? Well, no, it's
Yeah.
Donaire. It's like
Because
so.
everybody's been saying it wrong for years. And that's what I have problems with a lot of these Japanese guys' names and yeah, anyways. Man, I even listen the way the Japan people announce it, and it's even different than, and I try to like do it like that. I'm like, these guys got to know how to say it, right? And then you go to the Japanese channel and they say it a different way. And I'm like,
Mhm.
whoa. And then America, everybody like they just say whatever. They say whatever
Yeah.
they so it's
Yeah,
sometimes you get caught up.
Buffer was one of Buffer would always call him Donaire.
You see? And
Lennon
you
would
got
call him Donaire. The one that Nonito always loved was Lupe Contreras. Lupe would he would always pronounce it absolutely perfect, but it's also Lupe, right? So he has
mm,
that background to be able to pronounce and open his mouth in the right vowels
Yeah.
and pronounce it great. But yeah,
right.
so even his name, like yeah, you say Donaire, you're like okay, he could be French, but Donaire is more of that Spanish heritage. Even my dad's mom's last name was Herrera, and my dad's name was Marcial.
That's why
Wow. Those
Filipinos
are
and Puerto Ricans
real
share a lot of
strong
stuff in common.
last names.
Yo,
Right.
Mhm.
Edwin, your mic is super low.
Like the Filipinos have the
I
Asian
look,
heritage. We have
I don't
the
know what to do.
Caribbean, the base, but then we got in
Mhm.
top all the Spain cultures and Spain heritage. I getting lost in all that stuff. That's me. But
Yeah,
Mike
I
I think the
love
says,
it.
last
I
time I
love it.
asked my cousins in the Philippines, they said that she's a Henson. And if I showed you pictures of my cousins, they're light skin, brown natural
Yeah.
hair, hazel eyes, like really from Spain. And what's interesting is after the Spanish conquest for 200 years, I think recently within the last 5 years, they said that if you have Filipino heritage, you could apply for Spanish citizenship.
Yeah, they went to us with that BS, but nah, whatever. I'm American.
hey,
But Mira,
hey,
another
Joe,
question: you guys over there speak Spanish or now it's all English in Philippines? In the
So there
Filipinas?
is like a lot of the I don't know, my family mostly speaks Spanish. And then but the main language, can everyone speak English 100% because it's taught in elementary school.
Yep.
And then our national language is Tagalog, which is where what my parents speak. But you go against Nonito and Pacquiao, they're Cebuano is the language they speak, Visayan, and it's
Oh,
a totally different language. Like so when we go to camp, which is in Cebu, Omega Boxing, all of those guys that are there, they all speak that. And like I've been around enough to get what they're saying. I can't speak it at all. But if they talk really fast, I'm like, oh, I don't know what you just
Oh,
said.
and they speak really fast. Oh, and how many islands are in the Philippines? My bad. It's
700
for
plus?
no, it's for the fans. That when don't think Philippines one
No,
space.
700 plus with over 100 dialects.
wow.
Damn.
That's what's up.
yeah, and then
Yo,
Joe
so
Coy says that Filipinos are the Asian Mexicans.
No,
that's what's
J-
up.
no.
yeah,
Pretty much
Joe
Yo,
have the
Coy.
Mira,
same dishes though, the afritada,
yeah.
caldereta, things like that. Like it I mean, if that's what he was talking about as far as that, a lot of our cultures have
Pain
you know,
heritage.
we yeah, we inherited
Yeah.
it. There's a lot of words that we have as well.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Filipinos are
By the
more
way,
Puerto
those of you
Rican
that
of
don't
the
know,
Asians, not Mexican, more Puerto Rican. Puerto Rican and Filipino have more stuff in common, like pork, there's a bunch of stuff.
yo, just for those that are not aware, Joe Coy is a Filipino comedian that's funny as hell.
Oh yeah. Oh Joy Coy. Oh Joy Coy. Yes,
Yeah.
yes. It's so
Yeah.
freaking
Yeah.
funny.
So
Well,
he's the one that said that
Oh,
Filipinos
oh,
are the Asian Mexicans.
yeah.
He's
oh,
funny.
my bad. I thought
Yo,
it was somebody in the chat. My bad, my
no,
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 bad.
no,
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 no.
no.
no, no.
No.
So,
Yeah,
listen,
he's a
guys.
comedian.
How's my mic?
It's
Super
okay.
horrible.
Oh,
It's not as loud as ours.
All right, look, guys. You guys are having a hilarious time. I guess, on my account, I'm mic'd out here. You know what I mean? So, I'm gonna go back to the drawing board with this. You know what I mean? I have no idea what I'm doing. Can you guys even hear me? Like
Yeah,
Yeah,
we hear
we
you.
can hear you. We just all have to
I
be quiet when you're talking.
I so let's talk some boxing, guys. Like what are we doing? Listen.
Well, so I mean, like, listen, if I'll do these breakdowns as long as you give me a heads up. I will tell you though that within the next, I would say the next week, I might be leaving again for camp.
Mm,
Depending on which contract I decide to pull for Nonito. And then I'll be on the Philippine side, which I know there's a bunch of times when I was in the Philippines that we talked. So I'm not too
right,
worried about that.
right.
Um, but yeah, if there's a card that's coming up, I know, isn't there a card coming up?
Yeah, you got Teal
With
Shakur, and then you got
the
Zayas
Shakur Stevenson.
Babus,
Well, we got
Yeah,
Babas.
this January have
yeah,
a lot of good fights.
no,
right.
no, next week, not next weekend, the weekend after that. There's a Matchroom one that's here at Fountain Blue. I have tickets, but I don't think I'm going to be able to go because I might
Yes,
be not
yes. There's
here.
a right, right.
Who is it?
Hold on. I'll get it right now. I'll get it
I have
right
tickets. I
now.
don't even know who I'm going to go watch.
Okay,
So
hold on. I'm
and
gonna tell you
and
on the Fountain Blue. Yes, I saw all the I saw the list for all the fights. Hold on, right
Rachel,
here.
can you tell us some of the difference between the American gym style and the Philippines gym styles? Like what?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the biggest things is respect for the gym, and I think respect for people's time and the focus. Um, you have to remember, like, a lot of the kids over there, I say kids, the fighters over there, that's all they have. They don't have a 9 to 5. They don't. A lot of them don't have kids, and they just like the one, for example, Omega Sports Promotions. They have a dormitory on site that has all of their fighters, and they wake up at 6 a.m. every day as a team. They go running together, and then they sleep until 12, I think. Then they wake up, um, and most of the time, Nonito's training at that time. So they'll come and just watch Nonito train, and then they will train at 2 p.m. They have a chef and cook and all that stuff. Everything's provided. And when we say sparring is at this time, they're there. What I noticed here is, like, it's weirdly lackadaisical. Like, you could be like, hey, we have sparring at 11, 12 o'clock. You're like, you on your way? Like, yeah, yeah, I'm coming. By the time you get in the ring, it's like 12:30, 12:45, maybe. Um,
That's in Vegas, right? You're in Vegas.
yeah, I'm in Vegas.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
And in the fight that you're gonna see that I guess you might miss, it's gonna be the Andy Cruz and Morataya because that's
Ah,
the fight in Vegas on the 24th.
I want to hear a breakdown of that one.
And that's the fight
okay.
you might have tickets to because that's the only fight that I got coming up for Vegas around this month in time, and that's on the 24th. So if you was to be leaving, say, depending on which one you take in
Mhm.
Pike, you're not gonna make that because you're not gonna be in Vegas. So that I think that's the fight you're talking about because you said you didn't know the names of who you were gonna see. So
And she
by
cannot
power
record it for
elimination, I
you.
think it might be them.
Well, no, I could. So what I could do is, if you're always going to do it, so it's Friday here. Friday means I think it's already like 10 a.m. in the Philippines on a Saturday. Ugh. Okay, what
Isn't it
that
like a 12-hour difference?
from the East
I'm not
Coast?
sure.
Yeah,
From
East
the East
Coast.
Coast. Yeah, from the East Coast, yes.
Is it?
So that's, I'm trying to figure,
Yeah.
like, right now they have the Omega has a fight our tonight at 4 in the morning. I'm streaming it on Rady, which is an app, and then I own Best TV, so they're streaming their fights there. But they're like, oh, you guys stay up and watch and visit, come up on the
Really?
live
Right.
stream. I'm like, fuck no. Yeah, Radiant, Radiant TV.
And they put a good fights over there from over there and stuff.
Yeah,
Of course, the
Omega
best
does an
fights. What are you
amazing
talking about?
production.
The best fights. You know what I mean?
And
I
they
didn't know about
and I
this, so
think
now I
actually
know more.
the guys that are the commentating board, I believe, attorney, yeah, two guys, they both speak English. So yeah, they'll speak English. It's not like it's going to be completely in Tagalog or anything. But point is, we're going to have to figure that out. If I can't figure it out as far as timing with Nonito's training schedule while I'm over there, what I'll do is I'll send you the PowerPoint deck, and then you could just be like, courtesy of Rachel, this is what she said, and this
Right.
is her breakdown, blah, 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 blah.
Absolutely. You know what I mean? I just
Because you
gotta
like
get
doing it Friday, right? You like doing it after weigh-ins.
right.
Yes.
I do occasionally. I wanted to see how this kicked off and how, you know, how like how it was gonna go about and everything. So and then I saw the way it was going and everything. And I'm like getting real great ideas, and I was gonna talk to you about that. But and then like it's a 13-hour difference between east of where I'm at and the Philippines. So and then
Yeah.
you suggested that you would give me the thing in which I would definitely appreciate that and love that, and definitely give you credit. But now my biggest hurdle is I gotta find one of my co-hosts that talks like a girl. So it's either Frontline or I'm gonna have to get Hugo to be like, oh,
Well,
you know what I
this
mean?
is
Well,
usually
So
the
I'm gonna
thing
have
on
to compete
Saturdays.
to be the
Yeah.
Rachel. So
Well, that's the thing. If it's a 12 or 13-hour time difference, like if I usually couldn't tell, because No Needle only works out once on Saturdays. So I
okay,
usually could push the time like to like 10 or 11. So
right,
if we do it at 7 or 6 your time, which will be 6 or 7 my time in the morning, then that should be fine. But once we're getting
really,
into
okay,
like this time frame right
right,
now,
right,
that's
right.
gonna start to be really iffy because No Needle's just gonna be
Yeah,
looking at me and
and
like,
and
hello, we gotta
and
go to gym.
right. And then the thing is that it'll be great always, and that works out for me because it's before the fight, and it gets to give the viewers the breakdown. So if they want to decide to go out and make a wager or a bet and things like that, so that I would, yes, I would like that. I would like that, and yes, we'll keep in touch. And I'm gonna stop this live stream because apparently I gotta fix this mic situation. Now I'm getting a huge echo, and now it's feeding back into my headphones.
Hey
So
Rachel,
obviously,
Fee has a request for you. They want Donaire to finish off Casemiro.
Mm.
Casimir.
That was
Ooh,
one I got some tickle on that, but at the same time, like, listen, Casemiro's gonna be at the event that I'm showing. If we're awake,
really?
then maybe I'll pull up. But at the end of the day, that dude he can't make 118. He's not ranked in 22 or 26. He's fighting guys that were ranked number 300. So,
Right.
and he can't even make, I know he didn't make 22 the last time out. I think the last fight that he had was at like a catch weight or something weird, like
Yeah, he just
two
fought
fights
a
ago.
couple months ago, a month ago, some
yeah.
shit like that.
No, he
Mira,
fought
And
let me say
after
this.
us.
Rachel, was a
Hmm.
pleasure to meet you. Damn, you are a shark, girl. You are a shark. And I
yeah,
really like your breakdown. Well, I have 20 more million questions to make you, but today is not the day, you know?
yeah,
And
Yeah.
it was super awesome. I really enjoy everything. And I know the fans in the chat and whoever's gonna listen to this video later on gonna enjoy it. And damn, was awesome and was a real pleasure. And thank you very much.
Yeah, of course. It was great meeting you. And of course, Frontline, who I thought was running from me last time when you dropped off,
Nah,
but you wait. I was like, where'd he go? He doesn't want to talk to me. What I do?
nah.
Um, but Edwin, just let's figure it out
right,
on DM, like what
right,
your role is going to be and what my role is
right,
going to be, so it's a
right,
little smoother.
right.
Um, and then yeah.
Absolutely.
And
So
by the way,
thank
young
you.
boxers, take fucking some schooling from Donaire. 40 something years old and he's still in shape, dedicated, and you guys are slacking.
Bro, I
well,
just talked to someone. I'll end on this, Edwin. I was talking to someone who major in the game,
right,
has been with all the promotions and stuff like that, and manages now. And we were talking about it, and I was like, blah blah blah. He's like, dude, he's like, I don't know what you're feeding him. I was like, he eats clean. Nonito eats clean. He doesn't go and get drunk and like and he doesn't gain 40 pounds. Nonito easily walks at 35. And when we're in camp, he's walking at 28. Once he's doing 12 rounds, he's walking out of that ring at 22. Um,
wow,
you know, to be to stay in this game, it's not a young men's sport. It's a young body sport. And the one thing that you have to do is take care of that goddamn body.
right,
So if you want to stay in this game for a long time, you're a professional, not just, 8 or 12 weeks out of the year, 365. That's what people are paying you for.
right,
Tell that to the fans
right.
again. How is this
Take
game?
notes, guys. Take notes.
365.
Take notes. And this is what it takes to play. If you want to be at this level, and you want to reach this heights, these are the sacrifices you got to pay to play the game. Rachel
Yeah,
Donaire,
it's
it has
8
been
p.m.
a
here.
pleasure. Yes?
Yeah,
Uh,
it's 8 p.m. here. Where's Nonito? He's taking a nap. He's gonna get up at 9 p.m. and then he's gonna train.
right,
And he trained already this morning. Like that, and it's what is it? It's Friday.
right.
So figure out what you want to do. And if you don't want to be in that ring and you don't want to make those
That's right.
sacrifices, it will show.
I say that to the guys, like sometimes, like in a fight or in a situation, you're gonna have to check in with yourself and ask yourself, is this what I want to do with my life? You know, you
Yep.
get in one of those dark fights, one of those
One last
loud
question,
fights.
Rachel.
You know,
Uh
Sure.
like Bonito, right? Because you know him and stuff. What he do after he fight? They after he win the fight or he have a fight. What he do like 3 days after the fight?
Right after the fight, no matter if it was 2 rounds or if it was a 12 rounder, we stay up for 24 hours just to make sure that there is no blurry vision or any, big massive headaches or anything like that. That's always something that's safety with us. He also uses it's an ice mask to calm the inflammation on his face. And keep the hydration level, the skin barrier, also with different moisturizers and things like that. If we have access to an ice bath, or if we have to makeshift it and put him in an ice bath with the ice from the hotel, then we'll do that too. But a lot of it is rehydration, red light, nutrition, um, what is it? Arsenic. He also takes for bruising. Um,
mm,
Icing, and yeah. I mean, like, there's not really much he does after, but we put a lot towards like red light therapy, ice baths, and things like that to cool down the inflammation.
And
and
how
staying
soon he
on
go back to
24
training?
hours.
So we were in Japan. We fought on the 17th. We came back on the 23rd. He was in the gym on the 24th, which was Christmas Eve, and he didn't care.
Wow,
That's what it's cost. Okay,
that's what
people.
it takes to be
This is what it
on that
takes.
level. Hey, listen, I wish you guys could hear me better. I don't know what's going on, but
I can hear you.
now, yeah, I don't feel like I'm part of the conversation. But
You're
anyway, I'm
part of
getting,
the.
I'm tired. I'm call it a quick show. Over here where I'm from, it's 11:15 at night. So um not that it's that late, but I've been on for like 4 hours, going on 5 hours now. Yeah, I think that's about a good enough live right now. So fight fans, thank you for tuning in. Rachel Donaire, you have been amazing. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for sharing and breaking down this Subriel Matias fight. It means a lot to me. When I wanted to give as much attention to this fight card, you did a wonderful and amazing job, and I'm thankful. Everyone here at Round One Sports Talk family, I hope you had an amazing time. Please take the time and hit that like button for me. Subscribe to the channel, and like always, I'm on to the next one after this one here at Round One Sports Talk. You guys have been the best. Peace.
Good night, yo.
Good night.
Bye.
Hey,
Woo.
Edwin, you're gonna have
Yes.
to pronounce Donaire the next time. You better
Donaire.
practice.
Donaire.
Donito
Donito.
Donaire.
Donaire. Donaire. You got that.
Bye.
Rachel. Donaire. Got
There
you.
you